Welcome to the Fantasy Audiobook. American Comics. Invincible, starting with Lord of the Shadow Kingdom. Chapter 61. This is already a scene beyond their imagination. At the same time, Nick Fury went online on behalf of the Homeland Strategic Defense Department, and important figures from the military also went online one after another. Seeing so many shocked people on the screen, Nick Fury felt inexplicably happy. Hey, is it so lively? Are you all watching? General Ross put a dark face on his face, seeing that these idiots only now knew Fang Quan's true identity. He was so angry that he didn't want to say anything. Sometimes, the factor that determines the power of this group of people is not how strong the upper limit is, but how much a small lower limit can hold back for the sake of profit. Senator Bart, the old man who wanted to refute at the hearing, hurriedly asked, "General Ross, with the strength of our military, what is the chance of winning in front of this?" General Ross said coldly, 30-7. After hearing this answer, many senators calmed down a lot. Yeah, we still have nuclear weapons, Tsarist weapons. The odds of winning are still a bit. That's right, if he was really powerful, he wouldn't be so low-key. It's okay, we still have a little bit of confidence. General Ross looked around coldly, and said with a sneer, 3 minutes, we'll be 7 years old. Senator, you know what to do. General Ross mocked. He can travel across space, stand in front of the sun, resist the sun's gravity, even move space, and fly at a very high speed. Haven't you noticed how fast his speed and strength are? You see here, when he was flying here, his speed was already several Mach, but he didn't even explode. Do you think it's because of his slow speed? Wrong. It's because their flight technology surpasses our known technology, using a brand new ability similar to light, and even the ability to shuttle between the space. What are you thinking? Think we can win? Just this one who keeps a low profile for him can directly open the space door leading to the sun. Don't you understand what this concept is? Do you want to ask this person to open a space door facing the sun on the roof of your house? What are these people thinking? This is the eternal and immortal king of darkness, but he really has a dark empire. It's ridiculous that ants dare to presumptuously guess the realm of the strong. General Ross, who had been severely beaten, criticized this group of colleagues unceremoniously, hoping that this group of guys with some brains would realize that they must never provoke this guy again. Can the senator dare to say anything more? They could only obediently start assigning work, discussing how to get rid of Hydra as soon as possible. Seeing this, Nick Fury couldn't help shaking his head. These guys only realize the seriousness of the problem when their lives are threatened. If the target of sacrifice becomes a civilian, Nick Fury has no doubts, and this group of people will not even frown. The outside world and the media websites were full of condemnation. Fact, how dare they pin the blame on the absorber? If it wasn't for their biochemical experiments, would such a thing have happened? These fools. I knew I shouldn't trust them. The people of Eagle Country are extremely angry, because this is a matter with a criminal record, and these high-level people really use the low-level people as consumables for biochemical research. You made me believe these people. I believe Iron Man even more. At least he really wanted to save our people. What about them? Taking our money, but doing things that hurt us. Laughing to death. All those killed by this group of ninjas in black were Hydra members. You didn't see these people on the seats at the hearing. Let me introduce you. These people are all on the military official website. He is a general-level figure, and seeing the faces of these people, he instantly became angry. Our great Eagle high-level, powerful senators, have been infiltrated by a group called Hydra. Quote, "Don't make trouble upstairs, this is clearly the NACUI organization. Look, this is the person we voted for. He actually let the elite of the enemy country infiltrate like this." The public was outraged, especially after finding solid evidence. Many people became even more angry. The rich can rely on technology, and the military can manufacture super soldiers. What about us poor people? Can we poor people only become victims? The most ridiculous thing is that the wealthy Tony Stark was immediately impeached by the high-level Eagles after he became a hero. The people of Rage began to attack the Eagle Nation's institutions, and began to march and demonstrate, demanding justice. If it wasn't for this mutant Fang Quan who revealed the truth, we would still be kept in the dark. The most ridiculous thing is, what is this Fang Quan being impeached for? Because he told the truth. Chatting Rage. California suburbs, Dark Palace. Fang Quan was sitting on a chair watching the Black Shadow army killing and having fun, and Tony and others had been brought back from the shadows by the shadow soldiers. Tony's face was full of surprise. Dear Fang, I'm really surprised. You should be the only person in the history of Eagle Kingdom who killed a senator in public and still became a hero. Fang Quan was also surprised. What the hell? I became a hero. This is unlikely, right? Banner shrugged. From an objective point of view, you exposed the corruption scandal at the top of Eagle Nation and brought justice to the people. Now everyone calls you the King in Black. Fang Quan looked at his black casual clothes and shrugged. All right, it doesn't matter. Special reward trigger. Congratulations to the host for instigating the rage of the people of a country, causing national turmoil, and winning one lottery draw. Fang Quan's mouth opened slightly, his eyes were shocked. What the hell? Is there another way to play? Sobbing, because. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the monkey charm. Monkey charm. Active. The power of shapeshifting, which enables the holder to change any object into any animal but cannot give life to inanimate objects, and gives the holder the ability to transform anyone into an animal shape. Passive. Creation power. Fang Quan's eyes lit up in an instant, and he sent a message. The rat charm is the power of life, and the monkey charm is the power of creation. I have the foundation to be a god of creation. The essence of the monkey charm is to reorganize matter. If this is used properly, it is simply a supreme skill. Fang Quan quickly thought of how to use the monkey charm. Tony, you said, I want to build a group of vibranium steel legions, do you think it is feasible? Tony rolled his eyes wildly. I know you really want to, but don't think about it. Vibranium Iron Legion. What are you kidding? This kind of material is extremely, on Blue Star. Fang Quan put his hand on the table, and the material of the whole table was reshaped into vibranium material, which became extremely strong. Fang Quan felt the loss of magic power in surprise. Consuming magic power can reorganize the material base or create matter. The former will consume different mana according to the material gap before and after reorganization. The latter is not created out of nothing, but to decompose and reorganize the magic power base, which requires different magic power consumption depending on the target. Tony, Banner and others looked at the table transformed into vibranium material in shock. Tony felt his scalp numb and scratched his head with both hands. This is your ability. You have this ability, why not use it? I can definitely create a set of supreme magic super battle for you. But I want a reward. Make sure you give me some vibranium. Cent. Even Tony, after seeing so much vibranium stuff, feels like he's going crazy. Some ultra-rare materials, but things that can't be bought with money. Even if he is super rich, he still has to wait for time and opportunities before he can obtain certain materials. Fang Quan is very interested in creating omnipotent monkey charms, but he is not interested in part-time jobs. It depends on my mood. When I am in a good mood, I will make a batch. After trying the power, Fang Quan's desire for the Vibranium Legion is not so high. I can even create life, why not transform the Shadow Legion directly by me? Definitely, the Vibranium Legion is still going to be done, a whole set of Super Steel Legion, the whole set will be cool. Fang Quan swept his eyes, and pointed his palms at the surrounding furniture. Use these to build the Iron Legion first, and try to deliver them as soon as possible. By the way, haven't you asked Nick Fury for the design drawings of the new elements yet? Tony shrugged. Just now I used resources to quell the incident for you, but I haven't had time to ask for it. Fang Quan. Go now. Tony laughed and thanked him jokingly. Okay, thank you Mr. Fang Quan, the second most handsome man in the world. Tony beckoned and asked the shadow soldiers to help carry the vibranium furniture to the laboratory of the Dark Palace, and happily ran out to call Nick Fury. Fang Quan watched Tony leave with a satisfied expression on his face. Tony is really a super genius. I am afraid that in this world, he can really become the supreme Iron Man of magic. With his super intelligence, it probably won't take too long to become Iron Man, the supreme magician. Banner was extremely envious, but he also adjusted his decorative glasses. My lord, our recent battle in the Dark Universe has gone very smoothly, and I have also mastered an integrate technique. Fang Quan became interested. Oh, tell me, Banner, With the help of my father, I have gradually integrated part of the power of Hulk's personality, and the integrate technique is the power that allows me to integrate anger. Now, I can easily transform into an angry form. There is still a way to go to the peak the distance, but it also allowed me to obtain a great strength improvement. Fang Quan nodded. Yes, you have to exercise well, maybe after a while, you will need to fight Thor for me. Banner was taken aback. Thor? What Thor? Fang Quan smirked. Thor, according to deduction, he will come to Blue Star soon. I may not personally attack him, but you must fight for me. Banner felt nervous. The Northern Pantheon you mentioned really exists. Fang Quan waved his hand. That's enough, I'm too lazy to explain, that's all. Banner was dumbfounded, but he could only accept this reality, and the tension in his heart suddenly came up. He couldn't sit still, and hurriedly got up. My lord, I'm going to exercise first. After leaving, Banner hurried to the training ground, and contacted the two shadow leaders, hoping that they could come to help him exercise. No one who can make Fang Quan mention it is simple. When Banner thought of the last time he fought against the Super Red Hulk, he was beaten all over the ground, and his whole body was in severe pain. Let's just say, don't want to win, just don't fight so much. David watched his son leave, and when he thought that he had won the indestructible power for his son, he couldn't help but smile proudly. After laughing, David stood beside Fang Quan respectfully, and reported, My lord, I let some shadow soldiers monitor the high level of the Eagle Kingdom, and now their entire high level is very panicked, and they are gathering all their strength to fight for your Will. David's eyes were full of admiration and admiration. This is real super power. All it takes is one word, one look, and this military power country has to act in accordance with the will of the Dark Lord. The root of all this is just because the Dark King is not happy. Therefore, the entire Eagle Kingdom had to find a way to coax the Dark King to be happy. David thought of this, and a layer of fanaticism appeared in his eyes. Only after seeing it with your own eyes can you feel it more thoroughly. Under the powerful charm of this Dark King. Seeing the fanaticism in David's eyes, Fang Quan felt good about it, so he was willing to say a few more words. David, what do you think I care about? David thought about it seriously, and said respectfully, Order, you care about a certain order, and hate chaos. Although he still doesn't understand what kind of order the Dark King cares about, he already has vague feelings and judgments. Fang Quan nodded. That's right, it's order originally. Whether it is the order of justice or the order of darkness, what I care about is the order originally, not the justice or darkness ahead. The existence of justice and order can guarantee the stable life of most people. The Dark Order exists and can resist the persecution brought by the Justice Order, such as you. Quote, Justice and order also bring shadows and darkness. At this time, the Dark Order needs to exist to make this world more complete. David thoughtfully. So you uncovered Hydra, not just for fun, but to implement your belief in order. Fang Quan blinked. Ah no, unveiling Hydra in public is just for fun. Yes, there is an element of faith in it, but it's more about having fun. David. Fang Quan smiled and shook his head. Okay, this time I need you to help Tony solve his group business crisis, and at the same time find the headquarters of Hydra, and eradicate these vain attempts. Immortal ants. David respectfully accepted the order. Fang Quan paused, and then said playfully, By the way, bring Director Nick Fury. Tell him, behind Hydra is the Inhumans, and behind the Inhumans is the last Emperor of the Star Empire. Country. If the name doesn't sound familiar to him, tell him that Captain Marvel's enemy is the Kree Empire. And this Kree Empire is the alien civilization that invaded Blue Star a few years later. It is also the Star Empire that works for Thanos. Quote. David felt an inexplicable supreme perspective, like the shock of overlooking the fate of all people, and hurriedly knelt on the ground. I will obey your will. This is the layout of the super strong. It seems to be just playing with a small human organization, but in fact it is inadvertently planting the hopeful prelude to the end of the World War. If others don't know this, they will only feel disorganized and confused. But under the guidance of the noble Dark King, David realized how powerful the Dark King's true structure and control ability are. It is as invisible as the horns of antelopes, but everything they do now can definitely play a role at critical moments. David was shocked, and there was only absolute admiration and loyalty on his face. SHIELD, Ground Base, Director's Office. Nick Fury looked at the submitted intelligence with a headache. So, we, SHIELD, also cooperate with the investigation and eliminate Hydra. Deputy Director Pierce shrugged. The president personally ordered, and several senators issued death orders for their own heads. Could it be that you expect the Dark King to show mercy? His Dark Army has now expanded to 3 or 4 states, beheading the backbone and elite of many Hydra. HYDRA's hierarchical system is very strict, and the different factions don't even know each other's identity at all, and everyone gets along normally on weekdays. Only some backbone and elite members will bear the Hydra mark on their bodies. Nick Fury noticed an interesting report and picked it up dumbfounded. Some of the people who were killed by members of the Dark Legion had the Hydra mark on their bodies fluorescent. Pierce nodded helplessly. Yes, because Hydra members felt that these ninjas in black had a see-through function after the Satanic Demon Armor King incident, so they replaced them with special fluorescent marks. But it seems that these black ninjas have a see-through function. The vision possessed by Yi Ninja is not perspective, but some kind of super perception ability beyond our understanding. In other words, it is not the same concept as our vision. Quote. Nick Fury put down this document speechlessly. Okay, then cooperate with the investigation. But be careful, we are only cooperating with the investigation, and we don't accept their clause in it. Pierce picked up the information and was angry. It's an eventful autumn. Dong Dong, Director, the Absorber David is here, and he said he came under the order of the Dark King. Nick Fury and Pierce looked at each other strangely. Nick Fury hesitated for a while, then nodded. Okay, let him come in. Pierce felt puzzled. What is this Dark King looking for you for? Urging you to hurry up and find the god-killing weapon. Nick Fury rolls his eyes. I just think he's joking now. With the technology on Blue Star today, where can I find god-killing weapons? Absorber David walked in, and ordered with a calm face. The King of Darkness ordered Director Nick Fury to cooperate with our combat plan to completely eliminate the Hydra organization and help eradicate Stark Group's competitors. Nick Fury shrugged his shoulders and accepted the order. Okay, I accept the order. To be honest, the Dark King has just said a word, and now the entire official system of the Eagle Kingdom revolves around him. Why? King Fang has some special missions to do. Leave it to me. Nick Fury felt that this was a bit unnecessary. With Fang Quan's current authority, there was no need to send someone over to say something. David glanced at Pierce on the side, and said lightly, my king's order is to completely eliminate Hydra. Pierce's forehead was sweating, and he faintly realized what the Dark King meant. I am also on the list of this Dark King. This is the top secret. How could it be obtained by the Dark King? Who on earth betrayed us? Nick Fury looked at him suspiciously. Yeah, I heard that. What's wrong? Crack. Bang bang bang. As a former level 9 agent, Pierce deserved to have excellent skills. He drew his gun and fired from the waist in an instant, emptying the magazine. David stretched out his hand calmly, and removed the 7 bullets between his eyebrows. Kill him. Brush. A flash of cold light flashed. Pierce's head flew up high, landed on the ground and rolled non-stop, with deep disbelief remaining in his eyes. Nick Fury wiped the blood from his face. His voice was a little uneasy, and his eyes moved. Is he also from Hydra? David took out a compiled list and put it in front of him. These on the list are all Hydra members. Nick Fury took a deep breath, trembling slightly, picked up the list, which listed the names of 1,000 people in detail, including some level 9 agents who were highly regarded by him. Fact. Nick Fury knew that Hydra had infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D., but never thought that the former director Pierce was actually a high-level executive of Hydra. Nick Fury felt his brain buzzing, and was hit by this shocking news for a while. This is the list. David said sincerely. It was my king who gave the clue, and then I followed the clues to find it, and I got it from Pierce's office. You know, my king's predictions never fail, and mortals cannot detect the surveillance of the Shadow Army. Quote. Nick Fury read the list carefully, and his face was as bright as it could be. Well, I understand why the Dark King has to order one more time. This is to give half of the people in S.H.I.E.L.D. killed. David said seriously. The ultimate goal of Hydra is the hive of the strong inhuman race. The root of the inhuman race is the Kree Empire, and the Kree Empire is the interstellar empire that will find infinite gems for Thanos in the next few years. My king also said, if you think the Kree Empire is not familiar enough, I can put it another way. Captain Marvel's enemies are the Kree Empire war activists, and some members of the Skrull Empire can serve as our allies. Quote. Nick Fury. Very good. I already know that I am like a fish on a chopping board, arranged clearly and clearly. Nick Fury puts down the list, takes a deep breath. What do I need to do? David showed a meaningful and mysterious smile. No, you don't need to do anything. Nick Fury looked at the ever-spreading shadows on the wall behind David and the bloody eyes emerging from them. The corners of his mouth twitched. Okay. Soon, painful or abruptly stopped screams came from outside the door. Chaos and death are spreading rapidly, and even the most elite agents cannot face the siege of a large number of immortal Shadow soldiers. The Black Shadow soldiers stared at the massacre of Hydra members, ignoring other people who attacked them, and didn't even bother to take a look. Hearing the screams, Nick Fury had a desolate expression on his face. Since S.H.I.E.L.D. was founded, I never thought it would be infiltrated like this. I thought it was just a normal infiltration, but who knows that more than half of the people have become the shape of Hydra, and I have been kept in the dark and become Mongolian people. David methodically took out the second document from the shadows. This is the document of the Hydra base. I may not be free to do it now, so this part of the matter needs to be handled by you. It would take him a long time just to clear the people on the list. S.H.I.E.L.D. is just the first stop. Relying on the intelligence network of the Shadow Empire, he has to go to the military, the House of Representatives and other places to eradicate those Hydra members. Nick Fury took the materials, helplessly and heartbroken. Okay. David hesitated for a while, and said, the Dark King also said, let me help solve the Stark Group's competitors. Do you know who the Stark Group's competitors are? Nick Fury shrugged. If my guess is correct, the Dark King should be talking about Hammer Industries. If he had spoken later, Justin Hammer would have stood up and been slapped in the face by Tony or the Dark King. At that time, Senator Lawton was well prepared, and even invited Justin Hammer, chairman of Stark Group's competitor Hammer Industries, to come. But Senator Lawton's lost his head now. Justin Hammer was so frightened that he hid in the villa and hired a team of internationally renowned bodyguards to protect him, so he dared not go out again. Nick Fury opened the computer management library in front of him, then pulled out Justin Hammer's information, and turned the screen over. Look, here are all his information. David glanced at it. Okay, I'll kill him now. ***. California suburbs, Dark Palace. Fang Quan admired the frontline pictures sent by the Shadow soldiers. Countless Shadow soldiers were killing Hydra members to death. The Shadow soldier is the life form of the Shadow element, a life nourished by the collection of the dark side, and is born with the ability to see the dark side of the life form. In the eyes of the Shadow soldiers, it is too easy to distinguish the dark side of the living body. Coupled with this element related to Hydra, it is not too easy to cut along the way. Challenge mission. The birth and destruction of the Whiplash, destroying the Whiplash faith. Task reward. Number of lottery draws +1, negative emotion absorption ability. Fang Quan sat upright slightly, and became a little interested. Whip rope. Whipcord, formerly known as Ivan Wonk, is a physicist. His father, Anton Vanke, once cooperated with Howard Stark to research arc reactor technology. However, Anton Vanke sold this dangerous technology to civilians and other military organizations for profit, which attracted Howard's rage and expelled him. If you leave the country, you can never return to Eagle Country. Anton Vanke lived in a wilderness capital for 30 years, leaving behind a physicist's son, Ivan Vanke, who died of hatred. Ivan Wonk, a villain eager to avenge the Stark family, built a generation of micro-reactors for this purpose, and with the help of Hammer Industries, he created a steel armor that is different from the Iron Man style, and even created many unmanned smart steel armor. It has to be said that it is a character. It just didn't follow the right path. Fang Quan became interested in this person, and directly sent an order to David, who was on a mission outside. David, let this Ivan Wonk cooperate with Hammer Industries and let them build the Iron Legion as soon as possible. I want to appreciate this farce. After Fang Quan gave the order, he did not forget to pass on Ivan Vanke's information and requirements. As you command, my king. Fang Quan felt extraordinarily comfortable listening to David's respectful, my king. It's good to have subordinates. You don't need to go out on your own, you can complete the task. Shield, Director's Office. David suddenly knelt on the ground, made an appearance of listening respectfully, and then bowed to the front and accepted orders. Nick Fury was stunned for a while, and waited for David to stand up before asking, "The Dark King?" David nodded, his face full of fanaticism. "Yes. Now my king has a new order. Let me catalyze the birth of an enemy with a whip and destroy his belief." Nick Fury was even more stunned. Has he always had such a bad taste? Ross has been treated like this, now it's time to whip. David snorted dismissively. "Nick Fury, do you understand my king's vision?" Nick Fury was speechless. "I don't understand, just tell me what you need me to do." "Mad, stubborn, doesn't he, Fang Quan, have a bad taste? Knowing that I can't do anything about him, he still urges me to speed up the progress from time to time. Where can I speed up the progress?" David showed a pensive look. "My king's order is to ask the whip to cooperate with Hammer Industries, let them build drone armor, and then destroy them." Nick Fury asked curiously. "This whip has the ability to build drone steel armor?" David: "Yes." Nick Fury thought for a while, and asked seriously, "Does King Fang like to watch some people have absolute hope, and then turn into absolute despair?" David was a little uncertain, but also a little sure. "It seems, huh? Fang Quan seems to only be interested in certain people, he does not. Make sure this whip is not in Fang Quan's scope of interest." Nick Fury opened the database and mobilized the members of Hydra. "I mean, if Aang, you combine these people from Hydra with whips, let them. Wouldn't it be more exciting if they had the hope of being able to fight Fang Quan and then destroy the whip?" David's eyes lit up. "Director Nick, you really have a deep understanding of my king. This plan is definitely in line with Fang Quan's appetite. Even if the whip is not in the scope of Fang Quan's interest, it can still make Fang Quan interested in this matter." Nick Fury saw that he respected Fang Quan so wholeheartedly, even fanatically, but a few months ago, he was not like this at all, and couldn't help being curious. "David, what is the reason why you are fanatical about the other king?" David said proudly, "First, my king gave my son eternal life." Nick Fury heard it, and then changed his mind, his face full of envy. "Gone. I would be crazy too." David: "Second, my king has given me eternal life." Nick Fury: "Mada, if I didn't have to defend the country, I would also want to be Fang Quan's lackey." David said in a serious tone, "In your eyes, he is a chaotic demon king. But in my eyes, he is a god who prevents the end of the world and saves all living beings. He can perceive the dangers in the subtleties and pave the way for the hopeful prelude to Thanos' arrival." Quote. Nick Fury: "Well, we have different positions. Okay, it seems that I don't have the luck of immortality. I am an Asgardian from the Eagle Kingdom, and it is impossible for me to abandon my position and join Fang Quan." David puzzled and said, "My king is tolerant and generous. As long as you can fulfill his orders or satisfy him, he can't be the emperor of power who will live forever. Even for me, who once disobeyed him, he was willing to grant me eternal life after I completed my task. Not to mention you." Nick Fury looked at him silently. "Do you want to think about what task he arranged for me? Let me find a way to kill him, are you sure? He dares to go straight to the sun, take a bath in a solar storm and come back. Where do you want me to find a weapon that can hurt him? Are you looking too high on me? Is this a task that humans can accomplish?" David thought about it carefully and shrugged. "Well, now let's think about how to get Hydra and Hammer Industries together to prepare a feast for our king." Nick Fury quickly came up with a plan. "I have a plan that will definitely make Fang Quan happy, but this one is very risky for S.H.I.E.L.D. David's voice was hearty and confident. "Adventure. Could it be more adventurous to let Dormammu, the Dark Lord of the Dark Empire, invade Blue Star?" Nick Fury hesitated for a while, and said, "Hydra has spent a lot of time researching Tesseract, and has created a large number of super weapons with the help of Tesseract. I want Hydra to get Tesseract again, and then let them unite with the whipped drone steel armor, and then deal them a desperate blow. Get a hook big enough to catch heavier fish." David's hearty smile subconsciously subsided. "Didn't my king say that activating the Tesseract will attract the Kree Empire? Is it too dangerous to take this as a bet?" Nick Fury said seriously. "So you need to send someone to keep an eye on Tesseract at all times, and you can't let them activate the portal. Can't bear the bait, can't catch big fish. The two discussed carefully for a period of time, and quickly finalized the key points. David selected a group of Hydra members to impact the energy sector, and then under the guidance of Nick Fury, killed some of them, and let some of them leave S.H.I.E.L.D. with Tesseract. After this whole set, let these fugitives believe that they are meritorious deeds in exchange for their lives, rather than being deliberately done by others. Who would bet on artifacts? Go crazy. However, in the shadows of these fugitives, pairs of invisible blood eyes are staring at them indifferently and running wildly. Soon, these fugitives brought Tesseract to the Hydra General Base, and quickly asked to see the leader Red Skull. After these people went through layers of audits, they quickly came to the core hall of the base and saw Red Skull. Red Skull, an extremely charismatic leader with an immortal spiritual body capable of possessing others' bodies at will, uses a body that is a clone of the Captain of the United States. Originally as an extremely smart man with profound knowledge in military affairs, politics, and macro planning. He was once sent to the Vomir Star Ball by Tesseract to serve as the guide of Soul Gem, but thanks to the excellent Daughter's plan, he was recalled to Blue Star again during a study of Tesseract by S.H.I.E.L.D. When Red Skull served as the guide of Soul Gem, with the help of a little power of Soul Gem, he had insight into the past and present of many beings in this universe, as well as the things they valued. After the return of Metamorphosis this time, Red Skull's experience has soared, no longer sticking to the usual layout, but using powerful experience to support a larger pattern. Red Skull looked at the bandaged wounds and the soldiers who came in with Tesseract. His eyes were full of relief. Yes, you are the only 10 teams that brought me good news in this big cleansing. An undercover agent in the team broke down in tears. The leader, the high-level officials of the Eagle Kingdom and the Dark King cooperated with each other. Many of our brothers have been killed. Leader Pierce has also been buried for his faith. Red Skull stretched out his hand, picked up the Tesseract held by the team leader, and said in a deep tone, "You will get preferential treatment, and the families of those soldiers who died in battle will also be compensated. With Tesseract, we can have everything. This is the power of a god, and this is the supreme artifact that can become a god. Space Gem, the godstone that allows me to master the whole world. However, it is still necessary to keep a low profile at this moment. There is still Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One on the Blue Star. Before the death of Sorcerer Supreme, he cannot act rashly." During his time as a guide, every time Red Skull looked at his hometown, the first thing he saw and felt was the Ancient One. From the soul perspective of Soul Gem power increase, Ancient One's powerful soul is as bright and powerful as a god. This is strong enough to make both Thanos and Odin stand in awe. Thanos as an eternal Titan family, naturally has a very high starting point, ability and advantages. Odin is the Nordic Protoss, the blood of the king in the natural Protoss, not to mention how high the starting point is. But Ancient One, this ordinary mortal, was able to conquer all worlds and become the Sorcerer Supreme of the multi-universe. No matter its experience, perseverance, or ability and strength, it is enough to make any strong person in awe. Red Skull didn't dare to spy on these strong men, but from the memory of the weak who had seen these strong men, he knew how powerful these super strong men were. The team leader hastily took out another blueprint from his pocket. "Leader. This is top secret information we stole from the energy department. There is a man named Ivan Wonk who can build steel armor, and he also has the technology of miniature arc nuclear reactors." Red Skull was a little moved. Ivan Vanke. Yeah. How did I forget this character? It's fine to have your own Tesseract, but it's up to these smart scientists to unleash the power of infinite gems. Energy is the last word, and technology is even more the last word. Ivan Vanke cooperated with Hammer Industries, and once confronted Iron Man, but lost, and became a stepping stone on Iron Man's growth path. Red Skull unconsciously thought of Fang Quan again, and sighed slightly in his heart. It's a pity, after returning, he lost the power of Soul Gem, and can no longer see the past of this Dark King. If you can follow the memory insight of the weak beside the Dark King, maybe you can get more. Red Skull put aside distracting thoughts and was firm in his heart. Bind Ivan Vanke and Justin Hammer and let them concentrate on researching steel armor technology. Reactor technology and steel armor technology, these are key military technologies. Hydra must obtain them. Energy technology is the core of all technologies. With energy, there is everything. Red Skull picked up the Tesseract in front of him, and looked at the blue light waves it slowly released with fascination. with the space gem, I will definitely become a god. In the shadows, Quan stared at him indifferently. Through the blue light waves, Red Skull saw pairs of blood eyes in the shadows. His pupils shrank sharply, and immediately activated the space gem with mental power. You are being followed. The aftermath of the space swept around, trapping the shadow soldiers in the shadow dimension. The shadow soldiers attacked the front and found that they could not go to the main world. Red Skull took out the energy gun from his waist, and said in a low voice, King of Darkness, it really is not easy. Break out. Let's get out of here. It was only less than half an hour, and it was able to track it here. Fang Quan stared blankly. These guys really know how to play. Nick Fury was willing to bet, Red Skull was willing to bet, and David dared to play. But do I have to tell them that the Chitauri will be the first to come and the Kree will be the ones who will attack later? Forget it, I believe this small error will not be a problem. It's also interesting, and it's a good condiment to be able to catch the immortal Red Skull. Fang Quan decided to raise fish, to see if these fish can put on a wonderful show to make himself feel happy. 3 months have passed in a flash, in HYDRA's secret base. Red Skull used the space gem to form a space ceremony, avoiding the tracking of the Shadow Legion, and received the sincere support of Hammer and Ivan Vanki. Red Skull looked at the assembled intelligent combat steel mecha in front of him and was very satisfied. Yes, this is the invincible army I want. With these smart steel mechs, as long as you don't overdo it and don't draw the attention of the Sorcerer Supreme, everything will be perfect. Moreover, when I was a guide, I already smelled the mournful fragrance emanating from the soul of Sorcerer Supreme. This old human soul could not bear the heavy weight of time. Already hovering at the limit of the soul's tolerance. He was waiting for her to die, and Thanos was waiting for her to die. Only when she dies do I actually get the space gem, and hopefully even the time gem. Get space and time gem, even Thanos can't easily trace it. Justin Hammer looked enthusiastically at the smart steel mecha. Red Skull leader, with these super steel mechs infused with Tesseract energy, conquering the world is not a problem. During this period of time, Justin Hammer saw with his own eyes just how powerful Tesseract's energy is. This is really super energy that can easily penetrate the galaxy, and it is by no means comparable to the energy on the blue star. Justin Hammer scoffed at Red Skull's constant emphasis that it was an artifact collected by the god Odin. There is only a strong flame of revenge in Ivan Wonk's eyes. With these, it is enough to eradicate the entire Stark family and avenge our family. Red Skull sneered. After all, you are too inexperienced. These things are the top among mortals, and they are super strengths that many countries cannot resist. But in the eyes of superpowers, these are just toys with a little power. Red Skull released a video of Fang Quan's concert in the California suburbs from the senatorial meeting. Just these can't threaten this noble god. The gods are the biggest threat. Tony Stark, a mortal with a limited lifespan, was nothing to worry about. After watching the video, Justin Hammer and Ivan Wonk opened their mouths wide open, shocked to the point of slipping. How to fight this? Justin Hammer and Ivan Wonk glanced at each other, and Ivan Wonk said, Leader Red Skull, we want to take revenge on the Stark family. Red Skull looked at them. Don't you know that standing behind Tony Stark is a god? Justin Hammer said unwillingly. Tony is just taking advantage of himself as the #1 arms company. If we take down his Stark group, will that god still favor him? Red Skull had some hesitation for a while. Indeed, Tony was just a mortal. However, what good would it do him to get rid of this mortal? Red Skull looked at Justin Hammer. His thoughts were like lightning, and he could easily see through this guy's thoughts. It is nothing more than wanting to monopolize the Eagle country's arms industry and become the industry's overlord. And Ivan Wonk, full of revenge, wants the Stark family to be wiped out. Red Skull turned around, hands behind his back, looking at the smart steel mecha in front of him and calculating what he could get from it. This is also a good opportunity to intervene in the Eagle country's military field. Red Skull weighed the pros and cons, and said in a deep voice, as long as you control the scope of the incident to the level of mortal struggle, don't involve those few people. As long as I don't touch it like I did with the magic side of Ancient One Magician, this Dark King should not pay attention to me anymore. Red Skull thought about it carefully, and said coldly, arrest the higher-ups who provoke the Dark King, and find a chance to throw it out as an apology. The guy who developed Senator Lawton when he was offline is a real idiot. The deputy who had been silent all this time helped his eyes. Leader, are you sure you want to hand over Baron Zemo? Red Skull turned around with a look of surprise on his face. It's him. The deputy said helplessly. Yes, the Zemo family was responsible for infiltrating the political circles of the Eagle Kingdom during the time you did not return. Red Skull suddenly felt distressed. Throw out a substitute for Baron Zemo, as long as you can fool this matter. It's easy to say anything. During this period of time, the Dark King's army has been chasing and killing Hydra members, and now he finally has the power to protect himself, so he can abandon his car to protect himself. As long as you don't provoke the Dark King or Ancient One, you can talk about anything. Justin Hammer asked excitedly. Leader Red Skull, are we going to launch an attack on the Stark group? Red Skull's face was calm. Reduce the anger of the Dark King first, and when he no longer pays attention to us, the organization will fully support you to complete Nuo's progress against the Stark group. Attack. Thank you, leader. Justin Hammer was very excited. The flames of revenge lit up in Ivan Wonk's eyes. Tony, for the persecution your family has caused us in the past 40 years, I will make you fully repay within 4 days. California suburbs, Dark Palace Hall, throne area. Fang Quan gnawed on an apple while resting his legs on the table, enjoying the full-screen projection. Tony looked at the hologram in front of him speechlessly. So you knew what they were doing the whole time. Conspiring to overthrow my group. But it is actually being played on the big screen. How is that any different than making them pee their pants in the street? Fang Quan pointed to the steel mechs infused with Tesseract energy. Look at these things, are they better than yours? How about I take some time to play with them, and the steel you gave me? Legion also upgrade. Quote, it has to be said that these 3 guys are really talented, and they still came up with some real materials after working together like this. Check out the brand new version of the Smart Steel Mecha. Tony nodded. This one is not difficult, so what exactly do you want? Fang Quan laughed. Despair, Ivan Wonk's despair, and the extinction of the Hydra organization. Why? Tony made it clear. Then I will fully cooperate with the acting. I think it is better to let David and the others take the lead first, showing a character that is difficult to suppress, but just enough to suppress them to death. The situation forces them to desperately take out their whole cards. At this time, it is best for you to play. Quote. Fang Quan looked at him appreciatively. Shang Dao, really Shang Dao. Look, this wave goes down, the whip rope is up and down 10,000 times desperate. Poor cute new villain whip, he will face the ultimate big boss as soon as he leaves the protection period of Shinsho village. It's really hopeless and funny. Tony shrugged. Not knowing what Fang Quan was thinking, but he was willing to cooperate with Fang Quan's plan. Justin Hammer Industrial Company is his competitor. Fang Quan is willing to pay attention to this, he is not too happy yet. Tony also leaned on the back of the chair, admiring the holographic projection. The military has completely given up on letting me hand over the steel armor technology. Fang Quan was a little surprised. I'm curious, why do you resist handing over this technology? Wouldn't it be enough to hand over a little outdated technology, or are you an exquisite egoist? If this was replaced by the previous self who possessed this technology, he would be happy to exchange some backward version for sufficient political benefits. Tony shook his head. If I hand it over, it will only trigger an arms race among countries, aggravate conflicts, and will not solve the root cause of the problem. And most importantly, this technology cup will fall into the hands of really useful people. Fang Quan. Oh, how should I say it? Tony couldn't help showing his sarcasm towards those politicians. The cheapest version of my technology costs 300,000 yuan. Do you think a soldier's life is worth 300,000 yuan? People who really need these technologies to save their lives won't get it. Moreover, this new military technology will only consume more resources and trigger an arms race. Countries will compare who has more steel armor in stock, and consume a lot of resources on such things, which will continuously reduce the possibility of human beings entering the starry sky. This is Tony's idealized romance as a scientist. Fang Quan knew it, and felt that he was right about Tony. After this guy's sense of justice and responsibility were aroused, he really became more pleasing to the eye. Jingle bell, jingle bell. Fang Quan snapped his fingers, the phone floated up, and the video call was automatically connected. Nick Fury looked surprised. King Fang, we have captured the top of Hydra, Baron Zemo. Fang Quan, is David by your side? If I hadn't seen their conspiracy, I might still be able to show a little smile now. Nick Fury was at a loss. David is not here. He went to protect Tony's lover and supervise Justin Hammer Industries. What's wrong? Fang Quan felt bored. Chop off the head and send it here, and follow the original plan. After finishing speaking, Fang Quan hung up the phone directly, and Nick Fury disappeared with a dazed expression. Tony shrugged. Can I borrow your shadow soldiers? These people will definitely attack me in a few days. I don't want Potts to get involved. I want to change to a groundsmith. Fang Quan said lightly. Look for a desert military base, and you say that you are going to discuss cooperation. I will also go out to relax. Tony. Okay, no problem, I'll arrange it. Soon, Tony arranged the affairs by phone, and at the same time, spread the news moderately to the industry, very thoughtfully, letting everyone know that Tony is going to negotiate military cooperation with a high-profile attitude, making these people envious and jealous. Hammer Industries and Hydra got the news very quickly. They didn't suspect anything, but quickly determined the attack schedule. In a blink of an eye, the attack schedule came. Fang Quan, Tony and others took a jeep to a military base set up by Ross on the Gobi Desert. A line of military chariots followed around, but because of Fang Quan's order, everyone in the chariot was replaced by shadow soldiers disguised as ordinary humans. Fang Quan sat in the center of the back row, Tony sat in the driver's seat, Banner sat in the co-pilot, and David sat beside Fang Quan. The ghost leader turned into a middle-aged bodyguard and sat on the right side of Fang Quan, and said respectfully, "My king, the five-headed snakes have already ambushed ahead." At the same time, the ghost leader spread the picture ahead to everyone in the car. In the picture, Ivan Wonk, Justin Hammer in battle armor, Red Skull who directly uses Tesseract as an energy source, and the ambushing legionnaires clearly visible all around. This is a bird's eye view. David couldn't help laughing. My lord, Red Skull can use the Tesseract to prevent our shadow soldiers from entering the main world. But he doesn't know that we still have the Flying Shadow Army. Because the Ghost Shadow Legion has always been in charge of cleaning the ground, the Flying Shadow Legion didn't intervene too much, so that the outside world didn't know that the Dark King still had 10 powerful aerial weapons capable of emitting light waves. Tony couldn't help laughing. So later, we need to take a shot first, and then go out and fight back fiercely. Just the Air Corps is enough to crush Hydra. David shrugged. Let me remind you that the energy cannons of those steel armors are very powerful. If you hit them, your body will be disintegrated by the space energy. According to Nick Fury, there is a certain probability of being teleported away. I am not afraid of death, and being teleported away is really CBFA bald. Fang Quan casually made a few dark marks, with a slightly interested expression on his face. These dark marks can allow you to locate the dimension of the Black Shadow Empire, and you can be resurrected in the Black Shadow Empire after death. Thank you, my king. Fang Quan leaned back in his chair comfortably. Start your performance, let me taste their despair. W. Obey. Ahead, the Gobi Desert ambush site. Red Skull wears the armor made by Ivan Wonk for him. The energy source of this armor is not arc reactor, but Tesseract. Red Skull personally participated in this battle, and he raised his arms and admired this set of dead space armor. Yes, your skills are indeed very good. This set of armor made him very satisfied, and it also gave him the interest to come out to fight and play. It is precisely because of this that Red Skull used its strength to help Ivan Venki take revenge this time, allowing Justin Hammer to win the monopoly of Eagle Nation's arms, and inserted this thorn into the throat of Eagle Nation, waiting for the one day in the future, they will penetrate deeply and kill them. Although Justin Hammer was wearing a set of land combat steel armor, his forehead was full of sweat. My lord, I don't need to participate in the battle. I'm just a businessman and don't know how to fight. He prefers to command from the rear, but he didn't expect that the leader of Red Skull would actually join the battle in person. He must follow the leader of Red Skull, right? Justin Hammer thought he was still a bit out of control, so he silently put on his battle armor and followed. Red Skull looked relaxed, and the blood-red skin on his face was slightly flushed. No, you just need to be alive. It's good that you are here. I want to show you the lofty beliefs of our Hydra members. I want all human beings to inject genetic medicine to evolve and become a more noble race, not these weak, lowly breeds without enough wisdom. Justin Hammer accompanied him with a smile, and his heart was full of immortality. After these days of understanding, he knows what kind of dick the Hydra organization is. This is a powerful organization formed by the remnants of the Germanic Federation that was defeated by the Eagle Country in World War II. Although the Germanic Federation was defeated, it has to be said that their foundation is really strong, and they were able to support such a huge organization to survive to this day. If it wasn't for the Dark King's anger, I'm afraid they wouldn't even know that the Hydra organization has penetrated to this point. A powerful hostile organization that could overthrow half of Eagle Country just a little bit. It's true that Justin Hammer wants a monopoly on arms, but it's also true that he wants to take the opportunity to contact Eagle Nation's high-level officials after this to completely eliminate Hydra. Being a warmonger is indeed a job that does not require morality, but this does not affect that Justin Hammer is a staunch patriot. I have no morals, but I am patriotic. Whiplash Ivan Wonk's eyes were bloodshot. 40 years, in these 40 years, my voice of revenge has never stopped. Everything Tony has now should be me. It should be me. But this family of thieves and robbers drove away the father and usurped it all. Justin Hammer glanced at him from the corner of his eye, secretly contemptuous in his heart. Anton Vanke was originally from Shonguo, but later defected to Yinguo, and then sold the core technology privately, without any loyalty to Yinguo. This kind of profit-seeking guy who has no national position deserves to end up like this. Soon, a group of people saw a jeep convoy running from a distant road, and even a Gatling machine gun was loaded on top of the vehicle. Red Skull restrained his expression, squatted halfway behind the stone mountain, and showed a pleasant smile. As long as this plan is successfully completed, we can promote the 40-year infiltration plan. Tony Stark, you are really too careless. You think you have the protection of the Dark King, and you dare to run around like this when conflicts are fierce. However, I am afraid that even you would not have imagined that we will produce hundreds of sets of Tesseract Energy Series intelligent steel armor to ambush you. Hey, even if you wear steel armor, you can't leave here alive. Red Skull saw the convoy reach the attack range, and pressed down with his hands. Attack. Just blow up Tony Stark and we'll have some breathing room. Hydra can be transferred to Justin Hammer Industries after this event to continue to live. Cut off one head, and 2 more will be born. There was a sound of rumbling, tracks crushing stones above the rocky mountain, and 5 supergiant steel alloy tanks loaded with energy cannons were exposed, aiming at the jeep convoy and the road behind. Huge amounts of humming accompanied by high-energy heat arrived above the jeep convoy in the blink of an eye. Boom! The jeep convoy was blasted through by the cannon in an instant, and a violent explosion occurred on the material level. Countless steel fragments blasted all around with high energy, blowing through and smashing all around. The 3 vehicles in front of the jeep convoy were all blown up, and the road behind them was also blown up. The convoy behind them stopped at almost the same time, and their movements were particularly neat. Red Skull's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly raised his hand. Stop. Something is wrong. The coordination ability of this team is too strong. In the driver's seat of the 4th jeep, Tony stepped down, patted his belt, and his body was instantly covered with magic steel armor. Banner also got off the co-pilot, twisted his neck, and his whole body swelled rapidly, turning into an angry Hulk. After mastering the integrate technique on that planet in the Dark Universe, he has been able to easily control part of his anger power. Red Skull's face changed, and he growled, "We've been tricked. Retreat." With keen insight, through the actions of Tony Stark and Banner, he immediately understood that this was a premeditated counter-ambush. The 2 of them were so calm that there wasn't even a hint of surprise on their faces. Even this jeep convoy didn't panic at all, and even kept the distance between the vehicles very leisurely. Since when did I get tricked? Red Skull directly activated the mecha, turned around and flew into the air, but stopped abruptly after flying 5 meters, looking at the shadows in the sky in shock, and pairs of blood eyes in the shadows. Red Skull's heart was half cold, and only remorse remained on his face. From the very beginning, I was calculated. Dark Legion Air Force. The Dark Lord has a powerful air force. The person who can mobilize Fang Quan's Dark Army is not just David. I was being watched from the beginning to the end, and I didn't notice it at all. Justin Hammer was dumbfounded. Leader. What now? No matter how stupid he is, he can see that he has been tricked by others. Ivan Vanki was full of blood and stood up. Fight with them. We have more than 100 sets of smart steel armor. Red Skull didn't have the slightest hesitation, and ordered decisively, break out. Everyone concentrates on the north to break out. Tony Stark held the Dark Air Force soldier in his hand. Knowing how many people we have ambushed here, he dared to come here arrogantly. What does this prove? It proves that they have the confidence to get rid of us. Red Skull didn't know what Tony Stark's backing was, but he didn't want to know either. Ivan Wonk rage. Red Skull. This is my best chance for revenge, you can't stop me. All troops, aim at Tony Stark, attack. Red Skull bit his back molars, smashed his eyes to the ground with red eyes, and grabbed Ivan Wonk's neck. You idiot. We can't get out of here alive without these 100 sets of steel armor. You idiot with no big picture and no sense of crisis. Is Tony Stark stupider than you? If he dares to come, he must have confidence. Red Skull rage. Idiot, we've lost our chance. Fighting opportunity is fleeting, lost is lost. With the arm strength of Vanki's engine armor, Ivan directly threw away Red Skull's arm, and ordered with red eyes, fire. Fire at Tony Stark, or I will let all the steel armor explode. He is willing to gamble everything for the family's blood feud. Even if it is your own life. Red Skull was so angry that he was extremely disgusted with this idiot scientist who had no sense of crisis in the overall situation, but when he saw the red light flashing on the chests of all the steel armors, he gave the order to rage. Attack. Everyone, attack and break through. You stupid pig. Red Skull is extremely rage, but still very sensible, knowing that this is the only way to do it now. This battle must be over within 30 minutes, which is the flight time Red Skull estimated it took the Dark Lord to arrive here. After this battle is over, if Tony dies, Ivan Wonk can survive. If Tony didn't die, Ivan Vanki would have to be run over by a jeep to death. This idiot who doesn't understand war. With rage in his arms, Red Skull activated his iron armor and charged first. With the power of immortality, he is not afraid of any battle at all. To him, death is nothing more than the need to change a carrier. Seeing Red Skull charge, Hydra fighters followed suit. As a powerful organization that once mastered Tesseract, the technology they possess is very advanced. When everyone was still hot on weapons, they had already started to study laser weapons and energy weapons with the help of Tesseract. Even, just for the production of energy weapons, they already have a history of more than 80 years. When Tesseract returned again, these sleeping energy weapon production lines were awakened again, and they began to frantically build powerful energy military weapons. Giant super tank, energy gun, energy shield, turbo energy star chariot lotus. However, even with such powerful technology, Red Skull is still very stable. Because all these technologies are just toys in front of the absolute powerhouse. Ancient One magician is able to easily reverse space and even throw them collectively into space. Not to mention Fang Quan Mephisto, a strong man who can face the sun. How could he care about these energy weapons that are just enough to tickle? Red Skull calculated coldly, knowing that he only had half the odds of winning. As long as he can end the battle before that person arrives here, he can survive with the help of the space gem. If that person arrives at the battlefield, even if he kills everyone, he has already lost. Red Skull confronts Banner, the Hulk, because he's the biggest threat to the situation, but also the best solution. Red Skull flew to the Hulk, showing a sarcastic smile. Scientists, don't join the war. Do you know what fighting skills are? Do you know what space energy mechs are? A guy who can only be angry, can affect the situation, but can never dominate the war. A cunning flashed in Hulk's eyes. He raised his hands, slapped hard, and launched a terrifying sonic attack. Red Skull's complexion changed drastically, and he couldn't dodge in time. He only had time to prop up the energy shield in a hurry. When a huge force struck, he saw the entire shield began to fluctuate and tremble violently, and then the sky spun. The energy shield worked, but not fully. Red Skull fell to the ground, stabilized his state with mental strength, stood up with his hands on the ground, bleeding from all 7 orifices, and looked at the Green Minister in disbelief. Are you sensible? It's impossible. How can you be sane? Red Skull has the internal information of the military. He never expected that this guy would turn into a cunning beast after not seeing him for a few months. Hulk Banner showed a wild grin. Anger is also a kind of wisdom. Red Skull looks horrified. Shit. This guy turned into a philosopher. Red Skull hated Ivan Vanki even more for pushing himself into battle. The opponent came prepared. This battle will definitely be very difficult. Red Skull glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw the whip on the side. Ivan Wonk slammed the laser whip at Iron Man Tony fiercely, making cracks on his magic shield. Red Skull was so angry that he had nothing to say. He gritted his teeth and raised his hands, pointing his palms at the Hulk. Suppress and break through. Mada, originally a set of combos could kill him, but now he is forced into a tug of war. The most powerful defense of the Reckless Hulk is not physical defense, but his natural absorption of gamma rays. Absorbing various energy is to enhance his own super energy is to absorb ability. The Hydra fighters with poor equipment had just rushed down. Hearing the leader's words, they hurriedly formed a formation to suppress the opponent with firepower. The Hydra fighters were horrified to find that the people running down from the convoy were not human beings, but Dark Soldiers. The Dark Soldiers are here, proving that Tony is not simply favored by the Dark Mephisto, but by divine grace. Leader, it's an ambush. Cover the leader to retreat. Break out this way. The elite Hydra fighters instantly understood what Red Skull was thinking, and immediately cooperated to help him suppress the Hulk. Countless energy shots hit the Hulk's body, but were mercilessly absorbed by the grinning Hulk. Red Skull suppressed a little irritability, calmly calculated the damage superposition, and when the space energy was almost absorbed, he could use the space gem to detonate the energy to kill Hulk. The battle situation fell into a stalemate for a while. On the other side, Ivan Wonk fought with Iron Man Tony, suppressing the opponent in close combat again and again, but was blocked by the opponent with Magic Shield and Energy Shield, and the energy attack from the opponent from time to time consumed the defense value. Whiplash Ivan Wonk swung his energy double whips, but was blocked again and again. His eyes were red. Tony. You thief, robber, traitor. If you have the ability, don't hide. Tony watched in horror as the magic shield was drawn and trembled, and a warning from JARVIS sounded in his ears. JARVIS. Sir, the opponent has adopted some kind of high-level energy, and your magic resistance is the most effective. If you remove the magic shield, you will die soon. Tony felt like cursing when he heard this, and put up his protective shield with all his might, as the energy of the Tesseract so powerful. Originally, I planned to perform a trick of desperate resistance. Well, there is no need to act now, the other party is really good. How did these guys push the technology tree to 50 years above the leading level? Why don't you directly occupy the Germanic Commonwealth when you are so awesome? What kind of Eagle Country villain organization? Tony desperately extracted magical energy from other dimensions, counter-attacking from time to time while defending. At the moment, Tony only hated why his magic attainment was so low. If I had the strength of Ancient One, I would dare to take off my battle suit and fight with you now. Chi to chi, Tony is still very serious about protecting the battle suit. This is the only combat power he relies on. If the battle suit is damaged, his hip-stretching magic strength will be really innocent. Hearing the words of the whip, Tony couldn't help but sneer. I'm a thief, a robber. Sir, then you and your father must be honored to betray the motherland. Your father must also live a long and healthy life. Quote. Tony actually investigated this matter and knew that Ivan Vanki's father had died. Whiplash Ivan Wonk was so angry that he gave up his defense completely and threw out an energy whip to bind Tony. Don't blaspheme my father. Tony screamed, feeling that most of his magical energy was emptied in an instant, and the energy shield was dropping rapidly. Ah, die, die, die. I was wrong, I was wrong, I was wrong. Whiplash Ivan Wonk took the opportunity to rush forward and hug Iron Man Tony. The energy pile in his chest began to react violently. Tony Stark. I want to make you feel hopeless. The high-level energy provided by the space gem collided with Tony's steel battle suit. In an instant, countless energy waves burst and splashed, and the energy of both sides began to drop rapidly. And obviously, Tony's energy is depleted faster. On the back row of the fourth car, Fang Quan was very happy to see it, and commented, I have to say, the space gem is really a magic tool. Just a little leftover energy can make these steel battle suits' fighting power change drastically. Quote. It's not that the Hulk and Iron Man are weak, but that they played high-end games when they came up. If those guys in the original world didn't need the Hulk, Iron Man would be able to beat them by himself. Absorber David looked at it and frowned. My king, they are too weak, and my subordinates apply to fight. Although the opponent has the blessing of divine weapons, but your 24 is too embarrassing. Isn't it the blessing of the divine weapon? It is indeed hell difficulty. Isn't it just that you have to die 7 or 8 times? Absorber David thought of this, cleared his throat slightly. My king, he has disgraced you too much. Fang Quan shook his head with a smile. No, continue to watch the battle, wait until he has nothing to do. The Absorber David was a little displeased with these two, and borrowed the power of the shadow soldiers to express his opinion. You two will die if you don't fight. It's too embarrassing for my king to fight like this. The Hulk banner was so angry that he was half dead. You can do it. I resisted more than 50 energy rays by myself. Why do you question my ability to fight? How about you fight? Iron Man Tony was beaten up to smoke. Fact. Why don't you try it for yourself? This is a high-level energy. You are very refreshing when you are sitting in the car and commanding with your mouth. You have the ability to resist it. I've lost all my magical energy. The Absorber David was very annoyed when he heard this. My king, I want to join the war. Let them see it. Your subordinates are definitely not bad. Fang Quan glanced at him, confirmed that he really wanted to fight, and nodded. Go, but you have to be careful. The Hydra organization without Tesseract is rubbish. But with Tesseract and Red Skull's Hydra organization, it's a class-leading organization. After all, these guys really believe that technology is the primary productive force, and they have made science and technology 50 years ahead of the world. Coupled with the high energy of Tesseract, even if it is a superhero, it is really difficult to fight without a bit of ruthlessness. David, the Absorber, was so excited that he only heard the first half of the sentence. Excitedly, he turned into a shadow and rushed out, rushing towards Red Skull. Red Skull, die. As soon as Red Skull turned his head, he saw a huge black shadow approaching. His scalp was numb, and he immediately turned his chest to face him, mobilizing the energy of Tesseract to attack. Focus. Boom. A powerful beam of space energy blasted up, accompanied by the bombardment of giant super tanks, and the concentrated fire attacks of dozens of energy guns. The Absorber didn't even resist for a second, and was directly propped up by the excess energy into a giant black shadow energy ball suspended in midair. The defensive position continued to emit the excess energy in order to protect itself. Absorber David's mouth twitched and was suppressed in midair by the energy attacks. No blame Hulk and Iron Man, the energy attacks of these guys are really hard to resist. It was just a split second, and my energy bar was fully charged. Red Skull stared dumbfounded at the giant black shadow energy ball, was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly reacted. Focus on the Hulk and Iron Man, remove the upper limit attack, quickly find cover. This is a good chance. Whiplash Ivan Wonk heard the words, his body hairs stood on end, he kicked Iron Man away, and retreated rolling and crawling. Crazy man, I'm still fighting Iron Man Tony. With the order of Red Skull, all intelligent steel armors, giant super tanks, and Hydra soldiers have lifted the attack limit and poured all their firepower into suppression. The Hulk and Iron Man were instantly overwhelmed by countless energy lasers. After the submersion, everyone quickly flew away with their overheated weapons, even though this person was temporarily trapped in place by the space energy. After the group of people flew back more than 80 meters, and even ran behind the mountain, Red Skull laughed and raised his palm. Looking for death. How dare you absorb excessive space energy? There is a way to heaven if you don't go, there is no way to hell you come here. I hold the Tesseract in my hand, how dare you absorb space energy so presumptuously? Red Skull brought psychokinesis to the extreme, detonating all space energy in an instant. Go to hell. The Tesseract on the chest of his battle armor released a wave of space. The excess space energy on the three people was instantly overloaded, and they entered a state of chaotic explosion. At the moment of detonation, Red Skull desperately used space energy transfer to teleport itself 200 meters away. Boom. In an instant, the space energy on the three of them exploded completely, and the space energy spread and exploded in a circular pattern, completely disintegrating everything they touched, even those who were immortal. The Shadow soldiers were also instantly killed and sent back to the Shadow Empire. After the explosion reached more than 100 meters, the energy of the space diffused and collapsed, sucking everything around to the origin, and then matter and matter collided extremely, and a big explosion on the material level occurred again. Bombing, the bombardment wave expanded rapidly. All this happened within a few tenths of a second, and the bombardment wave came to Red Skull. The Red Skull didn't even have time to prop up the energy shield before it was blown away by the bombardment wave and smashed directly into the ground. Also blown away were countless intelligent steel mechas and Hydra soldiers, all of whom were affected by the bombardment waves. Red Skull fell to the ground, his throat was sweet, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. His mouth was full of blood and rust, and he struggled to stand up, feeling his face was wet. Even if Red Skull didn't lift his mask, he knew that he was bleeding from all 7 orifices. However, it's all worth it. Iron Man Tony, Hulk Banner, Absorber David are all dead. The joy on Red Skull's face only had time to last for a moment, and then froze in an instant. Wait, they're all dead. What the hell did I do? Doesn't this offend the Dark King to death? If only one Tony dies, I can escape and hide from the limelight. All 3 are dead, isn't this a slap in the face of the Dark King? Red Skull now wants to strangle himself to death 5 seconds ago. At that time, he only cared about cherishing the hard-won fighter planes, and had no time to consider such consequences. A dull sound sounded in the explosion crater. Okay, I admit that the guy in the red trousers is very difficult to fight. If you win too, I won't be able to do it. Hulk Banner's voice followed. Right, I also find it difficult to fight. Iron Man Tony's voice was the most helpless. I must be proficient in space magic when I go back. You see, without the battle suit, I don't even have much fighting power. While complaining to each other, the 3 came up from the pothole, stood on the edge of the pothole, and looked at a group of Hydra members with dull faces. Tony reluctantly used magic to summon the magician rogue, and said in a regretful but mischievous tone, I'm sorry, the Dark King bestowed on me an indestructible body, and let you see me. Hulk Banner moved his neck. Space Gem is really an artifact. If there is no powerful magic suppression, it is really difficult for us to beat him. Absorber David's body gleamed with space energy, and his smile was slightly ferocious. I'm used to the power of space, and his tricks can't work on me for the second time 6. Red Skull's face was extremely ugly. The power of the Dark King had already exceeded his imagination. The immortal body, you can tell what the effect is just by hearing the name. It seems that unless the gift left by the Dark King is exceeded, this battle is doomed to be fruitless. Whiplash Ivan Wonk's eyes were red, and he didn't give up. Kill. He can't be resurrected infinitely. 40 years. The family has been displaced for 40 years, exiled for 40 years, and now only you are left alone. Why give up? The blood feud of the Venki family must be avenged today. Whiplash Ivan Wonk rushed forward with more than 100 sets of intelligent steel mechs, looking like a madman. I have 100 sets of smart steel mechs, I can win. I will not lose. I'm going to kill you until you can't be resurrected. You have no armor, you are a piece of trash. Red Skull gave him a disgusted look, and ordered without any hesitation, the whole army retreats. Stupid, how can the power of mortals compete with gods? Perhaps for other gods, there is a way to restrain these immortal bodies. But for us mortals, the immortal body is the immortal body. God is a high, eternal and powerful existence. How can you, a mortal, be able to blaspheme? You can kill Tony in the iron armor, but you can't kill him without the armor. Tony died fighting, and he deserved it. But Tony couldn't die without the power to fight back. Because, this is the face of Dark Mephisto. Red Skull's pity for Ivan Wonk was completely wiped away, and he turned around to fly away, but he saw the Feiying soldiers who had been silent in the sky kneel down in unison. Tu Ling bowed behind him. Red Skull's figure suddenly stiffened, and he turned his head in horror, looking forward. Whiplash Ivan Wonk was completely crazy, and rushed straight to a young man in black casual clothes. The young man chuckled, and lightly released his biological coercion. The powerful life level crushed and exploded, completely suppressing all life forms in an instant. Everyone knelt down on the ground, looking at the young man standing in midair in fear and panic. Fang Quan walked in midair, and walked up to the Whip Ivan Wonk who was kneeling on the ground step by step, showing a playful smile. Why, do you think that with the support of Hydra, you can take revenge? Whiplash Ivan Wonk saw Fang Quan fly up from the deep pit with his own eyes, and his spirit completely collapsed, and he cried out in despair, "You have been here. You have been here. Why? My father spent half his life on the nuclear ark. Life. That demon Howard took my father's heart. It's not fair. It should be my father who became a billionaire. It should be our Vanki family who became a huge Chable family. Nothing. Because of this robber, our family has nothing." Fang Quan was very satisfied with the sense of desperation emanating from him, but he still felt that it was not enough, so he snapped his fingers. Tony sighed and stepped forward. "Your father's arc technology is not mature. At that time, no matter the two core technologies of energy supply efficiency and reaction protection shell material, they could not satisfy the real implementation of this technology. It's a pretty vase. This technology appeared too early, a whole era earlier." Ivan Wonk's pupils shrank sharply. "No. This is impossible. You have already done it." Tony showed a bitter smile. "Where did you get the materials of the armor on your body and the materials of my armor?" Ivan Wonk's face turned pale instantly. "Material. How could it be like this? How could it be like this? Why?" At this moment, he knew where to sell. Tony pointed to the material on his chest. "This core reaction protective shell material is produced in the core material production department of Stark Group. This material was only developed 6 years ago. The materials needed for this technology appeared too late." Fang Quan dissipated the coercion, hugging his shoulders and admiring the whip rope. Whiplash Ivan Wonk knelt on the ground in despair. His eyes were blank and his expression was dull. "My father failed, he failed." The belief of more than 40 years collapsed in an instant. Tony said helplessly, "Your father is indeed a genius, but he doesn't want to admit that this technology is immature. He has angered the chief engineer many times, and he finally wants to take a gamble and sell this immature technology by himself," was eventually expelled. "You are a physicist and I am sure you know what happens when a half-baked nuclear technology is implemented." Quote, "His idea and direction were correct, but in the end, limited by the factors of the times, he regretted his death and failed to see the successful implementation of this technology." The whip rope Ivan Vanki removed his battle armor, covered his face with his hands, wept uncontrollably, his heart-piercing and lung-cracking voices. "If immature nuclear technology is implemented, it will kill millions of people at the lightest." This talented physicist in his 40s and 50s finally had to admit the bleakness of his father's life. If Anton Vanki was born 40 years later, he would become a warlord genius second only to Howard Stark. But in his stubborn life, he wanted to prove that he was not wrong, and wanted to break the shackles imposed on him by the times, but in the end he was devastated and unfortunately died on the couch all his life. Whiplash Ivan Wonk cried until his eyes were red and swollen, touched the material on the chest of the battle armor, and became more and more sad. Dad, we were wrong. This material comes from the Stark Group material factory. The task is completed, the number of lucky draws +1. Tony sighed deeply. Your father is indeed a fool who betrayed the motherland, but he is indeed an excellent scientist. It's just that he is too stubborn and paranoid to accept this reality, so he went to extremes. Ivan Wonk hugged the breastplate of the battle armor, crying bitterly, unable to speak. Why is he not? Fang Quan lamented. It's sad and deplorable. When a genius reaches the end of a certain field, he will find that the root of the field he has learned comes from the promotion and progress of the entire world civilization, and it is not a forest alone. There is always a time for manpower. Anton Vanki's life has come to a sad end. For the first time, Fang Quan didn't intend to kill a villain like this. He is stubborn and hateful, and so stubborn. Fang Quan waved his hand. For the sake of your father and Tony, I will spare your life. Tony saluted gratefully. I would like to express my gratitude to you on behalf of the Vanki family. The Vanki family once fell into the abyss because of a mistake, but after I know it, I want to make up for you, please don't refuse. Ivan Wonk cried and shook his head. No, my father doesn't want to see me become your lackey. Tony, how does this man talk? It's your father who made your family miserable, why are you relying on me? Fang Quan rolled his eyes. There is a version 2.0 micronuclear reactor to be implemented, come. Ivan Wonk stopped crying and hesitated for a while, really? Tony, SHIELD provides technical information support, This should be version 2.0 completed by my father after that. Ivan Wonk suddenly felt that he could not die. Impossible, the best technology is provided by my father. I can die, but you can't insult the hard work of my life. Tony rolled his eyes. Why don't you go ask the soul? It's ridiculous. How many years has your father been away from the research project, and my father has been in charge of the research project since then? Ivan Wonk stood up with wide-eyed eyes. I have technical drawings. Come on, I'll go and see with you. It must have been left by my dad. You have a reactor in your chest, and you will die of palladium poisoning sooner or later. Tony was so angry that his nose was crooked. Ghost leader, please open a teleportation. This is my father's property left to me, it must have been designed by him himself. The two stared at each other with big eyes, and neither of them would accept the other. The big blood feud was put aside immediately, and they spat at each other because of the painstaking efforts of their father, and walked towards the shadow portal while spraying each other. Fang Quan watched it for fun, and thought it was interesting, and it's okay if the situation becomes like this. The matter of the whip was settled. Fang Quan looked at Red Skull, who was standing stiffly in the distance. Red Skull managed to force a smile. Lord Mephisto, I'm good at training soldiers, and I think I'm also very useful. Fang Quan also showed a smile. No, you should die like a shit-stirring stick. Whether it is the order of justice or the order of darkness, Fang Quan feels that this kind of thing that fears the end of the world cannot be tolerated. In order to become stronger and immortal, Hydra almost opened the portal of Tesseract and attracted the army of the alien empire. Unlike Shield's unintentional mistakes, does Snake really want to pick up the inhuman strong hive descending on Blue Star? Although Fang Quan considers himself a Dark Mephisto, he is also a Dark Mephisto of the human race. In humans, the experimental goods of the Carey Empire are also worthy of invading Blue Star. Fang Quan stretched out his palm, aimed at Red Skull, and smiled kindly. Guess, can you survive this time? The immortal Mr. Red Skull. Red Skull's pupils narrowed into needles, knowing that this Dark Mephisto has seen all his secrets, and resolutely activated all his spiritual power to Tesseract. Attack. Waves of azure energy began to fly from his chest. 5 giant super tanks, more than 100 sets of intelligent steel mechas and surviving Hydra soldiers fired instantly, attacking the Dark Mephisto fearlessly and protecting their leader. At this moment, no one escapes, only absolute loyalty. Fang Quan appreciates it quite a bit, but that's all. The force of time and space exploded according to Fang Quan's will, covering a radius of more than 20 kilometers in an instant, and everything around him came to a standstill. All life forms have been pressed the pause button. Relying on the Tesseract and its own superior spiritual power, Red Skull struggled to move his pupils, and noticed the strangeness of time being slowed down. Only despair remained in his eyes. Even if he has a divine weapon, he is just a mortal. The distance between mortals and gods can never be erased. Fang Quan stepped forward, and stood in front of the desperate Red Skull the next second. What last words do you have? Red Skull is rapidly consuming vitality, squeezing himself to activate the Tesseract. Tears began to well up in his eyes, and his voice paused slightly. No, I don't understand. You are obviously a god, why should you stand on the side of humans? You are God, why should you care about people's thoughts and feelings? God is God, a high god, why should he protect people? Fang Quan chuckled, pointing his finger on Red Skull's forehead. Because, I am willing. The Red Skull turned into dust in an instant, and the powerful spiritual body was just an ant in front of the soul of Mephisto. Fang Quan waved lightly, and the Tesseract flew into his palm. Fang Quan played with it. Curiosity arose in his eyes, and he carefully felt the energy in it. It's interesting, is this the power of the rule level? However, I seem to have the same class. Fang Quan applied a little force, and 10 non-stop running charms appeared in the palm of his hand. Fang Quan chuckled. Throw the Tesseract to the Hulk banner. Tell S.H.I.E.L.D. to borrow the Tesseract for a while, and return it after the Iron Legion is fully charged. By the way, let the Absorber Way assimilates the energy, lest there is no place to charge it in the future. Quote. Tesseract stagnated in midair after breaking away from Fang Quan's hands. Strictly speaking, I have 12 rule powers. What infinite gems can do, so can the source of 12 spells. What infinite gems cannot do, 12 charms can still do. This thing is suitable for playing, He Chang. Fang Quan looked at the mission panel and began to draw prizes. End of lottery. Tiger charm. Active. Create an avatar. Passive. Authority of order and chaos. A look of surprise flashed in Fang Quan's eyes. The tiger talisman combined with the origin of the talisman possessed by him turned out to be the power of order and chaos. These are the two original powers of the universe. Speaking of two words that everyone is familiar with, they are the authority of entropy gift and entropy reduction. It also happens to be the essence of the idea of pure order that Fang Quan believes in. If these two powers cooperate with other powers, they can both exert huge amounts of luang. As long as Fang Quan is willing, he can even create everything that exists in this universe. Everything that does not exist in this universe can also evolve through authority. Fang Quan laughed for a while. The way of truth is so interesting. Fang Quan shook his head with a smile, snapped his fingers, and all the enemies around him were turned into ashes and annihilated in an instant. The time and space force is fully absorbed in the body. The Tesseract hits Hulk Banner on the head, startling him. What the hell? He looked down to see the Tesseract, and hurriedly bent down to pick it up. Baby hit his foot. Hulk looked up and saw that the surrounding enemies were turning into dust and slowly dissipating. He couldn't help but shuddered. The dark Mephisto Fang Quan boss is too fierce. The battle of our beatings was resolved in less than a second when it came to him. Fang Quan suddenly let out a light sigh, and looked towards the distant sky, where a thunder meteor was breaking through the atmosphere and flying at a high speed. On this thunder meteor, there is also an extremely powerful divine power wrapped around it. Fang Quan was surprised. This is the old and disrespectful person. Why is he still throwing garbage in the universe? Challenge task. Defeat Thor. Trample on these foreign gods who dare to invade Blue Star. Task reward. Number of spell draws +1. Fang Quan knew who this cosmic trash was almost instantly. Thor, the son of Odin, the brash muscular man, the god of war with a sincere heart. Soon, the second meteor wrapped in the power of thunder and God also fell from the sky, also wrapped in the powerful power of the God King. However, unlike the first thunder meteor, this thunder meteor also exudes a powerful sealed calendar. Fang Quan raised his eyebrows. So, this is Mjolnir. After Thor violated Odin's restricted area, he was expelled from the lower realm to the Blue Star to experience the test, and he could only return to Asgard God's domain after receiving corresponding approval. Thinking of this, Fang Quan felt uncomfortable. A group of aliens use my Blue Star as a training ground. Come and leave whenever you want. I'll screw your heads off. Ancient One is willing to tolerate these things for the sake of the overall situation. You stupid grandchildren don't know the heights of the sky and the depths of the earth, and you don't take my dark Mephisto seriously. After all, I am too gentle to start, making you feel that I am dark and Mephisto is too easy to talk. Hulk Banner looked at the meteor in the distance, with question marks all over his head. My lord, what's up? Fang Quan snorted disdainfully. Teach these guys who throw rubbish at Blue Star a lesson. A gorgeous portal opened, and the intellectual elder sister walked out with her bumpy body, wearing a white dress and high heels, and said speechlessly, trash. No, that's Thor, the heir to the throne of Asgard. She glanced and saw the Tesseract on the side, surprised. Why, you also want to collect infinite gems? Infinite gems artifacts, for the supreme powerhouses like them, only 6 infinite gems can form a powerful boost. A few alone are quite tasteless. Ancient One saw Fang Quan's indifferent face again. Knowing that this guy would never waste his time explaining, he simply went back in time to see what happened here. After a glance, Ancient One was a little surprised, but that was all, so he simply skipped it. Just a bunch of ignorant mortals. Ancient One switched back to the topic again, with a rather helpless expression. For Odin's sake, for my sake, and for the sake of this guy not being our enemy, please don't cause trouble. Not wanting to have a duel with old Odin. Not all aliens are our enemies, let alone an alien Protoss on a strategic ally. Quote. Fang Quan showed disdain. That's why you swallowed your anger. Ancient One, I'm not like you. If I'm not happy, even if the Asgard gods come to war with me, I'd be happy to fight them. Ancient One rolled his eyes wildly. Ah, yes, you have the Empire of Shadows, but I don't. You are strong and you are justified. You are awesome with your personality. Fang Quan snorted coldly. Your kindness and magic can convince the enemy, but my darkness and destruction can make them fear me, fear me, fear me. I will make them dare not set foot on Blue Star territory again. Don't dare to offend the majesty of my human race again. Not at all. Ancient One was silent for a while, and said, yes, wisdom and benevolence can make people submit. Tyranny and destruction are the same. I won't stop your actions, but I can't participate in your actions either. I am responsible for the overall situation of Blue Star civilization. If it weren't for the weak Blue Star civilization, unable to compete with these powerful interstellar civilizations, how could I be willing to be an Asgardian who swallowed his anger? Back then, I was also the Sorcerer Supreme who killed all directions, shocked the world, single-handedly challenged all worlds, and had the blood of the enemy on my hands. Later, after assuming the responsibility of Asgardian, he has to become stable, become mature, and become patterned. Ancient One was a little autistic, and didn't want to say anything more, turned around with a gloomy face, walked back to the portal and left. Hulk Banner stared blankly for a moment, completely confused about what the two big shots were doing. What alien Protoss? Fang Quan's face was slightly gloomy, and he was a little dissatisfied with Ancient One's performance, but he also admired her responsibility. This Asgardian, who has used magic to protect human civilization for hundreds of years in a low-key manner, has been a dedicated and selfless devotee, surviving for the safety of all living beings. Only, she forgot to live for herself. Fang Quan could not understand such a thing. Why can't a good person live for himself? If you have to give up yourself to be a good person, then who will be a good person in the future? Fang Quan's eyes changed slightly, and he breathed out, wait a week, if this matter is not over in a week, I will take action myself. This week, it is for the sake of Ancient One. A week later, Thor, the god of intrigue, and Loki will still be on the Blue Star, using their internal conflicts to hurt the interests of the Blue Star humans. Then I will shoot without mercy. 3 days later. Landing site of Mjolnir, New Mexico. Here has been established a sound protective equipment and regulatory equipment. Phil Coulson is in the command center, with his hands folded, holding the walkie-talkie in his hand, feeling, this thing is really powerful, just put it here, it can form a strong magnetic field, and even slightly distort the curvature of space. You say, this kind of thing, who can wield it? The researcher who calculated the data smiled and said, the King in Black. Boss, tell me, could this be the weapon of the King in Black? To be honest, just an estimate, the weight of this hammer is already equivalent to a fixed star core. However, the most peculiar thing is that not only did the hammer fail to pierce the ground and fall into the center of the earth, but it was able to suspend here with the passively formed magnetic field, which is really amazing. Quote. When the other people heard the words, they immediately chattered. Yeah, I'm afraid only the King in Black can lift this hammer. Because he is the only one who has faced Fixed Star, even flew to Fixed Star for a walk, and returned to the surface unscathed. How can other people have this strength? Hey, do you think the King in Black is an ancient mutant? I think this is quite possible. Maybe the characters in the myths recorded by our ancestors are all ancient and powerful mutants. It's possible that under the huge mutant base, some extremely powerful long-lived species that cannot be estimated by common sense are too normal. Everyone chatted happily, and even tried to connect the King in Black with the dark gods in ancient mythology, to see if they could find interesting internal connections. Phil Coulson did know some inside information, stroking his chin. You tell me, if I go to the King in Black, can I get some clues from him? Powerful, immortal, and King of Darkness, Fang Quan must know more than he does. The researchers all silenced and looked at each other. Why don't you think about it again? A fool from Hydra offended the King in Black because of his rude words, and the entire organization has become history. Definitely, I'm not saying you're an idiot. But the temperament of the King in Black is really elusive. Yeah, this Dark King is moody and completely different from ordinary people. If you make him frown, I'm afraid we will become history too. Well, let's just say, there's no point in putting the entire SHIELD's life on it just to investigate a hammer, boss. As soon as this Dark Mephisto said one word, the entire Eagle Kingdom revolved around his will, and the Hydra organization was beaten so hard that they wanted to dig into the ground to survive. There are also those powerful black-clothed ninjas who chased and killed Hydra members without sleep, and drove some powerful elites who could fly planes and chariots to escape crazy, and finally committed suicide in despair. No targeted Hydra member can escape the pursuit of the ninja in black. And it all started because some stupid senator wanted to impeach. Just because he thought about it, the whole Hydra organization became a thing of the past. Those of them who participated in the siege are all too aware of HYDRA's organizational power. These guys have set the technology tree to be 50 years ahead of the world. Even so, it didn't slow down the speed of death at all. There is no scum left of the whole organization, literally no scum left. Phil Coulson shrugged, reluctantly giving up the idea. If it is not necessary, it is better not to disturb the Dark King lightly. The Dark Lord has orders to convey. A shadow appeared on the ground of the command center, and the absorber David walked out of the shadow with a majestic expression. Phil Coulson was taken aback, and hurriedly corrected his posture. Please come in. After seeing that the Dark Legion was immortal and powerful, chasing and killing ability without sleep, he didn't dare to take an offensive gesture, for fear that his family or shield would become history. The absorber David cleared his throat. My king said that after 4 days, if you can't solve this problem, he will personally expel these alien gods. Phil Coulson dumbfounded. Alien god? What alien god? Isn't that a supernatural hammer? The researchers in the command center were also dumbfounded. How did these alien gods pop up? Where is the spirit? Why do you feel this is a serious issue? Absorber David finished speaking from the dark Mephisto, his expression relaxed, and he shrugged. I don't know, my king is not very interested, and didn't say much. All I know is that he doesn't like Thor and Loki being on the blue star. Don't ask me where these two people are, I don't know anything. Quote. Phil Coulson was stunned. Then what should I do? Where can I find these two alien gods? The absorber David looked at him sympathetically. I don't know, but my king's mood is not very good. I think you should find a way to solve this matter quickly, and wait for my king to take action. I'm afraid the nature of the matter is different. Phil Coulson was dumbfounded, staring dryly at Phil Coulson. Are there really two alien gods in Blue Star? Blue Star is so big, how can I find it? Are you sure it's not Dark Mephisto trying to beat us up? Shield, any excuse? Half of us were killed by you, how dare you provoke you? Absorber David shrugged. To be honest, when my king said alien gods, I believed them. But when he said Thor and the trick god Loki, I think my king's definition of these gods, it may be different from the definition we know. To be sure, these are not Norse mythology legends, but real events. My king is a very lazy person, otherwise he wouldn't waste his energy asking me to inform you of this matter for no reason. Phil Coulson suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and turned to look at the supervision center. You said, could that hammer be Thor's weapon? Absorber David glanced at it and shrugged. I can be sure that this hammer contains at least the power of an old fixed star, but I don't know more. Hey, to be honest, before I came here, I thought it was because my king was in a bad mood and wanted to beat you Shield. But looking at it now, what my king said is true. Quote. Absorber David was surprised when he noticed the power of the hammer. Phil Coulson, with a certainty in mind. So, these two gods will definitely be involved in this weapon. Ah no, this divine weapon. With such a powerful weapon, even aliens would value it very much. The absorber David thought for a while, and said seriously, well, I'll come to guard your place for a while to see what's going on. I'm also curious about what the king said. What happened to those two alien gods? Quote, Phil Coulson wished he could stay, and immediately arrange the best treatment conditions. Just as he was talking, he didn't notice at all that there was another feminine young man in aristocratic clothes standing in the command center. Loki felt the dark power emanating from the white-haired old man, slightly startled. When did Midgard have such a powerful dark life form? And this Dark King, what is going on? Why do you know that my big brother and I will descend on Blue Star? Is this a powerful dark magician king? Loki's eyes scanned the shadows under David's feet, and saw a passage leading to another dark universe. Fake. Father shouldn't have exiled the big brother here, I have to take Schwenschuan back. It was his own idea to frame the big brother and be exiled, but he still couldn't do it and watch the big brother, Prince Thor, be exiled by another strong man. If the proud big brother goes through this incident, he will definitely be completely autistic. Moreover, This enemy is too dangerous, Big Brother might be in danger of life. Loki's breathing stopped for half a minute, and he faintly felt a strong sense of urgency. This strong man who has not yet appeared as a dark strong man in charge of a world, and as a huge amounts of threat to God's domain. Surely he'd be happy to kill the heir to Asgard's dominion. This is the crisis of death brought about by the relationship of natural opposition. Loki couldn't hold back anymore. He couldn't care less about exposing the fact that he was smuggled into Midgard to do things, so he hurriedly contacted Celestial Guard Heimdall. Heimdall, quickly help me find my big brother, he is now being targeted by a strong man from the Dark Universe. Heimdall's voice was slightly hurried. What? How come? It's only been thrown down for 3 days, and people are watching. Done. This is the mortal enemy of Asgard, God's domain, and only those who have the mind and energy to do it can do it. Apart from the enemy, who has nothing to do and would stare at the heir of God's domain to chase after him. 50 miles to the east. Thor is making out with a mortal woman, Loki. 6. Loki. Are you sure this is my brother's mentality and appearance after being exiled? 6. All I can say is 6. Brother, you were disqualified from the throne, you were exiled, and you were deprived of your divine power. Not only are you not motivated, but you and I are making out with beautiful women, wasting our time. I should kill you. You are not worthy to be a god king. Loki was so angry that he turned on the wind magic and went to the target location. When Loki arrived, he saw the big brother leaning against a car, hugging a mortal woman and kissing deeply. Loki flying in midair as a sliding shovel. Boom. Forehead kidney. Thor flew straight out, clutching his waist with one hand, and slammed into the road sign beside him, leaving a big hole. Loki was fuming. Thor, have you forgotten that you are the prince of Asgard? No matter what time it is, it's still not in shape. Jane Foster covered her mouth, looking in shock at the feminine young man who suddenly appeared. Thor pulled his head out of the road sign, and the edge of the cracked iron cut his cheek, and the blood oozed from the wound, making him look extremely horrific. Thor looked at the trick god Loki with surprise on his face. Loki. Why are you here? Loki went up and kicked again. If I don't kick you to death today, I'm not Loki. Thor skillfully predicted and dodged, holding him with a side hand. I knew you wouldn't abandon me. Loki wanted to shake it off with all his strength, but he thought that the big brother was already a good-for-nothing mortal, so he didn't make a move after all. You are being targeted by a dark and strong man, hurry up and follow me. Snow, I want to prove myself, but I can't afford to sacrifice my big brother's life. Thor shook his head resolutely. No, I refuse. Loki's eyes widened and his mouth opened wide. Do you know what you're talking about? This is not your time to be a hero, you should come back with me now. Do you think you're still the Thor? You have no power. You can't fight anymore. Thor pointed to Jane Foster on the side. Jane helped me, and her information was taken away by a mortal organization called S.H.I.E.L.D. As an Asgard, I need to repay my favor. Loki, didn't you hear what I just said? Thor looked indifferent. I heard, a dark strong man is after me. Loki was shocked. Did you land face first or feet first? Face. Do you want to die? Thor straightened his chest and clenched his fists. Loki, we're Asgardians, what is our charge slogan? For Asgard, ah. Loki subconsciously blurted out, for the honor of Asgard. After finishing speaking, Loki wished he could slap himself. Thor patted his brother on the shoulder very satisfied. For the honor of Asgard, I will retrieve the information for Ms. Jane. After thinking about it, Loki gritted his teeth. Okay, I'll help. But you must also get back Mjolnir as soon as possible. After getting it, we will go home immediately. The single-minded fool. It's impossible to keep two things in your head at the same time. Thor laughed loudly. Okay, as long as I stand in front of Mjolnir, it's not too late. 3 hours later, night. Jane is lying on her back behind a small hill, with Thor and Loki lying beside her. Loki's face was extraordinarily exciting. Here is her information. What's the difference between this and the sheep returning to the tiger's hole? Why do you think I was in such a hurry to take you away? Loki's heart shudders at the thought of the dark energy in the gray-haired old man. Thor surprised. Yeah, my weapon is here too. Look, what a wonderful thing, we can do two things at once. Loki looked at the big brother's headless but able to fight, there was a beauty missing the brainstem. Loki frowned and thought about it carefully. If he made a move, the traces of divine power would be too obvious, and he might be noticed by the dark powerhouse. And the reckless big brother has been deprived of his divine power, so it is most appropriate for him to make a move. As long as the big brother takes back Mjolnir and regains his divine power, running at the speed of light will not be a problem. Loki decisively patted Thor on the shoulder. Big brother, even though you have no power, you are still a muscular man with no brains, come on. You beat them all by yourself. Upon hearing this, Thor agreed with great satisfaction. It's indeed a good plan, just wait for me to fly out. Thor took off his coat and put it on Jane's body to protect her from the cold, stood up with a bright smile, showing two muscular arms with a sunny temperament all over his body and strode towards the camp. Jane watched the whole process of the conversation between the two brothers dumbfounded, and said in disbelief, "You let him rush in and beat up a group of people by himself, is that a good plan asterisk? Are you brothers both mentally ill? One dares to speak, the other dares to act. This is a plan. What kind of plan is this? Take out the brains of the two of you brothers, is it enough to play half of it?" The trick god Loki looked at Jane with contempt. "Stupid mortal, you don't understand how powerful my big brother is." Jane raised her eyebrows, opened her mouth slightly, and her face was full of disbelief. "Do you not understand the power of thermal weapons?" Bang bang bang. Gunshots were heard in the camp. Loki and Jane hurriedly looked over and saw Thor beating a group one by one, holding a human shield with one hand, and opening the way with one fist. Loki breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he just has no brains, it's not like he can't fight. Jane was shocked. "You are not sure, you let him in." Loki gasped. "Enough, stupid woman. If it weren't for you, I would have brought my big brother home." Jane had no choice but to shut up obediently, and watch the scene below with a telescope, concerned about whether Thor was injured. Loki's mood also calmed down. He snorted disdainfully, and hurriedly paid attention to what his brainless big brother had become. The agents in the camp saw that Thor was not carrying a weapon, so they stopped firing but stepped forward to fight. Thor saw it, overjoyed, and punched a kid. Even if he loses his divine power, he is still a berserker who has been professionally trained since he was a child, and even a fierce man who has gone through more than 1,000 battles. How could he be afraid of close combat? The human agent was like a child in front of this 1,000-year-old berserk warrior. Thor beat him fiercely and suffered from the beating. In less than 5 minutes, Thor broke into the inner camp and ran excitedly towards Mjolnir. Jane was dumbfounded. "Is that how it got in?" Loki proudly said. "See, my brother, he is a man who works hard all by himself." Lao Fei, Jotunheim, the ice giant king of the capital star of the Frost civilization, and the strong man who can wrestle with Odin. Jane looked at him with contempt. "You're such a nonsense, does Thor know?" Just when the two were fighting each other for Thor's desperate and painful wailing came from the inner circle of the camp. Loki heard his heart twitch, and hurriedly looked towards the center of the camp, and saw the big brother kneeling in front of Mjolnir, who was supposed to be obedient like a child. "Stay in place without moving." Loki opened his mouth wide, eyes full of shock. "It's over. My brother can't afford Mjolnir anymore. What was the spell that my father cast at that time? Godhead. Father, did you remember to leave a back door when you were cruel? Now your eldest son's life is in danger." Jane looked at Thor's distraught look, and felt distressed. "What's wrong with him?" Shocked, Loki replied casually. "He won't lift it, what else can he do?" Jane quickly became nervous. "Stop lifting. Is the problem serious?" Loki felt weird when he heard it, turned his head and frowned. "He can't even lift it, so the problem can still be light." Jane said cautiously. "I know some big men in medicine, why don't you take him to see them? There are some big men who will definitely bring him back to glory." Loki finally came to his senses, and looked at Jane as if he was looking at a piece of garbage, spicy chicken with a head full of yellow waste. "I really don't understand how the big brother fell in love with such a woman." Jane heard the scolding, looked at his expression again, and instantly realized that she had misunderstood the meaning, blushed a lot, and couldn't help exhaling embarrassingly hot air. "Ha, it's so bright tonight, there is no moon." Loki was thinking about whether to go down to save the big brother, but he saw his brother stand up again after losing his mind, and waved his fists to fight in all directions. Loki was full of question marks. What is this for? Jane. Yeah, I want to ask this question too. Under the strong onlookers of the two, Thor beat up a group of people, and after finding the car where Jane's notes and instruments were placed, he hurriedly grabbed the notes and rushed out. Behind him, the agents put on anesthesia bombs one after another. Thor swayed from side to side and ran wildly, avoiding the attack with the help of obstacles, and rushed out perfectly. After Thor rushed out, he smiled brightly and waved to Jane and Loki, "Hey, drive." Loki looked worried, but when he saw how brave the big brother was, he smiled proudly. "Did you see that?" Boom. There was a thunderstorm. Loki was so frightened that he trembled all over, and hurriedly got down. He is not afraid of thunder, he is afraid of Big Brother's thunder. Every time the Big Brother gets angry, he hits him with thunder, knocking him out of the psychological shadow. Jane didn't shrink her head, but looked at Thor, who was struck by lightning, in shock and sorrow. "You." Thor, smoking all over, struggled to his feet. Boom. Thor, who had just got up, fell down again, his legs twitching. Boom. The third thunder struck, and Thor became a complete acquaintance. Loki perceives that the Big Brother is still alive, so he rushes towards Thor regardless of his fear, turning into a gust of wind and hugging Thor. After embracing Thor, Loki didn't even bother to look back to see who had released the thunder. He hurriedly summoned the wind to engulf him flight, took the grief-stricken Jane with him, and took him away. Boom, boom, boom. The fourth thunder, the fifth thunder, the sixth thunder. In an instant, there was a thunderstorm, and thunderbolts struck Loki, the god of tricks. Loki tightly shielded the two of them in front of his chest, and used his back to forcefully catch the thunder's attack. He spurted out a large amount of blood, staining Big Brother Thor's face and chest red, and half of Jane's face. Loki's eyes were red, his teeth were clenched tightly, and blood flowed from the gaps between his teeth, forming blood droplets and sliding down his mouth. He tried his best to activate the magic, and took the two of them away quickly. On the ground, S.H.I.E.L.D. monitors the camp. Absorber David stopped the thunder in his hand and frowned. What a powerful body. It took 3 thunderbolts before he fell into a coma, and the one who could fly was stronger, and several thunderbolts only injured him, and did not make him lose his combat ability. Phil Coulson was very surprised. It was a fight between gods and gods. This. Mr. David, what's going on here? A macho man who can make many agents into babies appeared, and then there was the figure who summoned the wind and resisted the thunder. That Lei Ting was as strong as a car, yet he didn't keep those few people behind. David's right fingertips flashed with lightning, and he was surprised. I don't know, it's weird, and it's highly resistant to energy. The feeling of being struck is a bit like an elephant. The bones of these guys are denser than the blue ones. Starman is several times taller. Phil Coulson's eyes widened. Alien gods. That's it. Doesn't it look fierce? Wrong. Still very fierce. Phil Coulson looked at the agent lying on the ground crying, very helpless. However, it seems can be solved with heat weapons. Quote, Absorber David shook his head. No, hot weapons won't work on them. If I didn't have the blessing of the Dark King, I'm afraid it would be difficult for me to break the defense of these two people. Phil Coulson dared not take the bigwig's opinion lightly. What do you mean? Absorber David. I will inform my son to come and assist, and you are ready to fight. Whoever they are, they will definitely come to Mjolnir again. 1 inch. Absorber David thought for a while, and imitated Fang Quan and snapped his fingers. Swipe, swipe. In an instant, 4 ghost soldiers appeared in front of the Absorber David as if they were teleporting at an extremely fast speed. The Absorber David looked indifferent. Check out the movements of those 2 people. The ghost soldiers turned into shadows and quickly dispersed. Phil Coulson looked at these dark soldiers enviously. Is King Fang still recruiting? Absorber David shrugged. There is no 5 insurances and 1 housing fund, and it depends on immortality to go to work. Phil Coulson. Sorry to bother you. The 2 exchanged briefly, but found no more clues, so they returned Wong Nuo's again. Phil Coulson called to adjust the surveillance to see if he could find more clues. While on the phone, Phil Coulson asked David curiously, Mr. David, why don't you try to pull it out? Maybe you can pull that hammer out. Absorber David looked at Phil Coulson like a fool. You are an ordinary person, you may not be able to detect it. But I can detect that the hammer is covered with ultra-high density hidden Thor power. Do you want me to turn into fly ash? I am a dark being, not a mortal. What is the difference between touching this kind of thing and courting death? Phil Coulson. Okay. 30 kilometers away. Loki staggered and knelt on the ground, put Jane aside, and then gently put his brother in his arms on the ground. Loki wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his hair standing on end like a big cock. Jane knelt beside Thor with heartache. Thor, why are you so stupid? You shouldn't risk your life for the notes. In the left hand of the comatose Thor, Jane's research notes are tightly held. Loki waved. Get out of the way, I'll wake him up. Jane stepped aside in a hurry, looking expectantly at how this man with the magical ability would wake up his elder brother. Loki crawled to Thor's side, rolling up the sleeves on both hands alternately, with a stern look on his face. Jane faintly felt something was wrong. But I haven't had time to think about it. Jane was dumbfounded. Loki bowed left and right, and slapped Thor's face fiercely with both hands. Papa, let you pick up a woman. You don't want to lift. Sabi Thor, no prince's sense of responsibility. The first thing in the nether is to pick up a woman. Instead of going to Mjolnir. You are really spiritual when you carry the artifact that you have carried around for thousands of years. There is no woman in my heart, the hammer is a natural god. Do you understand? Loki hates iron but not steel, hates brother for not being a god. After slapping his mouth a few times, the comatose Thor screamed in pain, opened his eyes dimly, and saw Loki, who had turned into a concerned expression. Thor felt the burning pain on his face, stretched out his hand and touched the burning area. He couldn't help but gasp because of the pain. Why does my face hurt so much? Loki shook his numb palm, with a concerned expression on his face. You were struck by lightning, but you were struck several times in one breath. Thor heard that there was an explanation, and subconsciously skipped the matter. His face was full of grief. I have lost my godhead, and I can no longer pick up the hammer. Loki was also very helpless. Brother, why don't we run away? The longer you stay, the easier it is to hang up. If you can't get the magic hammer, you can't get it. You can go back and beg your father. Thor looked at him like a fool. You left your magic dagger there, and you went straight home. Loki's eyes widened suddenly. How can I give up my precious dagger? After finishing speaking, Luigi wished he could slap himself a few times. After my brother hit the ground with his face first, his head opened up. Has the smart IQ returned to the high ground? How can you be so rhythmic? Thor looked serious. Until I get back the hammer, I will not return to God's domain, I will become a god again. Loki, the god of trickery, clapped blankly. Okay, well said. Big brother, you stupid brain. Loki has already made up his mind. As long as the situation is wrong, he can directly ask Heimdall to summon Bifrost to teleport home, even if he knocks out Thor and takes him back. Thor frowned, showing a rare deep thought. Loki, how do you think I can get back the hammer? My father is testing me, but I have no idea what the content of the test is. Thor is like a scumbag who didn't listen to the lecture, trying to think with his brain. Loki couldn't help it, and laughed. Loki was laughing as Thor thought about it. Loki laughed twice, cleared his throat, and said seriously, Father said that only when you are qualified can you pick up the hammer again. Thor blinked, and looked at him with clear and stupid big eyes. What qualifications? Loki rolled his eyes. Good question. I don't know. How do I know what the test my father gave you will be? I'm just a little more careful than you, paying more attention to the spell on the hammer. Thor dumbfounded. Then what now? With Loki, he used to ask his brother for his opinion. Because my younger brother has a smart brain, which is different from his brand new and completely unused brain. Loki fell silent. This qualification has two answers, either your qualification as a prince, or your qualification as a king. But to be honest, Loki doesn't know what these two answers look like in the eyes of Odin, the king who made the question. If he knew the answer, he would be the king, not this reckless big brother. This war-mad big brother will only bring disaster to Asgard. Thor circled around and thought of a point to try. Maybe it will allow me to be recognized by the hammer again. Brother, I will go through a heroic battle to get the hammer to recognize me again. Loki opened his mouth in disbelief. How did you manage to copy the wrong answer in front of me? Have you listened carefully to my analysis? It is the qualification of a prince or the qualification of a god king, not the approval of the hammer. Jane couldn't help but slapped her forehead with a slap, and fully felt the beauty of the man she admired, when he didn't use his brain. Schwebe had already pasted the answer all over his face, and he could still tear off half of the answer, only seeing a word of God. I drop God. The more Thor thought about it, the more he felt that he was right, and even became more confident, exuding a sunny aura all over his body. When I recover from my injury, I will do it again. Loki felt a breath stuck in his throat, feeling very uncomfortable, completely unable to understand what the world looks like in the eyes of this scumbag. Although I know that my big brother is extremely stupid, but every time I appreciate the stupidity of my big brother, I always feel out of breath. Loki's face turned red, and he said after a long time, "Okay. What else can I do? I can only mess around with Big Brother." My Lord Father, how can this idiot deserve to be the king of the Asgard god realm? Could it be because he has a brand new brain that has never been used? Fang Quan got the report from the Absorber David, so he directly opened the portal and came to the Hammer camp. Phil Coulson led all the staff to greet them respectfully, and the lineup was very generous. I'm afraid the Dark King might be a little bit dissatisfied. Fang Quan waved his hand indifferently, signaling these people to back off. What to do? I don't like this kind of hypocrisy and useless scene. I like everyone to do business. No matter the order of justice or the order of darkness, only order can make the life form and this world get along well. Chaos is not good, chaos will only bring boring disaster. When Phil Coulson saw it, he immediately asked everyone to return to their posts, for fear that the Dark King would be dissatisfied. The Absorber David reported the situation last night, and Phil Coulson played the video with a notebook in his hand. Fang Quan took a glance and recognized these three people. This feminine young man is Loki, the god of trickery, and the one who can beat all your agents to the ground is Thor who has lost his divine power. And this beautiful woman is a researcher. Aurora astrophysicist Jane Foster. Phil Coulson was slightly shocked. Can you know her name? Fang Quan glanced at him, with an expression on his face. It's not difficult. Thor didn't lift the hammer. Absorber David nodded. Yes, my king, after Thor got close to Mjolnir, this artifact had abnormal energy fluctuations, but that's all. Thor, like everyone else, couldn't pick up this hammer. Fang Quan nodded, expressing understanding. There are 3 days left. If Thor can't pick up the hammer and leave Blue Star within 3 days, I will do it myself. Absorber David tentatively asked, My lord, do I need to help this Thor regain the hammer? Fang Quan's eyes turned slightly cold. What do you think? Absorber David immediately bowed slightly. This kind of despicable alien deserves to be expelled if he doesn't do well. The subordinates will do their best to protect Mjolnir and prevent it from falling into the hands of this inferior alien with a bad temper. Quote. Phil Coulson was stunned for a moment. Brother, you were a chameleon in your previous life, right? You were Thor 1 second, and you became an inferior alien in the next second. On discrimination, I still have to learn from you. Fang Quan's expression softened. Find me a place where I can enjoy the scenery easily, I want to appreciate this. Phil Coulson hastily stretched out his hand. Please come this way, there is a commanding height over there, but the wind is relatively strong, I will give you later. Fang Quan waved his hand. No matter how strong the wind is, can it be as strong as the solar wind? Phil Coulson choked, and could only nod with a smile, and personally led the Dark King to the commanding heights. After the Dark King sat on the commanding heights, the entire camp became quiet. Everyone was cautious in doing things, not daring to make an extra noise, for fear of offending Mephisto, who holds the power of life and death. After all, this Mephisto can really kill. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed by. During these 3 days, after Thor was bandaged, he took his brother Loki to raid the camp again and again, trying to pick up Mjolnir each time, but without success. However, every time he escaped, he would leave with the research equipment built by Jane Foster. In 3 days, Thor has almost pulled out half of the research equipment. Fang Quan sat silently on the commanding heights, watching all the farces coldly, neither eating nor drinking, like a statue, even his breath became silent. Seeing Fang Quan's gesture, Phil Coulson didn't dare to disturb him easily. After asking the absorber David that Mephisto didn't need sleep and food, he made some calculations and finally chose to give up Fawn to avoid bad luck. CBBF. Finally, the sun rose on the fourth day. Fang Quan felt his body continuously absorbing the power of light to strengthen the cells, and exhaled a mouthful of heat from the power of the sun, and a stream of pure golden sun god power flew out from his mouth and nose, turning into a long rainbow and piercing through the supernatural power camp. Minister. Fang Quan moved his wrist, his eyes were calm. Seeing this, the absorber David hurriedly flew in front of him and knelt down in midair. My king, what is your order? Fang Quan's eyes were calm. In the past few days, you have done a good job, I am very satisfied, what kind of reward do you want? In the past few days, the absorber David figured out his meaning very accurately. Every time he seriously injured Thor, leaving him without face at all, and scratched Fang Quan's itchy heart. But it also leaves Thor with a tiny bit of basic access to Mjolnir without giving him too much time to try. This speed, no more, no less, happened to be at the place Fang Quan liked very much. Taught Thor a sufficient lesson, let him feel that on the territory of Blue Star, he also has to be humble and cautious, and not arrogant and domineering. I believe Thor will have a deep impression on Blue Star after returning to Asgard God domain. The corner of David's lips raised subconsciously, and he quickly suppressed it. I want to beg to work by my king's side and become my king's most loyal servant. Fang Quan tapped the chair he was sitting on with his fingers, and casually threw the grapes brought by the ghost soldiers to the absorber David. I like keeping pets, but I haven't found a three-legged warhorse yet, help me find one, keep it. When I want to use it, you can take it out. David, the absorber, caught the grapes in a hurry, heard the implication, was ecstatic, and bowed his head to accept the order. Thank you, guest. Are there any three-legged war horses in the world? No. What this sentence means is that David, his absorber, can use this name as a banner, use it to summon the Dark Legion, and use it as an order to do many things. He has received the gift of power from the Dark Lord. However, the gift of power is not capricious. Absorber David knew very well that he could not live up to the trust of the Dark King, otherwise, the Dark King would punish himself on the grounds that he did not find the three-legged horse. Although it is now just a secret gift of power and has not become a subordinate of the Dark King on the surface, the absorber David is very satisfied. This means that he is one step closer to the center of the Dark King's empire. The King of Darkness can easily bestow eternal life, but he can also bestow powerful power. Following the Dark King is the wisest choice for oneself. Fang Quan's eyes became indifferent. Tonight I will take action personally to suppress these two ignorant little kids. If you make Phil Coulson and the others prepare to evacuate, Odin is very likely to attack me. Absorber David respectfully accepted the order, obey. At the moment, in an RV 50 miles to the east. Thor touched his afro, and exhaled smoke. That old man must be humiliating me. With an afro head that was struck by lightning, Loki tacitly followed the big brother. He spit out black smoke. There is no doubt, it is. The nature of the matter changed. In the beginning, Loki just wanted to help the big brother get back the magic hammer, and then ran away at the speed of light. But after being severely beaten twice, Loki desperately wants to win the battle, to prove that he is also the prince of the Asgard god realm, to prove his strength, to prove himself. Glory to your own strength. Then Loki was beaten a third time. Loki felt very speechless. That guy's energy resistance is perfect. No matter what energy he absorbs, he can also imitate me to play the same attack. It's outrageous. Blue. How can there be such a disgusting person on the planet? I happen to be a trick magician, and I can't beat this kind of energy-type powerhouse who specializes in fighting. But at this time, Big Brother can't count on it. Alas God. Thor looked up to the sky and sighed. As Thor, I have been hacked for 3 nights, do I still go tonight? Fortunately, only the divine power is sealed, the foundation of physical fitness is still there, and the powerful resilience is still effective. If the foundation is not there, he will now have to lie in the ICU and wait for rescue. Loki was a little mad. No, I can't go anymore. 4 days ago, he said that if we don't leave here, the Dark Lord will personally exile us. Brother, do you want the Father to wake up and search for us brothers all over the universe? God knows this Dark King will banish us to that other dimension. And, at worst, the Dark Lord imprisoned them both, or killed them altogether. God King, our natural relationship with dark life forms is hostile, what good will this end? Thor felt unwilling. If I escape at this time, wouldn't it be even more impossible for me to get the approval of the hammer? Loki's face also became serious, thinking that this might happen. If the artifact that accompanied the Big Brother for thousands of years is lost, the painstaking efforts of the first half of the Big Brother's life will be in vain. Loki counted a punch and said seriously, I asked Heimdall to gather your team members. If we can't get the hammer back by then, we can't let it fell into the hands of the enemy. Quote, Thor raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? A stern look appeared on Loki's face. We have to threaten him with the always-on Bifrost to force him to give up the hammer, and let us leave with the hammer. Bifrost uses two modes. In normal state, it is just a wormhole shuttle door, which can send the army to any place controlled by the space range. But in a state of war, Bifrost, which is always on, is equivalent to a super god-level world-destroying weapon, which can crush all spaces into a black hole state and destroy everything. Thor's face changed slightly. No, you can't take innocent blue stars as funeral objects. Loki was stunned. Since when did you become so benevolent? That's your magic hammer. When Fandral, Hogun and others arrive, no matter what Thor thinks, everyone joins forces to forcibly pick up the hammer and withdraw back to Asgard together. Thor looked serious. Loki, we are protectors, not destroyers. If I can't pick up the hammer, I will wait until I return to Asgard to recover my divine power before negotiating. I will return to the peak by strength, not by threats and destruction. This is not the act of a king. Loki was taken aback. How did your smart IQ take over the high ground again? How did you think of this matter, so simply? Jane Foster stayed away from Loki silently, and looked at Thor adoringly. Thor, I support you. No matter what happens, I will stand by your side. This is why I love him. This stupid man will use his best to protect himself and everything around him. This kind of pure sense of justice is what makes me fall in love with him's reason. Jane Foster saw the instruments tied up on the roof of the car beside him, her brows and eyes slightly curved, and she loved Thor even more. A handsome man with a good figure is indeed very likable, but falling in love with him has always been because of his temperament. Loki held the afro with both hands, with a frantic expression on his face. Stupid Big Brother, just like you, the Asgard god's domain is so strong. This mortal woman is just as stupid. She simply doesn't understand how powerful the Dark One is. That is a strong man who can grant his subordinates to connect to the dark dimension. The lowest level is Dormammu level, which is not an enemy we can deal with at all. After Loki went crazy for a while, he could only order Heimdall to send the 3 warriors of Asgard and Sif down as soon as possible, expecting Thor to solve the problem, rather than counting on the boar to learn to fly. The hammer camp is dozens of kilometers away. Fang Quan noticed a strange wave of divine thunder power, and looked at Mjolnir in the center of the camp. The runes on Mjolnir are slowly glowing, but the brightness is not very obvious. Fang Quan was a little surprised. Did Thor touch his godhood? Summoned Mjolnir. The hostility in Fang Quan's heart faded slightly. An immature Thor is just a fool who can only cause trouble, a fool who brings war to God's domain. But Thor, who was once again recognized by Mjolnir, gradually matured and understood what the responsibility and wisdom of a king are. Such a Thor deserves to be respected. Definitely, Loki doesn't deserve respect for that immature and fatherless guy. It was his reckless sabotage of the Big Brother's coronation ceremony that caused the Frost Coup people to fight Asgard again or start a war. In the distant sky, a powerful rainbow energy is distorting time and space. A starry sky seen outside the universe emerges in the sky, and then a colorful beam of light falls on the ground dozens of miles away, and 4 tiny figures emerge from the beam of light fly to the ground. David, the absorber who was standing on the side, moved his face slightly, and bent down earnestly. Your Majesty, there is a strong change over there. Do you need to send an army to suppress it? Fang Quan's expression was indifferent. No, it's just a few little kids from the Asgard god realm. Fandral, Wallstag, Hogun, and Thor's official fiancé Zai in God's domain. The strength of these few people far exceeds that of ordinary superheroes, but they are not particularly powerful. Phil Coulson hurriedly ran out from the command post, holding the walkie-talkie in his hand, and hurried down below. King Fang. There is a change over there, Fang Quan closed his eyes and waited for the night to come. No, protect yourselves. Phil Coulson nodded in bewilderment, and looked at the Absorber David beside him. Absorber David glanced at the silent Fang Quan, flew down lightly, and repeated what the Dark King had just said. Phil Coulson only felt his scalp tingling, and hurried back to give the mobilization order again. Little furry boy. Without hot weapons, Thor, who has no supernatural power, can beat their top agent like a dog. Loki, the god of tricks, used illusion, laser, shockwave, etc. to beat them violently in different ways. If there were more such powerful enemies, they would not be able to deter them without laser weapons. Soon, night fell, and a group of people came outside the Hammer camp again. Night is chosen because Thor and others have good night vision ability, while these mortals are affected by light. At night, they are more dominant. However, just approaching the camp, Thor and the others felt a powerful but silent pressure of darkness envelop the camp. This faint dark coercion that was naturally released made everyone feel that an Olympic mountain was pressing on their hearts. Thor's face changed slightly. This coercion is so powerful. Fandral held the long sword and swallowed. I don't think we should rashly challenge the majesty of a Dark King. Loki's perception is the keenest, looking at the commanding height above the center of the camp. He's there, what should we do? Why don't we just withdraw before he finds us? Everyone followed Loki's line of sight and saw a young man in black casual clothes sitting silently on a chair with his eyes closed. There was no sadness or joy on the young man's face, and the coercion of a powerful life body exuded from his whole body. The dark elements around him were like loyal warriors, surrendering to him in an orderly manner in accordance with their purity, defending the absolute king they are loyal to. Laymen watch the excitement, while experts watch the doorway. Everyone knows that this is very likely to be the Dark King that Loki said. Only a strong man who has mastered the power of darkness to the peak can make the power of his department follow him like a loyal citizen at all times. Thor frowned. No, he's already spotted us. Loki unconsciously lowered his voice to retort. Impossible, my hidden magic is number 1 in the 9 realms. Thor rolled his eyes. Didn't you notice that there was a person sitting over there a few days ago? It's just that he has been silent before. I didn't know he was the Dark King. As for releasing the coercion today, I am afraid it is a warning to them. Loki is stupid. These days he only pays attention to being beaten. Who cares about the surrounding environment? However, according to what Thor said, Loki thought about it carefully, and indeed recalled that in the corner of his eye, this dark-type youth just sat there indifferently, watching their beating. However, Loki's mood also relaxed. Since there is such a powerful Dark Lord, shouldn't we retreat immediately and return to Asgard to find a way? Thor shook his head. No, since there are strong men of darkness, it proves that the people here have been persecuted. As the son of the king of the 9 realms, I can't just watch the kind people being persecuted by evil. The relief on Loki's face froze in an instant. Are you crazy? Without the hammer, we can't fight such a powerful enemy at all. Among the people present, only Thor can condense the realm of divine power to fight against this kind of powerhouse. Even if they lose, they still have the ability to retreat calmly. Now that Thor has lost the blessing of the divine hammer, how can he have the confidence to fight against such a dark powerhouse? Thor looked serious. Just now, I felt the call of the hammer, and the hard work of the past few days was not in vain, and I was only a little bit short of picking up the hammer again. Now Loki can't wait to go back 3 days ago and slap himself to death who was fooled by his big brother. Well, it's over, I've worked hard to this point, can the big brother give up the magic hammer? Sif tightened the long sword in his hand. No matter what is ahead, I will be by your side. Fandral showed a hearty and confident smile. The justice of Asgard should also be felt by these blue stars. The beard on Wallstag's mouth moved slightly. I have long been prepared to die in an adventure, let alone fight for justice. Hogun shrugged. We are brothers, and I will never abandon you. Loki regrets it now, regrets letting Heimdall teleport these idiots down together. When the warriors of Asgard come together, their IQs don't add up, but drop together to be as low as Thor's hollow. Ha, what an interesting phenomenon, these 5 people have a brand new brain. Depend on. Loki cursed secretly, and could only summon Heimdall again. Heimdall, if there is a fatal danger, immediately open Bifrost to frighten the King of Darkness. As long as he doesn't want to become a residue like the whole planet, he will definitely let us go. Thor stares. Loki, you can't do this. Loki retorted. Stupid big brother, I'm acting king now. I'm here to protect the lives of you idiots. Thor, dumbfounded, looks at Sif. Sif shrugged helplessly. After Odin fell asleep, he was indeed the legal acting king of Asgard. Thor is exiled, so Loki is the only heir left. Thor was speechless, and could only put aside distracting thoughts. Okay, let's try to sneak in, you buy me time, this time I will definitely pick up the magic hammer and reproduce the glory of the Asgardians. Loki had no choice but to carefully check the hidden magic on everyone's body, and after confirming that it was correct, he and the others lurked towards the divine hammer camp. With the support of Loki's illusion magic, everyone came to the vicinity of the hammer and even set up a defensive formation. As soon as Thor got close to the hammer, he felt the call of the hammer, but he also noticed that the surrounding divine thunder field was fluctuating, which would destroy the hidden magic on them. After all, he is not Loki, unable to control magic to keep himself perfectly hidden all the time. Thor was silent for a while, gritted his teeth. Hold on, I'll come to the magic hammer. Everyone looked at each other, ready to fight. Loki subconsciously looked towards the commanding heights, guarding against the Dark King, but saw a pair of eyes staring at them indifferently. The Dark Lord has found them long ago. Everyone was startled, and followed Loki's line of sight, and saw the Dark King on the commanding heights with one hand on his cheek, looking at them indifferently, as if the hidden magic on them was ineffective. Fang Quan chuckled. Go on, I still think it's interesting that you guys are doing this. From the time these people set foot in the area covered by their coercion, they were aware of it. Loki's hidden magic is really interesting. Ordinary magicians, even non-specialized magicians can't see through it. However, sorry. The original passive blessing of the dragon charm is to allow me to have the perfect ability of all magic. Loki swallowed, his mind was spinning quickly, his attitude was lowered, and his tone was respectful. Dear Lord of Darkness, we don't have any hostility, just want to take away my big brother's weapon. Fang Quan nodded lightly. Well, I say. Loki's face was slightly happy. As long as my big brother picks up the hammer, we will retreat immediately. Fang Quan chuckled. Yes, I know. Loki faintly sensed something was wrong from the Dark King's tone, and used tactical sign language from the back of his hand to signal everyone to prepare for battle. You are really a smart and tolerant strong man, and you will not mind as it was a slightly ignorant and offensive behavior before. Fang Quan laughed. No, I don't mind. If you and Thor just want to get the hammer back, I'll just teach you both a lesson and kick you out. But, Loki, you stupid megalomaniac, wanting to threaten me with Bifrost. Do you think I'm deaf? Fang Quan was quite satisfied with Thor's performance and appreciated it, so it was a good thing for Blue Star that a person after metamorphosis returned to Asgard God's domain. But Loki's performance made him very dissatisfied. So far, those who dare to threaten me have really come to a bad end. Loki was dumbfounded. He never expected that the Dark King was so powerful that he could hear the whispers that he used to cover up with magic a few kilometers away. Dude, the strength of this formidable enemy has exceeded the standard. Loki hurriedly lowered his posture to apologize, and at the same time contacted Heimdall with magic. Dear strong man, please forgive my offense. Heimdall, turn on Bifrost immediately if the situation is wrong, and forcefully return with the hammer. Fang Quan showed a nuclear smile. I don't forgive. The next moment, he swung out at Loki. As for the others, he is generally satisfied, with a little appreciation. Only this troublemaker Loki, he is getting more and more disliked now. Loki reacted in an instant. His big brother was behind him, and his comrades were beside him. If he dodged, these people would all lie flat. Can't hide. Loki propped up his hands, desperately releasing the most powerful light defense in his life. Hogun, the Magus, hastily put his arms on Loki's back, supporting the strengthening of the defense Loki unleashed. Boom! The defensive wall of the light system was instantly shattered. Loki and the others were directly blasted into the air by the wind hammer, smashed through the wall and flew backwards, rolling continuously on the ground, smashing out foamy ditches. In the sky, the rainbow divine light condensed and descended, rushing straight to the ground. The kindness on Fang Quan's face turned into teasing disgust and hostility. you really dare to summon Bifrost to threaten me. Very good, very good. It was originally intended to teach you a lesson. Now it seems that if you don't recognize your own mother who didn't beat you, I have to blame my temper. Chapter 71. Fang Quan was really annoyed at this moment. He dared to threaten the safety of my blue star. I really gave you a face. With anger on his face, Fang Quan stood up, punched the sky with his fists, and a dark dragon roared up against the sky, heading straight for the divine light of the rainbow channel. The roar of the darkest demon dragon shakes the sky. The body grows when it sees the wind, and it becomes more than 1,000 feet long in an instant. The black scales reflect the reflection of the surrounding time and space. The space is broken wherever it goes, and the time is distorted into a state of fluctuation. Loki was dumbfounded. He didn't expect the Dark King to be so fierce. Extreme power, destroy everything. You are so strong. You don't want to rule the interstellar civilization. You go to this remote place to be the emperor. Fandral got up from the ground, looked up at the sky. People are stupid. Loki, why didn't you say earlier? I just stunned Thor. I have to run with him. Wallstag, Hogan, and Sif nodded in shock and silently, agreeing with his words. This punch, shattering time and space, is no longer something they can compete with at this level. I am afraid that only God King Odin can fight against a powerhouse of this level. The darkest magic dragon and the rainbow divine light collided in the sky, bursting out a fierce energy rainbow light that shot in all directions, and the rainbow light penetrated the sky, reflecting the universe. Fantastic scene, so that everyone looked ecstasy, immersed in the collision of heaven-shaking power. The darkest demon dragon and the rainbow divine light were in a stalemate in midair for a while, colliding and bursting out energy rainbow lights. Fang Quan was slightly surprised. This Bifrost is so strong. His punch with slight anger couldn't crush rainbow divine light. There is still something about this Asgard domain. However, it's just something. 937. Loki's face paled. He can resist the rainbow magic light. How is this possible? The Fandrals were stunned. I remember that Bifrost was rated as a super god level civilization strategic weapon. This is a super god level civilization strategic weapon capable of destroying any world or any galaxy, but now it is intercepted in midair and cannot fall down. Volstagg swallowed. This magic dragon is powerful with one punch, and the rainbow divine light is the pure energy support of the entire god realm. A constant source of pure energy supports the operation. Bifrost is backed by constantly pure energy, but the magic dragon in this picture does not. It's actually a stalemate now. Oh my godfather. What kind of superpower did we meet? Hogan and Sif were also dumbfounded. They didn't expect rainbow light to be suppressed by this magic dragon and couldn't fall down. Thor, who was struggling to pull out the hammer, also stopped, raised his head and looked at the wonders in the sky in shock. Now, they fully realized just how big things really are. Seeing this situation, Fang Quan showed dissatisfaction on his face, and slightly snorted coldly. I still can't stop a broken bridge. Darkness, come on me. As soon as the king's order came out, the entire dark night above the blue star began to move like a living thing, turning into streams of dark magic and rushing towards the darkest magic dragon, constantly growing its already huge and stalwart body. Everyone watched in horror as the night sky flowed like an ocean, flowing from 408 directions to the darkest demon dragon, turning it into a huge demon dragon lord as long as the abbot. The shadows on the ground are like loyal soldiers starting to fly towards the sky. One after another shadows keep leaving the ground, and in an instant, thousands of shadows fly together, gathering towards the sky like billowing waves. Loki trembled when he saw it. His legs trembled slightly. Brother, we're done. Thor's face also turned pale. Completely unexpected that this young man who had been sitting on the commanding heights for 3 days would actually be a strong man on the same level as his father. After receiving the support of Blue Star's entire night power, the darkest demon dragon let out a high-pitched and excited roar, tearing up and devouring the rainbow divine light, and going upstream, forcibly suppressing the rainbow divine light and continuously retreating until it was impossible to retreat. He retreated and was pushed in front of the wormhole starry sky. In the sky, there was a painful and helpless sigh. The wormhole starry sky used to transmit the rainbow light was forcibly closed, and the rainbow light disappeared completely. The darkest demon dragon let out a carefree long howl in the sky, and after circling around, it screamed excitedly and turned into a thick dark magic flow, returning all the darkness to the entire night sky and the earth. The thick dark magic flow exploded and flowed in the sky, blowing away all the clouds, revealing a clear and bright night sky that many people can hardly see in their lifetime. After the atmosphere here was cleaned by the dark magic flow, the starry sky became extraordinarily bright and bright, with twinkling stars and a silver moon hanging high. Fang Quan's face is very satisfied that his dark domain has been proficient enough to mobilize the darkness of the wide area. After Fang Quan admired the extraordinarily bright starry sky, he lowered his head and looked at Loki and the others on the ground. Loki was completely dumbfounded. He never expected that the rainbow light would be crushed, let alone that Heimdall, the celestial guard, could only watch helplessly and helplessly shut down Bifrost. Otherwise, when the dark demon dragon rushed to the other end of the passage, it would not be the dark demon flow that exploded, but the capital suburb of the Asgard god realm. Loki noticed the eyes of the dark Mephisto, and he was startled, showing an embarrassed smile. I say now, Rainbow God Bridge just wants to take us back, do you believe it? I really believe it, but I think you wouldn't believe. He said back, looking at the darker Mephisto's indifferent eyes. He felt the chill on his neck more and more. Fang Quan sneered. I generally admire this group of people, but you, Loki, you fool who started the war, I don't like it the most. Loki's whole body was stiff, and the dry smile on his face froze. Well, I say now that my father is God King Odin, is there still a chance to live? Fang Quan sneered. One punch from me, if you can survive, everything before will be wiped out. Loki almost cried. Can I not eat? With your fist, I can't live. Heimdall, the guardian of the heavens, holds the sword of Bifrost. Gang, who can burst out for a short time with the same level of combat power as Odin, presided over the landing of the rainbow light, and was forced to close the wormhole starry sky. I, the magician, an illusion assassin, even a tenth of a punch, I can't handle it. Fang Quan. Whispering. A punch blasted out, Mang Ruo Shan Shun. Although there is no dark magic blessing, the punch under the operation of the cow charm is enough to shock the world. Desperation and shock appeared on Loki's face, his aura was tightly locked, and his fist glowed extremely fast. I'm going to be finished. A burly body jumped up and stood in front of him. It was as strong and thick as a mountain, blocking all the dangers of death from this body. Loki screamed in despair, reaching out to push him away. No. Boom. Crack. Thor was hit by the fist light, his bones broke and cracked, he spit blood and flew backwards, hitting the desperate Loki. The two turned into rolling gourds and rolled away tens of meters away. Loki flew even farther because he suffered part of the aftermath of the fist light. Loki rolled up from the ground in disgrace, and desperately crawled up to the big brother with hands and feet. Looking at the seriously injured and dying big brother, he immediately felt heart-piercing pain. The internal organs were smashed to pieces. Brother, 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 don't die, hold on, Heimdall will find a way to save you. Brother, I'm here, I'm always here, don't die, please, please don't die. His eyes were red, and he knelt down to Fang Quan. I was wrong, I was really wrong, you killed me, please don't stop Bifrost, my brother is going to die. He is going to die, he can't die, if he dies, my mother will die of grief, I beg you to let my brother go. I beg you to let my brother go. Loki was completely panicked, he was in a state of confusion, crying until his liver and gallbladder were broken, holding the palm of Big Brother with his right hand, feeling like the whole world was collapsing. Thor spat out blood from time to time, showing a pure smile. Loki, I'm so weak. I still can't protect everyone. Loki couldn't stop crying. Brother, I don't blame you, I don't blame you, it's my fault, I'm jealous of you, I ruined your enthronement ceremony. I don't envy you anymore, just hold on, okay, as long as you can go back, Father will definitely save you. The smile on Thor's face froze slightly. Wasn't it destroyed by the ice giant's attack? Loki cried very sadly. I used magic to hide them. Brother, I was wrong, as long as you can go back alive, I will accept any punishment. Thor was so angry that he spit out a big mouthful of blood. You are such a fool. Loki grabbed Big Brother's hand and put it on his cheek, crying bitterly. I'm a jerk, brother, you wait for me, I beg the Dark King, he will let us go, he will. Loki looked at the Dark King again, with a regretful expression on his face. Dark King, it's my fault, all of this is my fault, I am willing to accept any punishment from you. However, the Dark King didn't look at him, but looked at Mjolnir, who was on the side. Mjolnir was levitating, and a strong divine lightning burst out from the hammer. The next moment, Mjolnir flew desperately towards Thor. Loki only felt a violent thunderclap coming from the corner of his eyes, and when he turned his head, he saw a hammer the size of a casserole flying towards him. Boom! Before Loki could react, he turned into a rolling gourd again, and rolled tens of meters away with a thump, thud, thump, leaving a clear red mark of a hammer on the left side of his face. Unable to stop the car, Mjolnir knocked Loki into the air with a hammer, and then made a sharp turn and flew towards the dying Thor on the ground. A burst of divine thunder fell from the sky, followed by countless divine thunders, covering Thor. A thunderstorm formed in the sky, and countless thunderclaps cheered and roared, celebrating the reawakening of their sleeping king and summoning their loyal subordinates. Amidst the beam of thunder, a figure stood up, with a godly battle armor emerging from his body. His strong body was exceptionally burly. When the thunder light dissipated, Thor has already transformed into the Thor armor posture, holding the god cone and standing in place. Thor's eyes no longer had the clear stupidity of the past, but contained divine light, with a 3-point insight and understanding of human nature. Thor glanced at his own brother and sighed slightly. Loki, you are indeed an idiot, because your jealousy triggered the war between God's domain and Jotunheim. Loki got up and saw the big brother revived with full blood. He was pleasantly surprised at first, and then he couldn't help lowering his posture when he saw what the big brother said, feeling an inexplicable sense of awe. This kind of tone and posture is a bit like the feeling of father and king teaching himself. Just as Loki was about to lower his head, he suddenly thought, this is my brother, why should I hate him? Thor glared at him. I'll teach you a lesson when I go back. After training Deadman's deadly brother Loki, Thor turned and faced the Dark King on the commanding heights. Thor said in a respectful tone, neither humble nor overbearing, King of Darkness, we have no intention of infringing on your territory. This is an unexpected accident. Thor, son of Prince Odin of Asgard, is willing to apologize and compensate you. At this moment, he is no longer the reckless warrior yesterday, but a qualified king. Only the king can understand the king's thoughts. He already knows the problem. What's the core of it? Fang Quan looked at Thor in the divine light, and felt that he discovered something more interesting. Your inner metamorphosis is very interesting, even though it is just metamorphosis, it also makes you have more powerful soul power. Can you tell me what made you metamorphosis? The Thor at this moment is completely different from the Thor 7 days ago. Thor, who was 7 days ago, still had clear stupidity in his eyes. He didn't understand the world, and he didn't know the inconsistency of the world. At this moment, he has a 3-point understanding of human nature and warmth, and has a more powerful godhead and supernatural power. Thor's body is as straight as a sword, his aura is high and proud, and eyes are as bright as a furnace. It is the duty of a king to protect thousands of people. At the moment when I was about to die, I understood that what I had to do as a king was not to start a war, but to protect myself, the people around me, and the people who trusted me. It is precisely because I understand the duties of a king that I regained control of Mjolnir. Quote, as the destroyer Thor who destroys everything, at this moment, he realized that his true vocation is to protect, so he possessed a more condensed godhead and power, and became a more powerful Thor. Sleep. At the moment when protecting his younger brother's life, Thor understood his father's ardent expectations for him, and also understood how indifferent his father was to his younger brother, and even more understood why his younger brother. Why would you be jealous of yourself? The father had already been in the Invisible, arranged everything, and pushed himself to the throne. The younger brother, however, has never been treated by his father Wang Ping. He has long been acquiesced by his father as the prince. The clever younger brother probably realized that he never had a chance to become king, so he became jealous and ruined his enthronement ceremony. What a proud genius Loki is. He can accept failure after trying his best, but he can't accept that he doesn't even have a chance, so he is defined as failure. Fang Quan smiled. Okay, I will have a duel with you. If you can satisfy me, this matter will be over. Challenge mission has been changed. Challenge task. Defeat the more powerful Asgardian Thor, sign the Asgard god's domain not to violate the Blue Star Treaty, and use the name of the Dark Mephisto. Task reward. Snake Talisman, 12 Talisman Divine Power Sublimation Integrate is 1. Loki hurriedly stood up, ran over and grabbed Thor's arm, his eyes moved. Brother, no, you will die. Thor pushed Loki's palm away with his left hand, and said in a firm tone, I am your brother, and I will handle this matter for you. Loki stood there dumbfounded, speechless for a moment. Fang Quan snorted softly. I'm talking to your brother, and it's not your turn to intervene. The powerful space-time force turned into shackles and tied Loki's body, covering his mouth by the way. Loki's eyes widened, he was tied in place and couldn't move. The shackles of time and space were connected with the surrounding space, completely suppressing him. Thor glanced at it, sighed slightly, turned his head, and held Mjolnir in his hand. I, the son of the god king of Asgard, Thor Odinson, the patron saint of the heavens who is in charge of the guardian priesthood, accept your duel. Fang Quan stood up with calm eyes. I, Fang Quan, the Dark Mephisto King, the Emperor leader of the Shadow Empire, the possessor of the divine power of the 12 spells, and the ultimate ruler of darkness, will fight with you. With a single step, Thor used the power of divine thunder to fly into the sky, flying high into the sky, intending to start a battle in the sky. Fang Quan smiled faintly, admiring his temperament, took a step forward, the space-time where he stepped was shattered, and a time-space portal appeared in the sky. Fang Quan stepped down and appeared above Thor. Thor looked surprised. You have mastered the precise time and space force. This is not just a simple space teleportation, but a space-time position that crushes time and space and knocks him down for a moment. Fang Quan clicked his tongue. I have mastered it a little bit. What else does Dormammu call me? Time and Space Demon King. Thor just thinks it's a dog, and the co-author is an old devil king with a multi-line genius, so I can only be beaten. The darkest realm alone is already difficult to contend with. In addition, this man who has mastered the power of time and space is the devil king of time and space. Grass, now I regret it. Is there still time for my brother to come over and get beaten? Thor's face twitched slightly. Have you ever dealt with Dormammu? Fang Quan flexed his wrists, and said calmly, yes, we have dealt with each other. I just threw him into the sun to take a bath 7 days ago. Thor was silent for a while, and silently raised his chest in a defensive posture. Can you not slap your face? Dormammu is a strong man at the same level as his father. He was thrown into the sun by the Dark King Mephisto to take a bath. What the hell can I do besides being beaten? Fang Quan showed a smirk and snapped his fingers. I can't. Boom. Before Thor could react, the space in front of him was shattered and exploded, and a delicate and strong fist appeared in front of him. The space debris flew past Thor's cheek, even cutting off a few strands of his hair with ease. You are the Dark Mephisto King. You engage in sneak attacks. You don't talk about martial arts. Thor didn't even have time to block it, so he was punched directly in the face. Boom, the high-density defensive skin made a muffled sound, and the whole person felt like he was spinning and flying upside down. Fang Quan blew his fist. Interesting, this cheek is thick enough. The physical fitness of Asgard people is really good, and they feel very good when playing sandbags. Thor flew more than 500 meters before he stopped, with a fist red mark on his face. King Mephisto, it's not good to hit the face, it hurts face very much. This time, Fang Quan directly kicked through the air. Thor was so frightened that his scalp went numb. He hurriedly held the magic hammer across his face, and then felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, and flew out again. At the place where he was hit, Fang Quan's feet had already exploded the space, and he appeared in his previous position. Thor spit out a big mouthful of blood while flying upside down, and the whole person was almost stunned. Thor flew upside down like a ball for more than 800 meters before barely stopping his figure, with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth and panting. Only then did he hear Fang Quan's answer. Then when your father threw you and the hammer down like garbage, did he consider my face? Fang Quan appeared in front of him in an instant, and the words he said before could barely reach Thor's ears. Thor smiled bitterly. Father must not know that you live here, otherwise he would not have done such an offensive thing. My father must have thought that there was Ancient One, a respectable and talkative sorcerer supreme guarding the Blue Star, and there were no more powerful enemies on the Blue Star, so he was relieved to exile himself. Who would have thought that when he fell, he would be caught in the sight of a Dark King and attract much attention? No matter how cruel my father was, he couldn't make fun of his own life. Fang Quan understood, then raised his palm and continued to slap him. It's okay, you'll know this time. This slap came from breaking the space as usual, with powerful space divine power attached. As soon as Thor put the divine hammer across his chest to block, he was slapped hard on the face, and flew backwards again. Even the speed of flying backwards broke the sound barrier and brought out a powerful shockwave. Boom! Thor didn't stop his figure this time, and smashed into the ground abruptly, making a big hole, and his whole face felt numb. Thor's body trembled slightly, and was attacked by powerful divine power 3 times in a row. Even if the Dark Mephisto King kept his hand, his divine power defense system was close to collapse. I just got the title of patron saint. Obviously he has a stronger defensive power, but he is still beaten like a dog. Sometimes, the gap between gods and demons is bigger than the gap between dogs and humans. Thor stood up with his body strong, walked out of the deep pit, and saw the Mephisto King Fang Quan, who had appeared in front of him with a painful expression on his face. Thor wanted to cry a little, not because of cowardice, not because of grievance, but because the unilateral beating made him feel so heartbroken. The invincible self, the self with the hammer in hand, and the extremely high combat ability of the God of War system, in front of this person, he is as powerless as a child to fight back. King Mephisto's attack and speed were too strong, and he couldn't react at all. Fang Quan looked at Thor's face that had been beaten into a pig's face by himself, and inexplicably felt a lot more comfortable, as if he had beaten Loki hard. I have to say that hitting someone is really a good way to vent your temper. Fang Quan took a step forward, ready to put his hand on Thor's shoulder and give him a sweet date to eat. Thor saw him raising his hand, his pupils constricted, and he hurriedly said, I admit defeat. I can't beat you. Still slapped in the face. Can you please stop slapping me? My face is swollen. Thor could no longer care about the severe pain in his waist, and hurriedly covered his face. I can still go to the doctor to take care of my waist when I turn around. If my face is hit, I don't want to see anyone for 3 months. The task is completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Snake Charm. Snake Charm. Active. The power of invisibility, which can make the holder invisible, and it is also effective for objects. After being deeply invisible, it can also move instantly, can bring many people, and can give the holder the ability to be invisible. Passive. The origin of all things controls power, can transform the characteristics of all things to make them show the origin or hide the origin. Congratulations to the host for obtaining all the spells have been completely integrated with the host. Congratulations to the host for becoming the owner of the 12 divine powers. The host please make persistent efforts and enjoy a happy life to the fullest. Fang Quan's movements paused slightly, but he didn't expect that the essence of the snake charm is to control the characteristics of all things. The divine power of the 12 spells rapidly rotated and integrated in the body, no longer presented in the form of runestones, but completely integrated with Fang Quan. At the moment, Fang Quan has become the ultimate god who can create everything, destroy everything, be immortal, eternal and immortal. Fang Quan couldn't help chuckling. He calls himself King Mephisto, but he became the ultimate powerhouse on the side of the gods first. However, the spells have been drawn, and next, I can draw the power of the Shadow Army with peace of mind. During this period of time, I have already enjoyed how comfortable it is to have a legion. If it is said that the 12 divine powers are making Fang Quan more perfect all the time, then the continuous expansion of the 2 Black Shadow Legions is also constantly increasing Fang Quan's control over the dark power. The Sombra dimension, where the Sombra Empire is located, is constantly expanding, and then, the Sombra Empire went to the dark dimension to fight, and Fang Quan's power has also been improved. If Fang Quan gets the 9 Shadow Legions, not only can he get the ultimate dark big move, but he can also get the perfect territory expansion ability. However, Fang Quan is not very interested in developing the Black Shadow Empire at present, and he just lets his subordinates come as they please. As an eternal and immortal ultimate Mephisto King, he has enough patience and longevity to do whatever he wants. Thor didn't get beaten after waiting for a long time, tremblingly put down his hammer in his arms, and heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Fang Quan's pensive expression. Does King Mephisto still pay attention to martial arts? Thor's breathing reached Fang Quan's ears, pulling him back from his thoughts. Fang Quan looked at Thor's exposed pig's head, and blinked. Thor suddenly showed a wry smile. He knew that this was a sign that Fang Quan was going to make a move. I have already recognized. Snapped. A slap that Thor couldn't stop smacked his face, and Thor suddenly turned into a spinning top, flying half a meter above the ground, turning into a spinning top in midair at high speed. Fang Quan felt very happy. Well, yes, I heard it now. How should I put it? After obtaining the divine power of the 12 spells, Fang Quan is in a particularly good mood, and he has already beaten the future king of the Asgard god realm fatly, so it is not impossible to let go of the trivial matters before. Anyway, it's the Asgardians who died, so it's nothing to do with my blue stars. Thor spun in midair for 8.5 seconds before landing on the ground. He fell in a mess, dizzy, and his face was red, swollen and painful. Thor's hammer released divine power to save its owner from a strong sense of dizziness. Thor staggered up from the ground, trying to show a smile, but grinned in pain. King Mephisto, is this incident considered to be revealed? Fang Quan was in a good mood, and turned to leave. It's been revealed. You can sign another treaty that Asgard god's domain will not invade Blue Star, and then you can leave. Thor was silent for a while. I'm not the God King yet, and I can't represent the entire Asgard god realm, or... Fang Quan turned his head and smiled, but his eyes were extremely cold. Then I will kill you now. Thor suddenly shuddered. I suddenly feel that I can represent the entire Asgard god realm again. Ah! Fang Quan snorted coldly, took a step forward, and returned to the commanding heights of the Shinhammer camp. Thor covered his face with one hand, grabbed the hammer with the other, and flew back to the hammer camp. When Thor fell, everyone was looking up at King Mephisto on the commanding heights. When everyone heard the sound, they looked back and gasped. How to say? Although it was said that it was a duel, in fact, it was clearly called out and beaten severely. Loki looked distressed. Brother, your face is swollen from the beating. Thor didn't say anything when he heard this. You just have a mouth. I don't know. Why don't you come here for me? If it weren't for your tossing around, how could I have endured this severe beating? Loki laughed dryly, rooting his feet. What? You said the wind is strong. I think the wind is strong too. Thor's eyes turned slightly cold. Are you letting me go? The corner of Loki's mouth twitched, and he moved over reluctantly. You have to promise, you won't hit me. Thor's eyes were cold, and the cold air field spread all over his body. Loki swallowed, and stood in front of the big brother very reluctantly, with his hands behind his back. He had already pinched 2 sets of magic to escape. Thor narrowed his eyes. Thunder Domain 770 exploded quickly, covering Loki in front of him, electrocuting him into a paralyzed state. Loki! Ah! Snapped. While everyone was stunned, Loki turned into a spinning top, spinning, dancing and jumping in midair without stopping. Thor watched his younger brother turn into a spinning top and fall to the ground, and suddenly felt that most of the anger in his heart dissipated. Loki was dizzy from the beating, and tried to get up, but was forced to fall to the ground twice after climbing up, and could only wait for the dizziness to pass with grief and pain on his face. Thor asked Phil Coulson for a piece of paper, and wrote down the treaty that the Asgard god's domain should not invade Blue Star unilaterally, and stamped it with his handprint, and the Asgard warriors possessed divine power to affirm the fairness of this contract. Fang Quan picked up the divine power contract and admired it. Feeling very satisfied, he threw it to the absorber David. I will put this in the palace for safekeeping later on. This is not suitable for the Shadow Empire, as it will be easily corroded. The absorber David put it away respectfully. Thor saluted Fang Quan as a warrior, and said seriously with a pig's face, you are a powerful warrior, and I have the greatest respect for you. The rest of the Asgard warriors followed the eldest prince Thor to salute. After all, the Dark King did not embarrass them too much. It was their own death that attracted the Dark King's action. To be honest, the warriors of Asgard never expected that there would be a man as powerful as Father Odin in the poor place of Midgard. Boom, boom. The Bifrost was hastily opened in the sky, and a silver-white mecha rushed out, landing near the camp of the Hammer. The destroyer hurriedly hit the ground, adjusted his figure and looked at Fang Quan's position, and shouted, in the name of Father Odin, come and fight against the Dark Mephisto. The destroyer mecha, another super god-level war artifact in Asgard, is used to fight against the super weapon of the legendary cosmic god group, which is stronger than ordinary gods. It is indestructible and has super self-healing ability. It can also launch continuous high-temperature light cannons from the face in various combat methods. It can be said that this is a replica of Odin's combat power. Except for being a mecha and having no brains, the rest are pretty good. Thor opened his mouth wide, his face full of disbelief. What's going on? I just finished being beaten. Who is setting the rhythm? Loki cried too. We're fine, Destroyer, don't mess around. If you make a move, my brother will definitely turn me into a spinning top again. The Destroyer saw that the two princes of God's domain were being hijacked by the Dark King Mephisto, and he was shocked. Princes, don't panic, Asgardian will rescue you. The two princes and the Asgard warriors only hated God King Odin for not adding enough brains to him when he created this invincible Tihanan. The Destroyer mech, as Odin's magical outfit against the cosmic gods, is intelligent but not fully intelligent. After all, when Odin built it, he only considered it for fighting, and didn't consider that it would be used as a robot. The Destroyer has been blessed by all the gods of the Asgard god domain, and can be called the Almighty Armor. Thor turned his head in pain and helplessness. Your Majesty King Mephisto, can you not argue with this mindless person? The Destroyer has some brains, but not quite the brains. Fang Quan looked at Ji Lei. Interesting, I can feel the power of Odin on it. Thor hurriedly pulled Loki aside and lowered his voice. Where is the father? You have to ask Heimdall to call the father. This is a serious diplomatic accident. After finally using my own face in exchange for peace, is it possible that I will be beaten again? This is not appropriate. Loki looked helpless. Father is asleep. How about using my father's supernatural power? When he sees that we are likely to die suddenly, he can watch us two be beaten in peace. Thor dumbfounded, totally didn't mention accidents one by one. Regardless of the danger, he rushed forward to stop the Destroyer. Stop. We have signed a treaty. Destroyer, stop. The Destroyer heard the words, looked at the contract with divine power, and read it from a distance. Rage, it's actually a unilateral contract. When did the Aesir Protoss suffer such a big humiliation? Hearing this, Fang Quan raised his eyebrows and punched out, until the dark demon dragon roared out. The Destroyer kicked Thor away to avoid harm, raised his arms, and set up a magic shield to defend. Boom! All the defenses of the Destroyer were pierced in an instant, with no effect. The darkest demon dragon directly devoured the head of the Destroyer and walked away. The Destroyer stood there blankly, stretched out his hands and touched his head. It was empty, he had no head, he couldn't figure it out. The Destroyer was silent for a while, the head was automatically repaired. The mask looked at Fang Quan, and said in a dignified and low tone, since it is so unfair, we Aesir Protoss can only accept the injustice. I can't beat it again and again, so I can only admit defeat. I'm just a weak, pitiful and helpless God King Armor. Odin should take the blame for this. A diplomatic accident was quickly quelled, and the Destroyer obediently stepped forward to possess divine power, and signed a non-aggression treaty with Blue Star. A fiery red portal lit up, and Ancient One stepped out of it, seeing an extremely friendly scene. Ancient One glanced and saw Thor with a pig's head and a pig face, Loki, the god of trickery with half of his face swollen, and the Destroyer mech, who seemed calm but whose energy fluctuations were not calm. It seems that before I came here, the scene here was very nuclear. Fang Quan was surprised. What are you doing here? Ancient One rolled his eyes. The Knight of the Blue Star was summoned by you to confront the divine light from the sky. Can I come over and have a look? 80% of all major incidents recently are caused by Fang Quan. Ancient One was annoyed, but he swept away his spiritual power and smiled happily. You Mephisto actually did a serious thing, it's not easy. Although I passed, but the result is very satisfying and satisfying. Ancient One now feels that the more he watches Fang Quan, the more he is satisfied, the more he watches, the more he likes it. With the contract of Asgard, and the prestige of Fang Quan, the Dark Mephisto, which has already begun to show, it is necessary for alien forces or other dimensional forces to weigh more before coming to Blue Star. Loki looked at the view of the magma world on the other side of the portal, and was taken aback for a while. When did Midgard have such a powerful magician? After Ancient One finished laughing, He was very satisfied, and even mobilized the power of time to check the fate of these alien visitors. Huh. Are you going to fight Jotunheim? Thor smiled bitterly. Yes. If it weren't for the confusion of our two brothers, I am afraid there would be no such war. Ancient One's eyes became filled with the wisdom of insight into all things, and contained the divine light of insight into the essence of all things. No, from the moment your father was old, this battle was destined to begin. For the sake of my friendship with Odin, I can help you in this disaster. Thor surprise. You know my father. Ancient One smiled and said, as an eternal level powerhouse, is it strange to know your father? However, I need to discuss one thing with King Mephisto now. Fang Quan was curious. What's the matter? Ancient One took a deep breath and said helplessly, if you join the battle, I believe this war will end soon. The ice giants once invaded Blue Star in ancient times, and I don't want this race to revive again. Fang Quan was suddenly bored. It's none of my business. If I have the ability to let them come to Blue Star, I might be interested in giving them a genocide package. Ancient One, you are full and have nothing to do. Challenge task. The stupid ice giants didn't realize that the Dark Mephisto King was born on the Blue Star, and they tried to attack the Asgard gods and colonize Midgard, Blue Star. Please reduce the number of this stupid race to a certain level. Task reward. Number of draws +1. Ancient One rolled his eyes. I owe you a favor, as long as it is within the scope of my ability, I am willing to promise you. If you don't see a rabbit, don't scatter an eagle. How can this king of Mephisto be more Philistine than a businessman with an eye for money? Fang Quan was immediately happy. Next time you come to my palace, you will wear white silk. The Ancient One of this multi-universe is an intellectual beauty with a good figure and long legs. It would be a pity not to appreciate the long legs in white silk. Ancient One was so ashamed and angry, he slapped a magic beam hard. Fang Quan shattered with a slap, with a happy expression. How nice it is to get the number of lottery draws and appreciate beautiful legs. Ancient One blushed. Son of Odin, at that time I will use the forbidden spell to transfer the battlefield to the mirror world of Blue Star. This King Mephisto will personally participate in the battle. You Aesir Protoss owe me a favor, so it's settled. Quote. Ancient One finished speaking extremely fast, with a shy and angry face, flung his sleeves and left quickly, directly crushing the portal with magic power. Fang Quan stroked his chin with a smirk, so she accepted it. Interesting and interesting. Thor lowered his voice and asked Loki quietly, die in vain. What kind of punishment is this? Loki looked at him with childish eyes. Don't interrupt the adults' affairs, this is a very private punishment for the Blue Star people, it is very terrifying, and it will affect the birth and death of life. Thor was shocked. This strong man has such a good relationship with his father. God, if we have a chance in the future, we must repay this venerable well. The onlookers, Phil Coulson, squeezed his thigh hard, thought about all the sad things in his life, and tried his best to control the corner of his mouth that was about to fly. Can't laugh. Sorcerer Supreme is the special advisor of S.H.I.E.L.D. Can't laugh. This is a pink scandal between the two powerhouses. The agents around tried their best to pretend to be serious people, showing that they didn't understand what King Mephisto said just now. Fang Quan casually threw a dark imprint to Thor. Next time you come to Blue Star, use the imprint to contact me, don't try to sneak in, or I will cut you. Thor nodded yes, not daring to defy. The lesson this time is already profound enough. Seeing the end of the matter, Fang Quan lost interest in staying here, decisively opened the shadow portal, and returned to the Dark Palace. Absorber David hurriedly followed with the contract. Phil Coulson saw the Dark King leave and stood in front of Thor. Thor took a serious gesture. Do you have anything important to discuss? Phil Coulson immediately felt that the spine was extraordinarily straight and full of energy. These days, you and Loki have brought huge losses to our shield. Please send the compensation after you return to God's domain. Thor. Good. You guys forgot about beating me up for days so quickly. Forget it, for the sake of King Mephisto, I admit it. Thor felt tired. This time he was beaten all the way except for completing his metamorphosis to earn money. Without the obstruction of King Mephisto, Bifrost descended smoothly and returned to Asgard with all the members of the fairy officials. Asgard God Realm, Thor's bedroom. Thor is being healed by a healing magician, and Loki comes to visit. Seeing his younger brother's distressed expression, Thor waved his hand to make the magician back off. Tell the people outside that no one is allowed to come near this place without my order. As ordered, the healer magician stepped back, and let the surrounding guards stay away. Thor patted the bed next to him, and Loki sat down with a sigh. Thor put his arms around his brother's shoulders and comforted him. Don't worry, the ice giants will attack Asgard even without you. Loki's expression is complicated. Big brother, I'm sorry, I ruined your enthronement ceremony. If you inherit the throne, you will get the divine power inheritance from your father. Thor patted him on the shoulder. Okay, there are no ifs. This world will eventually speak with fists. Loki's face was full of guilt. Brother, can I trust you? No matter what I become, will you protect me? Thor rolled his eyes. I blocked King Mephis's punch for you, and you forgot so soon. You are my brother, and I will always protect you. Loki burst into tears. But, what if I'm not your brother? Thor's head was full of question marks. What nonsense are you talking about? I slapped your brain out. Loki broke down in tears, and stimulated his blood with ice magic. His face soon turned ice blue, and his eyes became the red pupils of an ice giant. In the blink of an eye, Loki transformed into an ice giant. Thor stood up in shock, his fingers trembling slightly, and after a while, he sat down slowly and caught his brother's shoulder again. Curse. The son of the god king of the Aesir god clan turned into the blood of the enemy's blood feud. This was simply a major event that shocked the entire god realm. Loki lowered his head in grief. No, I'm the ice giant. Thor suddenly laughed out loud, heartily. Loki's eyes were red, and he lowered his head. Laugh, as long as you disclose this secret, I will never be able to compete with you for the throne, and I will even be expelled forever and never be able to go home again. Thor patted, stupid brother, on the shoulder vigorously. Idiot, since you want to be king so much, how about I help you become the king of Jotunheim, the ice giants? Isn't it just a throne? Our Aesir Protoss can conquer more than 1,000 civilizations, how can we lack a throne? Definitely, if you want to be the king of the Asgard god realm, it is a little difficult, and everyone may treat you with some racial discrimination. Loki raised his head in surprise. You don't think I'm an ice giant? Thor suppressed his ice giant blood with divine power, and his hearty voice was extraordinarily thick. Your appearance is a bit bluffing, give me some time, I will accept it slowly. Also, you are my younger brother and will always be. We have lived together for more than 1,000 years, and this cannot be changed. Quote. Loki's eyes were red, he hugged his big brother, and burst into tears. Thor clumsily imitated his mother's gesture of coaxing him, and patted his brother's back. Cry, big brother is here, big brother is always here, big brother will always protect you, so that you don't suffer any harm. In the depths of Asgard's domain, in the palace of the king of gods. The powerful god King Odin is lying on the bed, and the bed is slowly releasing healing magic and sleeping magic. The queen of God, Frigga, is holding her husband's palm, accompanying her husband worriedly. God King Odin's sleeping face moved slightly, and a tear rolled down his cheek. When Frigg saw it, she hurriedly reached out her hand to wipe away his tears. Odin, what's the matter? Are you worried about the children? The children have returned safely, and Shenyu is fine. Frigga felt the teardrops with spiritual energy, and read the sadness and guilt in them, which was for the two children. Fu Denuo Zhao Lige's eyes were slightly red, and she held her husband's hand. It's okay, the children are fine, the children have grown up, you can sleep peacefully, don't force yourself to wake up, it will make me lose my heart sooner. You, dear, I don't want to lose you, I want to accompany you to the end of my life forever. Frigga couldn't help crying in a low voice. God King Odin has maintained the peace of the 9 realms for thousands of years, but this time he fell into extreme weakness. Maybe the next deep sleep will be eternal sleep. The children have not yet become eternal powers, and Ragnarok of Asgard is close at hand again. If there is no eternal level powerhouse, the gods can only give up the Asgard god realm and find a new territory to live in. In a million futures, Asgard has had only 1 or 2 chances to survive Ragnarok. Blue Star, California suburbs, Dark Palace, Hall. Fang Quan was crossing his legs, playing with the beautiful woman in his arms. Ancient One was sitting on a side chair with a serious face. Odin has fallen into a deep sleep, and the 5 realms will soon be in chaos. On the battlefield just now, she felt strange. How could Odin watch his son being beaten, let alone let the Aesir Protoss easily sign this treaty? But the fact that these impossible things have happened only proves that things are bad. Ancient One hastily returned to Holy Place, and used the prophecy magic to perceive that the sky above Asgard God's domain had lost the protection of the God King, and the God King was dim. The star of Odin's destiny has fallen into a deep sleep. The God King who is in charge of the overall peace of the Nine Realms is no longer able to protect the peace of the Nine Realms and Asgard. Fang Quan looked indifferent. Does it have anything to do with me? Ancient One. It has something to do with it. There will definitely be foreign invasions in Blue Star in the future, and I fully support you in your attack. A guy who dares to think wrongly after Odin sleeps does not need sympathy and pity. Fang Quan's mind moved slightly, and he made a calculation. Indeed, what Ancient One said was true. Odin is in charge of the overall peace of the Nine Realms, and Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One is responsible for guarding her 1-acre 3-point land. The two powerful men suppressed the Xiao Xiao disciples so that they would not dare to influence the overall situation with evil thoughts. In the original world, it was precisely because Odin was old and dormant, and the soul of Ancient One was unwilling to endure the endless torture of time and passed away, the civil strife in Yuji kicked off the prelude. Later, Odin died, and the civil strife in the Nine Realms reached its peak. Blue Star was attacked by many alien civilizations because of infinite gems, and Thanos also came to join the war, and snapped his fingers to destroy half of the life in the universe on this planet that once had Sorcerer Supreme. And Asgard, because of Odin's death, also fell into the end of Ragnarok. Fang Quan clicked his tongue. You finally said something human. The absorber David stood aside respectfully, and poured tea for the two strong men. Ancient One picked up the teacup silently. By the way, I moved the battlefield to Blue Star for another reason, do you want to hear it? Fang Quan was curious. Tell me about it. Ancient One is forever young. If one didn't know her approximate age, everyone would think that she is a 24-year-old intellectual woman with long legs. Ancient One said with some embarrassment. In ancient times, ice giants invaded Blue Star, and then led by Odin to repel them, you know that. Fang Quan nodded. I know this. It's a big Blue Star event. Is there any secret behind this matter? Ancient One's eyes were a bit erratic. There were originally more than 4 billion ice giants in Jotunheim's capital planet, but because of the war with Odin, 800 million strong men lost a lot of combat power, and Asgard God's domain also lost miserably. But because of the war, Jotunheim established a space channel with Blue Star, and some ice giants were ruthless, thinking that they couldn't beat the Asgard God's domain or the fragile Blue Star people. As a result, some war factions in Jotunheim sent troops to attack Blue Star on a small scale. Fang Quan was surprised. I really don't know about this. What happened later? Did you take action? Ancient One showed a look of shame. At that time, I was young and energetic, and I tore through time and space to reach Jotunheim, and used all kinds of forbidden spells to help them control the population under 700 million. The hall suddenly became silent. The absorber David couldn't help but look sideways at this Eastern Asgardian of the Blue Star civilization. Fang Quan couldn't help but put down his teacup, and looked carefully at this 24-year-old beauty with fair and tender skin, a delicate and intelligent face, a mature and plump figure. Odin led the army to damage the 800 million ice giants' combat power. You directly slaughtered more than 3 billion people of the ice giants. This is no longer cruel and merciless, this is simply killing God alive. Bai Chi is not as cruel as you. The most embarrassing thing is that after the ice giant finally recovered some population, Ancient One is going to make another move. Ancient One was a little ashamed. I was not sensible at that time. Fortunately, because I shot faster, Jotunheim thought it was Asgard's revenge against them, and the Asgard's people celebrated with the whole country, so the ice giants' attack on Asgard hate to the bone. It is impossible for the people of Asgard to sympathize with the blood-vengeful ice giants. Even if there were some objective and sensible explanations from the Aesir Protoss, they would still be overwhelmed by the massive celebrations of the crowd. No way. The process of Ancient One's shot was very fast, and a direct forbidden spell helped Jotunheim to carry out a large biological screening, helping them free up enough living space and living resources that have not been used up until now. Fang Quan looked at her speechlessly. So you are afraid that the ice giants will find out about this and help them control the population again? Move the battlefield to within your own control, and what happens becomes controllable. Ancient One said embarrassingly. I'm going to screen the ice giants who know the secret this time. As long as I kill all the people who know the secret this time, this secret will become a secret forever, and the rest of the insiders will just be obedient. Shut up and never say it. As long as I kill everyone who knows the secret will always be a secret. JPG. Fang Quan, I really admire you. Why don't you be the Mephisto King? I condescend, I will be a space-time Mephisto King. Compared with you old extermination, I am simply a saint. Ancient One's eyes wandered, and he looked elsewhere. Oh, you were young and ignorant at that time, and your temper was relatively hot. At that time, you traveled around 10,000 worlds, basically relying on your fists. Later, Ancient One relied on wisdom and fame to travel around the world, probably because Ancient One helped everyone screen out all life forms without eyesight, and most of the rest CBED or eyesight. Fang Quan never expected that Ancient One would have such an arrogant side. This is even more arrogant than the immature Thor. Thor only had time to talk about it, but Ancient One was actually carrying out the massacre plan. No wonder Thanos and Odin want to talk about 7-point thin noodles to Ancient One. Ah no, 7-point, original noodles. Whoever encounters such a powerful female ruthless person who likes to beat people to the brink of destruction will have to back away and take a detour. Well, this guy is still very narrow-minded. The ice giant has just recovered its combat power and is about to attack Asgard, but Ancient One actually wants to eliminate hidden dangers and get rid of the core figures of the year. The ice giant who can live from that year to the present, and can still go to the battlefield, should be an important member of the ice giant system without accident. Ancient One is really ruthless. Fang Quan couldn't help complaining. Why don't you call it Ancient One, you should call it GUA Ocean. Ancient One had question marks all over his head, but he also sensed the sarcasm in it, and rolled his eyes. Stop, I don't believe you haven't done such a thing. Could it be that you picked up your Shadow Empire? So far, she doesn't know what is going on in Fang Quan's dark universe, but the only thing she can be sure of is that, to be able to support such a huge indestructible army, the strength of this dark universe must be stronger than Dormammu's dark universe. After all, Dormammu was only willing to give the gift of indestructible power to the generals, and he was not extravagant enough to give the gift of indestructible power to everyone in the Legion. Fang Quan smiled confidently. I really picked this up. Ancient One was impatient. I don't believe it. Don't move, I'll give you an identification technique. You are a dark Mephisto, what do you pretend to be like with me? If you don't destroy a few tribes and don't kill a few civilizations, do you have the nerve to call yourself a dark Mephisto? Fang Quan rolled his eyes, allowing Ancient One to hit the identification technique on him. Fang Quan's body exuded the radiance of the gods, and 12 mysterious cipher texts appeared behind his head to form a light wheel, slowly emitting the light of the truth of all things. Even after the tea in his hand was illuminated by the light of the gods, it became the water of the gods that contained the truth of all things. Fang Quan. Absorber David. Fang Quan was shocked. Can my passive produce water of the gods? This thing works so well. If I knew it earlier, I would directly mass produce the water of the gods and take it out to play. Ancient One was even more shocked. You are a god king, why are you pretending to be Mephisto? I never expected that this guy who called himself a dark Mephisto was actually more upright than himself. What's wrong with this world? Also, what a surprise. The Absorber David was also dumbfounded. Your Majesty, you are a god. Fang Quan showed a hint of helplessness. There is no way, the probability of anyone letting him draw a spell is too high, causing his divine power to improve much faster than the power of darkness. Okay, this matter is finalized, you move the battlefield to the Blue Star Mirror world, and then I will personally participate in the battle. Ancient One was full of complaints and didn't know where to start. Are you a god king or a Mephisto? Your divine power contains the power of darkness to the point where you can't know it. You really don't think about being called a god king. Pantheon. Once you cast the identification technique, you are more divine than a god. What kind of dark Mephisto king do you still call yourself? Fang Quan. Climb, I still think the title of dark Mephisto king is cooler. Ancient One was completely speechless, finalized a few details casually, opened the portal and left without a word. The Absorber, David, has been standing aside to take minutes of the meeting, holding a pen and paper in his hand, and recorded the key information. My king, is there anything else you want to order? Fang Quan put down his teacup and said curiously, you guys have been attacking the dark universe for a while, how is the effect? I recently perceived that the control over the dark power of the main universe has improved. At first Fang Quan didn't care about this, but after his strength improved, he was still interested to find out. Absorber David's face was full of red light. After receiving your will, the two shadow leaders not only expanded in the shadow universe but also expanded their territory in the dark universe. They have already attacked 2 civilizations and are attacking the 3rd civilization. Fang Quan gasped slightly, so fast. At the beginning, when they beat an indigenous civilization, Ne was beaten with a javelin in his forehead. Absorber David stretched out his hand, showing the dark imprint on his palm. With your dark imprint, Banner and I have obtained a nearly unlimited energy supply, and those mortal civilizations can't compete with us at all. Occasionally encounter some indigenous gods, it can also be worn to death in a wheel war. After such a long battle, the strength of myself, Banner, and Tony has been greatly improved. Quote. Fang Quan became curious. Great improvement. Tell me. Absorber David frowned for a long time, and said, the subordinates have gained stronger energy tolerance and upper limit, and are more proficient in life-for-life play. Banner integrates more anger and masters a stronger form. Mr. Tuo Zhang, we are already building a biological vehicle. Fang Quan had a perception. What he said was true. For them, it was indeed a great improvement. For myself, sorry, the degree of strengthening is limited, if you don't tell me, I don't know. Fang Quan. Okay, I am very satisfied, you guys prepare for a war after a while. The Absorber David respectfully accepted the order, and obediently retreated to inform the others. This is their first battle appearance, and they must fight beautifully. I hope the ice giant is easy to manage, not as outrageous as Red Skull holding a cosmic artifact. 2 months passed quickly. During this time, Ancient One summoned members of the magical holy place, held a large ceremony together, and prepared a super giant mirror world for war. Absorber David and the Hulk Banner follow the leader of the shadows to lead troops to fight, learning to lead and fight. However, because of the indestructible legion, everyone fought more boldly. Generally, there were only 2 orders, charge and assemble. In the main world, because of Fang Quan, Eagle Nation's attitude towards mutant has changed, and they quietly began to promote the mutant legal bill. Attitude. Professor X formed the X-Men team and took the opportunity to lead the mutants to earn good reputation and rewards. Some official media seized the opportunity to report on the X-Men team, and the reputation of the mutants has been greatly improved. Magneto, who has always advocated peace by force, fell into a brief silence. Although he was unwilling to admit that this kind of peace was not won by Mutant himself, he was also very satisfied with the current environment where Mutant's situation has been greatly improved. Square. Several major incidents in Quan were also known to the top leaders of the Blue Star civilization countries, and the effects of the incidents were fermented to a good stage. In the concert event, he beat the alien Mephisto that invaded Blue Star with his bare hands, and then threw it into the sun. This incident made the high-level officials of various countries realize that this immortal and eternal lifespan powerhouse cannot be provoked by mortals like them. In the event of the Hammer Camp, the Dark King can mobilize the power of the entire Knight of the Blue Star with a single thought, directly tearing the sky, and confronting the super laser weapon that can tear apart the 5 continents. 0. This incident made everyone clearly realize that this is an invincible Mephisto living in the world, and completely wiped out all their little ones. Even on Blue Star, organizations that worship the King in Black have begun to prevail, and many officials dare not stop them too much. They can only deliberately control the degree so as not to affect the normal operation of society. Just turn it around. However, after this incident got to Fang Quan's ears, Fang Quan disliked these people for not doing business, and messed around every day, and directly sent Black Shadow soldiers to beat up these people. Rapidly decayed. In short, Fang Quan's influence has spread to the world, and he has a very high status and influence. No matter what this person claims to be, everyone knows that this person prevented an end of the world, and also defended the dignity and territory of the Blue Star civilization. Everyone has tacitly regarded Fang Quan as the patron saint of civilization, and some simple people even enshrined Fang Zong's tablet at home to pray for Fang Quan. Many alien civilizations who have left outposts and latent members on the Blue Star also know that there is a supreme powerhouse who is too powerful to be unreasonable on the Blue Star. Powerhouses such as Mo Faithto, Satanish, Shangtarak, etc., have also learned about the tragedy of Dormammu being hanged and beaten from the gossip of the multidimensional universe powerhouses. In the Dark Universe, Dormammu, the leader of the Dark Empire, who can incarnate into a planet file size and command infinite darkness, was beaten unilaterally by this man with the power of time and space, and he could only endure the whole process. If you beat him up, if you can't use your combat power, you can't use it. A small plane was turned into a magma plane by the residual power of this man. All the powerhouses felt that it would be better to keep a low profile in Blue Star in the future, so as not to provoke this supreme powerhouse. Just when the well-informed powerhouses of the Nine Realms shocked the strength of Blue Star, the newly promoted Mephisto King Fang Quan, a new big event shocked the well-informed powerhouses of the Nine Realms again. Ball. The ice giant civilization of Jotunheim has declared war on the Blue Star civilization. The Dark Palace, the Hall of the King, above the Dark Throne. Fang Quan ate 3 apples, and didn't even think about how Jotunheim had the courage to declare war on Blue Star. Is it because I beat Dormammu too lightly, or the attitude of the Aesir Protoss is not sincere enough to let such a backward civilization declare war on Blue Star? Ancient One was also sitting on the side chair with a speechless face. Opposite her were the men of the Dark King, Tony and others. Nick Fury, General Ross, and other high-level representatives of Eagle Nation also sat in their respective seats, quietly observing the changes in Fang Quan's expression. Because according to the arrangement of Ancient One Magician, the spatial correspondence of the mirror world is the territory of the Eagle Kingdom. They didn't know about this at first, but because if something goes wrong in the mirror world, the entire Eagle Kingdom will be responsible, so Ancient One notified them. They dare not have the slightest complaint about this. Because this seemingly insignificant Sister Yu, after the concert incident, adjusted the celestial phenomena of the entire California in a single thought. The Eagle Country executives don't think that their own lives will be more difficult to adjust than the astronomical phenomena. Fang Quan spat out the fruit core, his face full of wonder. Ancient One, is it me, the Dark Mephisto, who is too merciful? Or is it Jotunheim the brain is flooded? Ancient One presented the picture of time magic backtracking, with an extremely speechless expression. Didn't Thor return to God's domain? After he went back to heal his wounds, he picked up the Odin scepter and led the Aesir Protoss to hold a military parade on the border. King Laufey of Jotunheim, I feel that it is indeed difficult to gnaw at the Asgard god realm now. Then, the ice giant King Laufey decided to set his sights on Blue Star, which was easier to occupy. He intends to take a long-term development route to strive for more development space and resources for the Ice Library People's Country. Quote, the Protoss military parade in the Asgard god realm made the ice giants feel that you are Asgard and you are Asgard. If you really want to fight again, Jotunheim will have to have half of his leg broken. After Ancient One paused, he added speechlessly, the ice giants have been recuperating in secluded countries for these years, and they don't know much about what's going on in the outside world. They happen to be the group of guys in the Nine Realms who don't know much about it. For all the calculations, it never took into account the fact that the ice giant civilization is not well informed. They really didn't know that 2 months ago, a new Mephisto King Fang Quan appeared in Blue Star. As a result, the magic operation that shocked the powerhouses of the Nine Realms appeared, and Jotunheim declared war on Blue Star. Those who know will not think of reminding the ice giants, and those who don't know are even more impossible. In this weird situation, the war broke out. Nick Fury's face was serious. King Fang, Ancient One Magician, what should we do about this matter? This is a civilization. The Ancient One Magician showed disdain. A civilization. Without my permission, it is impossible for them to enter the Blue Star on a large scale in this lifetime. Do you think my Sorcerer Supreme's strength is vegetarian? Fang Quan raised his eyebrows. Although I can calm down this matter by myself, I still want to know, what does Asgard say? Originally, I wanted to eat Asgard's melon, but I didn't expect to eat it on myself. Now, Fang Quan is wondering what will happen to Asgard. A dark green light flashed in Ancient One's eyes, and his tone was flat. You can withdraw from the dark domain now, and they will arrive here in less than 3 minutes. Fang Quan let out a sigh, expressing his admiration for Ancient One's pinnacle ability to accurately predict the future, and then withdrew from the sanctuary that enveloped the dark palace of the main world. Sure enough, within 3 minutes, the divine light of Bifrost lit up in the sky, and several figures fell from the divine light to the ground. After the rainbow light dissipated, Thor came out with the Odin scepter in his hand, followed by Loki, the god of tricks, Sif, the female warrior, and the old man holding a scroll. Thor has a solemn face and a majestic posture. Looking at his appearance, in just a few months, his whole person has undergone drastic changes, and his temperament has just shown his sharpness. King Mephisto, I, Thor Odinson, come to visit on behalf of all the people of the Asgard god realm, to discuss the matter of Jotunheim declaring war on Midgard. Fang Quan snapped his fingers, and a group of ghost soldiers came out from the darkness, and arranged chairs and other seats on the side of Ancient One. Fang Quan got straight to the point. I don't like to waste time by telling you whether you will send troops or not. Thor heard this, turned around and said to Loki helplessly, look, I knew he didn't like this at all. Loki, the god of trickery, shrugged and was speechless. This is the way of the older generation, and it's not that I insist on advocating this. Thor's posture relaxed a little, sat a little more comfortably, and leaned Odin's scepter on the table. We have a blood feud with the ice giant. If there is a race in the universe that does not want the ice giant to rise, it is definitely we Aesir Protoss. We will send a large army to help the Blue Star civilization fight and drive away the ice giants. Quote. Loki hastily added. However, we can only support part of it, not all of it. The Aesir Protoss is now exhausted, and we have to stay behind to protect the god's domain, lest the ice giants sneak attack on the god's domain. Fang Quan was satisfied with his attitude, nodded, and looked at Ancient One randomly. The person who controls the supergiant mirror world is Ancient One, and she is naturally in charge of the war group. Ancient One received the prophecy magic and explained to Fang Quan, it is indeed possible for the ice giants to sneak into God's domain, because the casket of ancient winters is Kuri in God's domain. No matter how many ice giants are killed or injured, once they get the casket of ancient winters, they will soon become a race comparable to the Aesir Protoss. The casket of ancient winters is equivalent to the life source of the ice giants. No matter how much it costs, as long as this super artifact returns, the ice giants can return to their military status as the leader of the 9 realms. From another perspective, casket of ancient winters is equivalent to Bifrost in Asgard, both of which are super strategic weapons. Because in ancient times, the casket of ancient winters was launched, bringing the entire Blue Star into the Ice Age. Definitely, this incident also led to Jotunheim's population being controlled below 700 million. Fang Quan is also satisfied with this result. Okay, you little rookies, after Odin is gone, you can live on and at the same time send out some troops to support us, which is not bad. Asgard still has a conscience. Thor said seriously. I personally lead the army to support, and my younger brother Loki is responsible for guarding God's domain. Fang Quan sat upright and smiled. That's right, I have more appreciation for you. This young man Thor is still very moral, it's true. Fang Quan was very satisfied with this. Okay, then I, Ancient One, and Thor will take the lead in handling this matter. Nick Fury, do you have anything to say? Nick Fury hurriedly said. King Mephisto, we S.H.I.E.L.D. have received the super tech weapons of the Hydra organization and are willing to participate in the war and eradicate those enemies that have been missed. He wants to prove that the Eagle Nations organization is not without combat power, and it is still useful. It can only be said, this kind of behavior is to protect their own face. Nick Fury knew that Fang Quan didn't care about their strength at all. Fang Quan chuckled. I appreciate your bravery, but I don't like your recklessness. Ice giants are a group that can compete with the Aesir Protoss. The only thing is that their body density is more than 3 times that of humans, and they also have the ability to resist conventional physics. Ability to hurt. You are responsible for guarding the space coverage of the mirror world of the main world, and killing some missing little things. Quote. Information technology civilization fights energy civilization, which is the same as agricultural civilization fights industrial civilization. There is nothing easy to fight against the wind. An interstellar battleship ran over and did nothing, throwing garbage at high altitudes around the blue star every day, which could make the surface civilization miserable. Nick Fury had an expression of guilt and sureness on his face, and he didn't insist on his senseless bravery. General Ross fell into a brief silence, then tapped the table to signal that he had something to say. Fang Quan looked over curiously. "Oh, General Ross, what's the matter?" General Ross stood up and said respectfully, "I am very grateful for your protection of the Blue Star civilization." Despite the blood feud of 60,000 soldiers, he is not a person who discriminates between black and white. General Ross's perception of Fang Quan is also very complicated now. Fang Quan chuckled. "Okay, that's it. By the way, Ancient One, where exactly did you get the mirror world?" Ancient One blushed in embarrassment, turned his head and pointed upwards with his finger. Fang Quan was surprised. "The sky. This is a bit creative, that is, if some enemies are leaked, they will be seriously injured when they fall, and they can only be beaten to death obediently." Ancient One whispered embarrassingly, "It is shrouded in your dark sanctuary. I think that if there is a problem on my side, your dark sanctuary can quickly swallow it up." Ancient One has given full play to the principle of not wasting, and maximized its strategic value. Fang Quan was so angry that his chest bulged. "You covered my palace with a mirror world. You all get out of here, Ancient One, you leave me alone. Are you doing a human thing?" Seeing this, the others obediently slipped away at the speed of light, for fear of harming the fish in the pond. Everyone stayed away from the palace, and soon heard screams and crazy apologies from the hall, accompanied by the sound of clothes being torn. Nick Fury touched his nose guiltily. "I don't think we've gone far enough. I'll go first." Jotunheim, the kingdom of giants, the capital of the ice giants, sits on the throne of the palace. This is a world covered in frost, blown by cold winds all year round, and its gravity is 2 or 3 times that of the blue star, so the bone density of the creatures living here is also higher than that of the blue star. In Jotunheim, there are diverse biological systems. Among the main giant civilizations, ice giants are the most numerous, followed by storm giants, and mountain giants are biased toward minorities. There are also other groups of giants, but because they are rare in number, they are not the main ethnic groups in the kingdom of giants, so I won't repeat them here. The huge, 6-meter-tall Laufey sat on the frozen throne. His eyes were silent. Although Odin was asleep, his son awakened the guardian priesthood and picked up the eternal gun. He is a fearsome young man. Thor's metamorphosis made Laufey change his mind. Although Thor's strength is not as good as Odin's, as a king, Thor doesn't need much strength. As long as he has the kingly bearing in mind, can control the Aesir Protoss army, and make correct offensive judgments, it is enough to make Jotunheim awed up. On the surrounding frozen seats, sat giant elders of the same size. Most of them were ice giants, but there were also storm giants and mountain giant elders. The old and strong ice giant elder had a serious expression. "The Aesir Protoss are extremely narrow-minded lunatics. After they won the war, they released the forbidden spell on our country at the cost of huge amounts of planet-level elements. 0. Once hit by the forbidden curse, he will be afraid of the Aesir Protoss for thousands of years. They never imagined that after the Aesir Protoss returned after a disastrous victory, they had just rested for a few years before they gathered enough energy to release the planet-level forbidden spell. The cost of doing this must be huge amounts of. But the giants. I believe that as long as the Aesir Protoss has a king with a normal mind, when the war reaches a certain level, even with the Aesir Protoss Foundation, they will release this expensive forbidden spell again." Bloodbath Jotunheim. The face of the elder of the storm giant was also very helpless. The call for attacking the Asgard god realm is very loud. The main reason is that the younger generation is not convinced. However, they don't understand what we did back then. What a tragic war was fought, and what terrible revenge was suffered afterwards. Quote. Lao Fei showed a sad expression. "I am very happy that the younger generation still has glory and courage, but our country is not yet strong enough to compete with the curse of the planet. A whole generation of young and middle-aged combat power was defeated by the Aesir Protoss, and they suffered brutal and inhuman revenge afterward. The ice giant civilization exhausted most of its strength just to resume production. Fortunately, despite the defeat, the giants are still optimistic and actively preparing for revenge. Although the older generation of giants is full of frustration, the more enthusiastic young giants are optimistic and fanatical to fight for themselves, for the country, and for civilization. Lao Fei looked at the giant elders beside him. Have you found a way to counteract the planet-level forbidden spell? The giant elders looked at each other, and finally shook their heads helplessly and sighed together. The power of the star-level forbidden spell is too terrifying. With the current strength of the ice giant civilization, it is impossible to find a defense plan. Lao Fei couldn't help showing frustration and sadness. As long as we can't find a solution to defend against planet-level forbidden spells, we will be unable to attack Asgard. This matter can only be left to posterity. Let future generations remember that we once had a glorious civilization, we once conquered the 9 realms, and we almost became the kings of the 9 realms. It's Odin, it's Aesir, it's Asgard that made us lose our glory. This blood feud, no matter how many millennia pass, we must never forget it. The giant elders rose and fell to their knees, offering absolute loyalty to their king. Obey, king. There was deep hatred and blood in Lao Fei's eyes, but he could only suppress the unforgettable blood feud again and again. We can't beat Asgard, can't we still beat Midgard? Asgard will definitely make trouble, but we must take a piece of land and seek more hope and development for our descendants. As long as we can survive, as long as we seize the opportunity to develop, we will eventually return to the throne of the King of the 9 realms. Follow my king's decree. The weak blue star civilization, this time Odin is asleep, and the Aesir Protoss only have time to protect themselves, and the strength of the army they can send is limited. Last time Odin stepped in, this time. Let me see who can protect you. 3. Blue Star, California, Dark Palace. Ancient One paid huge amounts of sacrifices for the preparations for this war, and did not leave the Dark Palace for a whole month. By the time everyone saw the Ancient One magician again, it had been a month and a week. Fang Quan was sitting on the throne with a red face, while Ancient One was showing a shy face, nodding his head and drooping eyebrows, sitting obediently next to the throne. Everyone's eyes were full of envy and admiration. Didn't go out for a whole month. During this period of time, it is estimated that Mephisto Wang Quan is struggling on the body of this 24-year-old intellectual long-legged lady. I have to say that this beautiful long-legged beauty with eternal youth is really attractive. Fang Quan said with satisfaction. According to what Xiaogu said, Jotunheim has already prepared for transdimensional teleportation, and is about to project a teleportation gate to start the war in the early morning local time, and you have to make preparations tonight. Although Xiaogu and I are in charge of the overall situation, the ice giants are powerful, and you can only compete with them with giant super tanks, so don't underestimate them. Quote. Nick Fury's face became serious. Follow the order. The rest took orders respectfully, with an extremely correct attitude. After the matter was settled properly, Fang Quan couldn't wait to be dismissed from the crowd. Everyone exited the palace obediently, and after walking out of the gate, they heard shy coquettish voices and some indescribable tearing sounds again. Everyone watched their noses with their eyes, their mouths with their noses, and their hearts with their mouths, and left quickly. The time soon came to the wee hours of the morning, and the early winter had passed for a few days. Although there was no snowflakes in California, the temperature was several degrees below zero. Fang Quan arrived in the mirror world belatedly after, severely punishing, the 24-year-old Ancient One with his youthful appearance and youthful body. This time, the mirror world has been perfected, by which only allows life forms in the dark field to observe, and other people cannot observe the scenes in the mirror world covered by this area. Fang Quan was sitting on the dark throne. Ancient One was lying softly in his arms curled up with legs moaning slightly, and patted his chest in dissatisfaction. If it weren't for the indestructible power, she would have been tortured to death by Fang Quan. Fang Quan played with the figure of Ancient One, smiled and looked at the high altitude of the mirror world. The interesting technology is to use frozen material nodes to nationalize the portal. Snowflakes began to fall in the sky above the mirror world. Ancient One lazily wrapped his arms around Fang Quan's neck, lying in his arms, with a soft voice, "There is only fun left. Under the Supreme, they are all ants." She was able to single-handedly beat Jotunheim to the brink of civilization. Now, she does the same. Fang Quan chuckled. Indeed. A large number of handsome mecha black shadows wearing steel armor strode forward, making the sound of scrambling footsteps, guarding all around the throne in an orderly manner, which looked extraordinarily well organized. These are a group of Guards of Honor, formed by Tony after discussing with the leaders of the Shadows in his spare time. The requirements of the leaders of the Shadows are very clear. The Guard of Honor may not be responsible for fighting, but the weapons on their bodies must be strong and handsome. Facts have proved that the effect after getting it out is indeed very eye-catching and very handsome. The two leaders of the Dark Shadows walked out of the darkness silently, and stood on both sides of the throne, silently guarding their king. Iron Man Tony came to the side of the throne wearing an updated version of the biological supreme armor, ready for this battle with confidence. After going through a long period of accumulation and metamorphosis, he thinks he already has enough qualifications to make Fang Quan take a second look, and he also has the qualifications to make the enemy fear. The green giant color has become thicker, and he has steadily completed the cultivation of level 1. After the transformation, he will be in a strong state, and he can retain more wisdom. Absorber David has not been idle during this period of time, and has carried out a deeper level of training on his own characteristics. At present, he can transform part of the material into vibranium, so that he can hold a vibranium shield for defense, or when fighting in the form of a storm, use his palm transform into a thunderous stance to attack the enemy. The two Black Shadow Legions walked out of the darkness with neat steps, one neatly covering the earth, ready to face the ground station. One began to envelope the sky, ready to face the enemy's air forces. Ancient One looked at the dark soldiers coming out of the darkness one after another, and opened his mouth in surprise. You actually have so many non-soldiers. She had already overestimated Fang Quan's strength, and never thought that Fang Quan could summon so many immortal soldiers. Fang Quan smiled lightly. This is not all I have. But it is enough. On the side of the Dark Army, a series of bright yellow portals opened, and a magician filed out. Sorcerer Supreme Stephen was the first to fly out and laughed. Finally, it's time for me to reveal. Stephen hurriedly stopped his figure, suspended in midair, and stared dumbfounded at the Dark Army that could not be seen in front of him. Let's just say, even though we know that we are cooperating with King Mephisto of the Dark Empire, aren't so many super dark life forms a bit too much? Every one of them exudes a top-notch elite aura, and everyone's steps are so uniform. The strength of this army is a bit too strong. The king held the staff in his hand and his face was solemn. King Mephisto's empire is far stronger than we imagined. Jill Magician looked in the direction of the Dark Throne with a twitching corner of his mouth. I think, rather than this, you should electric refine. Our teacher has already thrown himself into the arms of Lord Mephisto. The magicians were extremely shocked. Their pupils were shaken, their minds were shaken, and each of them frantically swiped the Hawkeye spell on themselves and looked towards the direction of the Dark Throne. Sure enough, they saw their respected teacher lying in the arms of King Mephisto, showing a shy and weak posture. I must be blind. The teacher actually had love with King Mephisto. In Jotunheim, a suburb near the royal capital, King Ice Giant Laufey is sitting on the throne, watching the giants form the portal. For a full month, the giants prepared the pre-war work to the most perfect level. Next to Laufey is the Icebreaker Hammer, which is a super artifact that is powerful enough to kill Odin. During that legendary battle that was sung by the world, Laufey also blinded Odin in one eye, and almost narrowly beat Odin to become the winner. However, the overall situation of the war was unfavorable, and Laufey alone was powerless, so he was forced to sign a peace treaty with Asgard. But now, Pun plans to concentrate Jotunheim's power to attack the weak Blue Star. I can't beat Odin, can I still beat Blue Star? A natural arrogance and sense of superiority appeared on Laufey's face, which was the self-confidence and arrogance crushed by the absolute strength of racial superiority. Little humans, ridiculous. King, the portal has opened. Laufey watched the huge amounts of the portal light up with ice blue light, and then formed a huge ice crystal door. With a confident smile on his face, he stood up and opened his arms to start the pre-battle speech. Subjects, warriors, for the glory and development of the giant family for thousands of years, I, Laufey, decided to launch a war against Blue Star. In this universe, the winner is the king, and the loser is the bandit. From beginning to end, the strong rule over the weak. Once, the dastardly Odin stood in the way of our great development plans. But now, we have finally waited for the opportunity for the rise of the giant race. Shameless Asgardians will certainly stop us, but, gentlemen, It is our supreme honor to fight and die for the country, the people, the ancestors, and the descendants. Asgard can't stop us from rising, not in the past, not now, and not in the future. We are invincible, never give up giant family. We are great, mighty, giants that the gods fear. For Jotunheim, for giant civilization, for you, for our family, for our faith, for our civilization. Me, Ice Giant King Laufey, please everyone, die for me. Die for your country. Die for civilization. Die for the world of giants. The giants let out wild cheers. Although Laufey failed once, his strong personality and strength are still the backbone of the giant civilization, and he is still a superpower admired by people. He is powerful, he is sympathetic to the people, he is for the people in the country, and he is fair and selfless. It can be said that Laufey is a perfect hero. It's just that during the rise of this hero who is loved by giants, he met another more powerful leader of the Protoss, Odin. Although it failed once, the giant civilization was once on the verge of extinction. But the giants never regretted it, and still firmly followed their leader, the ice giant Laufey. Because the ice giant Laufey is really pursuing happiness, a better future, and a more prosperous civilized country for all of them. It is precisely because of this firm and united cultural will that the giant civilization can quickly recover after being on the verge of extinction, and quickly return to the strength and status that can wrestle with the Aesir Protoss. Now, the giant civilization with great ambitions, ready to go, and high morale decided to use the Blue Star of Shinsho village to train soldiers to seek a better future for the giant civilization. Prosperity, 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 prosperity. The giants cheered wildly, cheering that their civilization will be more prosperous and their life will be better. Countless giant soldiers reveled hard, shouting for the great king's wise decision. Seeing the ice crystal portal completely open, Laufey laughed excitedly. Ha ha ha, the whole army, attack! The giants shouted and uttered battle roars, and charged with weapons in hand, rushing towards the portal quickly. Within a certain range of the giants approaching the portal, the light of space enveloped them, continuously teleporting them to the Blue Star world where the weak civilization is located. Blue Star, a super-giant mirror world. Countless ice giants and other types of giants landed on the ground excitedly, and then saw the boundless legion of dark life forms waiting in full force, watching them indifferently and majestically. The giant soldiers instinctively felt that something was wrong, and hurriedly formed a team one by one, maintaining excellent morale and discipline. Something is wrong with this situation. When the army passed through halfway, when Laufey also arrived at the mirror world in the frozen chariot, he saw what he least expected. A huge dark army is blocking the front, and there is a medium-sized army of suspected spellcasters on the side watching him and the others solemnly. Above the dark army, there is a dark throne floating. On the throne sits a young man in black casual clothes with a playful smile, holding 10 peerless beauties for fun. Laufey pressed his hand slightly, signaling for everyone to form in formation and not to act rashly. The elders issued orders one after another, and the giants acted quickly, forming relevant legion formations according to the elders' orders, and confronted the dark legions. In the rear of Laufey, there are still giants arriving in the mirror world through the portal. After the giants arrived, they saw the compatriots in front of them form in formation, and quickly and methodically formed in formation to form an efficient war legion formation. Laufey looked around and frowned. The situation is not right. Especially the young man on the dark throne in midair, although he didn't exude coercion, he faintly brought a strong sense of oppression to himself. Laufey pondered for a moment, then said in a concentrated voice, "I am the ice giant King Laufey, the ruler of Jotunheim. Who is your excellency? Why do you want to block our route to attack Blue Star?" A hearty laugh came from the dark throne in the distant sky. "Who am I? I am Fang Quan, the dark Mephisto King, ruler of the dark side of the Blue Star." When the voice fell to the ground, the red and black magic light centered on the dark throne roared arrogantly towards the surroundings, dyeing half of the sky and the earth red in an instant, covering everything under the magic light. A burst of terrifying dark coercion erupted from the red and black magic light, pressing on the giants. Empty, empty. The giants only felt that the whole world was trembling, all the elemental environment was forcibly crushed by the darkest force, an indescribable sense of suffocation welled up in their chests, they couldn't be squeezed out, and they pressed hard on their chests. Lao Fei took a breath, and unconsciously clenched the ice-breaking magic hammer. The magic hammer provided him with a burst of ice power in time, alleviating the terrifying pressure he was under. Lao Fei's pupils shrank suddenly, and he stood up in shock, his mouth slightly opened. How come? Why does Blue Star have eternal level powerhouses? Why does this civilization that is so weak that it has not even stepped out of the planet have eternal powerhouses? The cheeks of the elders turned pale slightly, and they all looked at their leader, the ice giant Lao Fei. They also didn't expect that they would run into an eternal rank powerhouse head-on. This is equivalent to the local tyrants in the capital driving luxury cars to a remote village and wanting to forcefully expropriate a few pieces of land. As a result, I met the richest man in the country drinking tea in this poor place. How can there be eternal level strong people in this broken place? How can this broken civilization level support eternal level strong people? The ice giant Lao Fei took a deep breath, knowing exactly what kind of eternal level powerhouse he was facing at this moment. Although he is at his peak, there is no young man in the Shen clan who can take over his banner. Maybe I will also enter the frozen state in the future, waiting for the call of the next generation of giant kings to fight for civilization. And the eternal level powerhouse on the opposite side is still very young, unbelievably young, so young that he is squandering the power of the darkest to deter them. Because he is young, he has a promising future. Lao Fei's complexion was heavy, and his heart was even heavier. After finally waiting for an eternal level powerhouse to fall asleep, is it possible that Jotunheim will provoke another eternal level powerhouse? Eternal level powerhouses do not really have unlimited lifespans, but have a lifespan that is so long that it exceeds the limit of the race, so much that powerhouses of this level have never encountered the situation of old age and death. Generally speaking, there are only two kinds of threats that can pose a threat to the eternal level: the erosion of time to the origin, and the bloody battle of the same level falls to eternal death. Lao Fei outlived Odin, so he was able to wait until the end of Odin's old age. A late-stage eternal level powerhouse will never be able to compare with an eternal level ice giant who is still in his prime. However, he is not willing to provoke a newborn eternal rank powerhouse for the sake of race. In particular, this eternal level powerhouse is still recognized as the dark department with the least conscience and moral bottom line. Those cultivation paths of the dark system, but anyone with a little conscience can't grow up. Lao Fei looked at these huge dark legions with a serious expression. Although our side has a racial advantage, but for the sake of this territory, we must defend a dark-type eternal strongman who is still young and recognized as the most shameless and bottomless. Certainly, can win, but in the long run, blood loss. Feeling deeply helpless, he raised his hand, withdraw. Whoosh whoosh. On the left side of the dark army, rainbow lights hit the ground one after another. Asgard fighters quickly rushed out of the rainbow lights, maintaining a high degree of discipline and forming a battle formation. At the same time, a beam of huge amounts of rainbow divine light separated from the pillar, and quickly hit the giant ice crystal teleportation gate of the ice giants. Lao Fei's face tightened, and he hurriedly turned around to check, and saw that the transmission light of his own portal was normal, and the giants were still being teleported quickly. But Lao Fei didn't let go of his heart, and immediately looked at the ice giant elder who was proficient in space teleportation. The dark blue skin of the ice giant elders turned pale, and their faces were terrified. They prevented the return function of the portal. Now, the ice crystal portal can bring people here, but they can no longer go back. It will take at least an hour to fix the return function. On the battlefield, a safe and steady hour will cost human lives. Lao Fei's pupils narrowed sharply, and he clenched his teeth. They want to squeeze the last drop of blood from our race. Just like before. Despicable Asir Protoss. Lao Fei raised the ice-breaking hammer, exuding the majesty of a king. Giants, we have encountered a bitter battle. In this weak blue star civilization, there is actually a dark king. However, I, Lao Fei, will fight against this dark king myself. You will be in charge of defeating the Asir army and the Dark Legion, which is half the number of us. For race, for civilization. On the throne of darkness, Fang Quan was surprised to see the bandits on the frozen chariot in the distance. Ancient One noticed his gaze and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Fang Quan chuckled. an ice giant king with a very rare quality of king soul, his soul shone with bright glory. Ancient One followed his line of sight, only to see an ice giant king who was high-spirited, holding up the ice-breaking hammer and shouting, "He is indeed a good king, but unfortunately we are enemies." Fang Quan put his arms around Ancient One's delicate body, lowered his head and sniffed the fragrance lightly. The highest treatment for the enemy is to give them the most noble death. A battle cry rushed straight at Fang Quan, shaking the soldiers of the Dark Legion from side to side along the way, and the ground trembled slightly. The Black Shadow leaders on both sides of the throne shot together to disperse the battle cry. Fang Quan raised his head unexpectedly, and saw the ice giant King Lao Fei on the ice-bound chariot, pointing at him with the ice-breaking hammer. Ancient One chuckled. "He is declaring war on you. He is afraid that you will kill his people." Fang Quan let go of the Ancient One, got up, and covered his body with a set of Demon King armor. He was very interested. "I was too lazy to do it, but I am quite interested to see such an interesting king's soul." Fang Quan flew straight up and rushed straight to the center of the battlefield. Lao Fei also leapt with both legs, directly crossed a distance of several thousand meters, and flew high into the center of the battlefield. Boom! Fang Quan landed on the ground, causing a wave of air. Boom! Lao Fei hit the ground heavily, cracking the ground, and looked at Fang Quan solemnly. "If it is not necessary, I really don't want to fight to the death with you." Thor awakening, the son of Odin, is already half an eternity. He is the super strong, he is the enemy of our Jotunheim battle to the death. After seeing Fang Quan and these dark legions, Lao Fei knew that the strategic goal of this war could no longer be achieved. It was not worthwhile to win the war and lose the future. Fang Quan smiled. "Do you think you will win?" Lao Fei laughed loudly, holding the ice-breaking hammer in his hand. "Young man, you have to know that old age has its advantages. I have richer background and combat experience than you. Retreat, I will not invade Midgard. This is just a bloody battle between me and Asgard God realm." Fang Quan licked the corner of his mouth and showed an excited smile. "But, I like killing and destroying. Under the right conditions, Fang doesn't mind creating a killing and destruction to satisfy himself." Lao Fei's face darkened, cursing in his heart. "Maid, the Dark Ones are all lunatics. These people don't think about their interests at all. They only think about whether they are happy or not. Are they strong or not? What else could Lao Fei do?" His eyes slanted, and he saw that the Protoss at the forefront of the Aesir Protoss army was the acting god king guarding Thor. Lao Fei put on a fighting stance, naturally sowing dissension, fighting for time for the space ice giant elder to restore the portal. "Don't you know the belief of the Aesir Protoss? They are born to be in opposition to darkness. Once they lose our Jotunheim's threat, after they recover their strength, they will definitely attack you. I admire your courage to cooperate with these duplicitous and shameless Aesir Protoss." Fang Quan turned his head slightly, and looked at the giants who were repairing with magic in front of the ice crystal portal far behind him. "How long will it take to repair the portal?" "Half an hour or an hour." Lao Fei's plot was seen through, so he could only sigh helplessly, knowing that this battle could not be avoided, and adjusted to a fighting stance. "I don't want to fight with you. For some things, it is better to leave a line. I can't afford to risk my life with the Dark King, and I still have a group to take care of." Fang Quan smiled. "You are really confident." When the voice fell, Fang Quan had already appeared in front of Lao Fei, smiling and punching him. The air on the surface of the fist was smashed in circles. 10 balls of flames wrapped the surface of the fist. Lao Fei's pupils shrink into needles, so fast. Boom. Lao Fei only had time to block it, when he felt a huge force hitting the crystal blue ice-breaking magic hammer. The ice-breaking magic hammer was unable to resist the huge force, and flew towards his chest abruptly. Puff! Lao Fei flew upside down, sprayed a lot of blood in midair, rolled and collided all the way, hitting a large deep ravine on the ground. Lao Fei's physical fitness is amazing. He controlled his figure in midair, grabbed it with one hand, and huge amounts of blue palms were firmly buckled on the ground, leaving 5 long ravines on the ground, stopping his figure. Lao Fei stared at Fang Quan in shock. What a powerful force. Isn't the race of human beings very poor? How can they cultivate a power that exceeds the upper limit of the bloodline of my king, the ice giant? The majestic king himself with the blood of the ice giant actually lost to a human king in terms of strength. Fang Quan smiled indifferently, stepped forward, time and space were shattered, appeared in front of Lao Fei, and punched out at the same time. Lao Fei's heart jumped to the top of his throat, he couldn't believe it, the Devil King of time and space. Boom! This time, Lao Fei was punched into the sky, and a layer of shockwave just exploded on the ground, blowing away the soldiers around the center of the battlefield. Lao Fei was dumbfounded. How small is the probability that he will encounter such a series of extremely low probability events? The number of Dark Kings is already rare enough, and they can still meet another time-space demon king. Lao Fei knew that he had to fight with all his strength, otherwise it would be a problem whether he could leave here alive. In the rare situation that can threaten the eternal level powerhouse, the same level powerhouse who has mastered the power of time and space is one of the few existences that can knock down the eternal level powerhouse at the same level. Lao Fei opened his perception with all his strength, his eyes widened, his mind was running fast, he figured out Fang Quan's fighting habits, and swung the ice-breaking hammer with all his strength to hit the front of his chest. Boom! The crystal blue ice-breaking hammer collided with a fist wearing a black glove, and a layer of ice quickly wrapped around the black glove like a python, greatly hindering the opponent from exerting force. Fang Quan sighed lightly, and the whole figure flew out of the space to teleport, and glanced at the blue ice seal on his black glove in a little surprise. This Lao Fei has two skills and can become Odin's enemy. Fang Quan's eyes slightly reflected the appearance of the horse charm, and the blue ice seal on the black glove was instantly shattered into ice slag and exploded. Lao Fei was blown away by the powerful force, and flew upside down, his face full of extreme puzzlement. The Icebreaker Hammer, an artifact handed down from generation to generation by their Jotunheim kings, an artifact that could nearly kill the king of God Odin. The Icebreaker Hammer can release enough ice to seal the body of the Eternal class, limiting the opponent's combat ability and state during the battle. But the extreme ice seal of the Icebreaker Hammer was actually shattered. Lao Fei's eyes were fixed on Fang Quan's black glove. Could it be a super god-level defensive artifact? Lao Fei was smashed in front of his giant army, the ice god armor on his chest was broken, and blue blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He stood up and looked at Fang Quan, who was slowly falling from the sky. His eyes were extremely firm. Dark King, you will not win. Since you want war, I will give you war. I may lose this war, but you will never win. Fang Quan agreed with a smile and said, well, try it. Loth pointed at the Dark Legion and the Aesir Protoss with the ice-breaking hammer, and shouted, Giants, attack. Hearing the Giant King's order, the Giants uttered a fanatical battle cry, charged in formation, and launched the most desperate charge towards the Dark Legion and the Aesir Protoss Legion. Fang Quan smiled lightly, kill. The Black Shadow soldiers of the Dark Legion, no matter in the sky or on the ground, their blood eyes all lit up, emitting a bloodthirsty magic light, charging with indifferent and uniform steps, more precise than robots. The soldiers of the Aesir Protoss Legion looked at the neat and bloodthirsty Dark Legion at the side, couldn't help but secretly startled, and looked at their king Thor. Guardian Thor sighed and shouted, people of Asgard, for the Protoss. Kill. The Aesir Protoss army launched a charge immediately, and the roar of fanatical battle roared loudly. Facing the ice giants, they don't need too many speeches at all. The two sides are blood feuds for generations, and just meeting is enough to fight with red eyes. The magician team on the right side of the Dark Army, you look at me, I look at you, can only apply magic blessings to these two fanatical charging legions, or start to play long-range magic output. Teammates too much. The power is too strong, the charging speed is too fast, they don't even have enough time to fill up the magic blessings. The armies of both sides charged desperately, while tacitly avoiding the area where the two kings fought. The legions of both sides quickly contacted and collided. The physical quality of the ice giant was born to be more than 10 times that of the blue star, not to mention the ice giant fighters. If they swept hard, 5 or 6 black shadow soldiers were smashed into demon energy and dissipated. The eyes of the other shadow soldiers remained unchanged, and they calmly stepped forward to slaughter, blinding the eyes of the ice giant at the forefront, cutting his throat and tendons. In just an instant, an ice giant died in Wangquan. But before he died, he took away 6 shadow soldiers in one breath. When the ice giant warriors and the Aesir Protoss met, most of them fell into a stalemate, and it was difficult to kill them with one blow. Compared with the gods, the physical fitness of the giants is even better. The reason why there is a gap in the level of civilization between the two sides is because of the gap advantages accumulated in the wars over the years. In terms of battle-loss ratio, a very close delicate balance has been achieved, basically close to 1-for-1. Out of the corner of his eye, Lao Fei saw that his own soldiers had easily killed 6 shadow soldiers, and he was slightly relieved. In this war, the giants would not lose so badly. Lao Fei looked at Fang Quan, and couldn't help revealing the sweetness of victory. King of Darkness, exchange 6 soldiers for one of our ice giants, and you actually think you will win. With huge amounts of racial disparity, how do you win? Fang Quan glanced at it, curled his lips slightly. I will win, and I am thinking about how to make you die more. Although the Black Shadow soldiers are super-class human fighters, their physical fitness is obviously stretched in front of the giants, which really makes me feel dissatisfied. But, if you think this is the limit of the Shadow soldiers, then, Lao Fei, you are very wrong. A Black Shadow soldier pressed the chest of a fallen ice giant with both hands, and black aura flew out from the body of the dead ice giant, and flew into the 7 orifices of the Black Shadow soldier at an extremely fast speed. The aura of the Black Shadow soldier rose rapidly, and violent dark power flowed on him. The body of the dead ice giant on the ground quickly became dry and decayed, and in the blink of an eye, only a huge giant withered and yellow skeleton remained on the spot. The Black Shadow soldier raised a pair of ferocious and crazy blood eyes, looked up to the sky and screamed, and let out a roar that belonged to the dark life. Roar, roar, roar. The berserk Black Shadow soldier gave up his weapon and rushed towards the opposite ice giant like a lunatic. He grabbed the ice giant's face tightly, turned his hands into sharp swords, and thrust into the ice giant's eyes with all his strength. In the orbit, the power of violent darkness poured into it along the sharp sword, and exploded in the ice giant's brain. The ice giant groaned in pain, and died suddenly, with huge amounts of body lying on its back on the battlefield. The berserk Black Shadow soldier didn't stop, but continued madly, using a suicide attack to pounce on the next ice giant. And behind him, a Black Shadow soldier lay on the body of the fallen ice giant, trying his best to absorb the original power of the fallen ice giant. Fang Quan admired the devouring ability of the Shadow soldier with great interest. As a dark being, can you be called a dark life if you don't know magic skills? Luo Fei naturally also saw this, and his face became very ugly. Even so, you won't win. Fang Quan smiled. Well, yes. If I didn't know that Black Shadow soldiers are immortal, shouldn't I cry for you now? Some Shadow soldiers absorbed a large amount of death and life essence, entered a state of berserk, and their physical fitness has also been greatly improved. For the sake of morale, some elite ice giant warriors roared forward and beheaded the berserk Black Shadow soldiers in a furious fighting style. The beheaded Black Shadow soldiers turned into demonic energy and exploded. The elite ice giant warriors roared excitedly, and the surrounding giants uttered fanatical celebrations. Seeing this, Lao Fei looked much better. Young Dark King, your dark army is indeed very powerful compared to the human race, but it is definitely not the opponent of our giant race. Even if these dark legions have strange abilities, the elites on their side can still crush them. You young eternal level powerhouse, you simply don't understand how deep I have cultivated for the giant race. Youth represents potential. It also represents weakness. At present, the only ones that have caused great losses to the giant race are those dark beings that fly in the sky and have wings. But that's about it. Fang Quan asked curiously. In the history of your giant race, have you ever fought against an immortal enemy? He was genuinely curious. Lao Fei was taken aback. Immortal enemies. How can there be truly immortal enemies in this universe? It's just that the destruction is not strong enough. He didn't understand why the Dark King suddenly started chatting with ease. However, he was so happy. Even if this battle can't win Blue Star, as long as it can weaken the strength of the Aesir Protoss and let the Dark King realize that their giants are not easy to mess with, that's enough. If you can't get the best, then it's okay to achieve a slightly worse strategic goal. Fang Quan nodded thoughtfully. It seems that they don't have much experience in this area, and they don't realize what kind of enemy they are fighting in a short period of time. A chaotic battlefield is the best cover-up. The dead Shadow soldiers will revive in the Shadow Empire or the surrounding dark environment. After awakening, they will still retain the original power drawn from the enemy. War is the most powerful chemical agent for the Shadow soldiers. Devouring the enemy's original power is the most basic evolutionary ability of the shadow soldiers. Not only the shadow devouring group can rely on devouring shadows to become stronger. The two shadow leaders appeared behind Fang Quan in good time, and moved the dark throne behind him, on which there was an Ancient One magician lying sideways. Fang Quan sat on the throne of darkness, with his arms around the beauty of Ancient One, without even looking at the bandit. Ancient One lay in his arms, surprised. "Why don't you fight anymore?" Fang Quan caressed her white and delicate chin, showing a playful smile. He is just those two brushes, after playing with them, he feels bored. The Ancient One beauty let out a coquettish voice. "You are really arrogant." Fang Quan leaned lazily on the dark throne, and yawned boredly. "Really? I think it's pretty good." Lao Fei felt very uncomfortable. As an unparalleled eternal king ice giant, he couldn't bear to be so ignored and humiliated by the enemy. "Dark King, don't you even have the most basic glory of a fighter? You haven't defeated I." Fang Quan waved his hand boredly. "Ghosting, Fei Ying, play with him." The two chiefs walked towards Lao Fei silently, the blood in their eyes became more intense. Lao Fei blushed slightly with anger, and held the ice-breaking hammer in his hand. "You are really arrogant. Even if you master the power of time and space, you may not be absolutely better than me. It's not certain who loses and who wins when it's really hard work. If I hadn't cared about the future of the race, I would have endured your humiliation." Fang Quan's eyes were indifferent, and his tone was lazy. "I have the power of the soul, and I have seen through all your strengths. Lao Fei, I just want to cause killing and destruction, and keep the number of your giants under 700 million. I fought against you, and it was just for fun. Your strength is indeed not as good as mine." Quote. Lao Fei was furious, his aura suddenly increased, and a terrifying vortex of extremely cold air flowed from his body. "You are so arrogant. Arrogant guy, I must teach you a lesson today, let you know to respect the old eternal powerhouse. I bear it again and again, and you actually take my patience as your arrogant capital. Do you think your same trick will work for me?" Lao Fei rage made a move, and the ice-breaking hammer rage slammed down. The extremely cold breath froze everything around, and the air was violently broken. The ghost shadow leader directly blocked in front of him, and took the attack of the ice-breaking hammer with both arms. In an instant, the arms of the ghost leader turned into ice arms. Lao Fei exerted strength with both hands again, and directly smashed the ice arm of the ghost leader, and the ice-breaking hammer smashed him into the air. The leader of Fei Ying stepped up from the side, and shot out light waves with both hands, hitting the extremely cold air vortex on Lao Fei's body, causing layers of ice waves to explode. Lao Fei rage fought back and swung his hammer upwards, and ice thorns appeared in front of the leader of Fei Ying like lightning. The light waves around the leader of Fei Ying shook, and the ice thorns were shaken away, but the defense of the wings was weak, and several holes were pierced. Luo Fei was disdainful in anger. "This is your subordinate. So, how could it be?" The leader of Fei Ying just flapped his wings twice in midair, and the wound on his body healed completely. But it was not the leader of Fei Ying that caused Lao Fei's shock, but the leader of Ghost Shadow who appeared in front of him intact. Lao Fei looked surprised. "Regenerative healing factor. It's very strong, but if you blow your head off, even the regenerative healing factor will die." It was really unexpected to come across regenerative healing factor. "However, you underestimate me too much. Do you think 2 regenerative healing factors can stop me?" Relying on his strength, Lao Fei went up against him, once again frozen the arms of the ghost leader, smashed them with force again, and even added a head hammer, smashing the ghost leader's head directly ideographic period. The headless ghost shadow leader was unstable and took 2 steps back, his body moved slightly, and his head returned to its original state at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lao Fei's face was as heavy as his heart. Evolution. Mutation. This time, the feel is a little harder than last time, and I used a little more force than last time to break it. And this powerful recovery ability, has surpassed the regenerative healing factor. Lao Fei woke up suddenly, was shocked, and hurriedly sent a message to the giant elders. "Pay attention to the number of violent dark life forms on the battlefield. Count them and give me the answer." At the moment, he realized what the Dark King meant when he said that he had no experience in fighting immortal enemies. With a sweep of his eyes, Lao Fei completely took in the situation on the surrounding battlefield, and a terrible conjecture suddenly appeared in his mind. Although this is just a conjecture, Luo Fei feels that this conjecture is very likely to be true. Lao Fei was startled, stretched out his hand and sucked a black shadow soldier towards him, shattering half of his body with a little force. If it were an ordinary dark life form, it would have died a long time ago. But the dark life form in his hands was struggling continuously, and the wounds on his body were slowly healing. Lao Fei was frightened and angry, and completely shocked the dark life form in his hand to death, but injected ice power into his dark origin. In the next second, Lao Fei looked in fear at the rear of the dark army far behind Fang Quan. That dark life form has actually been revived, resurrected in the rear of the army of darkness. Lao Fei's red eyes became even more intense. You have mastered the power of immortality. Your legion is immortal. Unless you die, they will not die. It is not impossible for a demon king who can master the power of time and space to allow his subordinates to obtain a recovery ability that exceeds most standards. It's hard, but not impossible. In the long history, he has indeed led his tribe to fight against similar enemies. Every similar war has brought great losses. Fang Quan nodded frankly. Yes, unless you kill me, the Shadow Legion will never die. Lao Fei's eyes were weeping blood. He only hated himself for not discovering this earlier. The rumors from the giant elders also fell into his ears, and the voice panicked and rage. King, their violent dark soldiers are increasing, and they will increase with the death of the people. This is a group of soldiers who absorb the power of death and darkness. The longer the war is fought, the stronger they will become. The longer the war goes on, the more unfavorable it will be to these giants. On the battlefield full of death and darkness, the dark forces will only become stronger and stronger, and they will continue to lose as the battle damages. Lao Fei was completely angry, and rushed to Fang Quan desperately. How dare you use the lives of my people to train soldiers? He doesn't know how much energy is needed to support so many life forms. But Lao Fei never expected that his people would be used as training tools by the Dark King. You are so arrogant. Lao Fei completely frozen the two leaders of the Dark Shadows in one breath, and rage turned them into ice slag, and rushed to the Dark Throne wrapped in a storm in an instant. Fang Quan lazily raised a hand and held down the icebreaker hammer, and the endless wind of the hammer smashed down with an extremely cold breath. The light of the cow charm and the horse charm rapidly increased in the body, and the ice-breaking hammer stopped in midair, but at the sight of rage Lao Fei, a stream of extremely cold air attacked. Fang Quan's expression was indifferent, not calm. Your cold snap is of no use at all. The Ancient One Beauty rolled her beautiful eyes, waved her hand, and resolved the fault of this careless man who didn't know how to care for women. Let such a cold current blow on my body, wouldn't it freeze my clothes to pieces? A torrent of scorching heat erupted from her palm, completely melting the endless air of extreme cold. Lao Fei only felt the heat in front of him, and was blown away by the scorching torrent, and there were narrow and long tiny wounds on the surface of his body. Lao Fei tried his best to control his figure in midair, and the ice-breaking hammer fell with force before landing on the ground, but his body was still retreating continuously, and his feet pulled out two long ravines. He was completely stupefied. Rage couldn't stop. Eternal magician. With a wave of his hand, he unleashes high-level fire magic. This guy's woman is not a vase, but an eternal magician. Why did two eternal-level powerhouses pop up in this ruined place of Blue Star? Lao Fei now only hates himself for not knowing this news earlier. If he knew this earlier, he might as well just fight with Asgard God Realm with his life. Lao Fei didn't know the limit of the power of immortality, but he knew very well that before the power of immortality reached the limit, at least several million of his own people would die. Any ability of an eternal rank powerhouse is not an ability that can be solved simply. Despair and pain could not help appearing in Lao Fei's eyes. His own rage hammer was unexpectedly blocked so easily. Even if I try my best, I'm afraid I can't really hurt this Dark King. He is too strong. For the current plan, there is only one trick that can save his own group. Lao Fei turned his head and looked at the fanatical giant warriors charging for Jotunheim around the battlefield, but his heart grew colder. Either sacrifice yourself here, in exchange for 100 years of peace in Jotunheim, and let the people return home alive. Either let the people use their lives to consume the number of enemies and the power of the Dark King in exchange for their own survival. Chance back to Jotunheim. Lao Fei couldn't help but shed blood and tears in his eyes. I really deserve to die. If you die, the ethnic group will definitely not be able to survive the enemy's revenge. How glorious is the race with the eternal level, and how desperate it will become after losing the protection of the eternal level powerhouse. All the enemies that the giants have offended will unite and take the opportunity to completely exterminate the giants to avoid future troubles. Lao Fei looked up to the sky and screamed, "People of Jotunheim! This time, we met two eternal level powerhouses. For my life, for the future of Jotunheim, and for our homeland. Loved ones, I beseech you, protect my retreat." After he finished yelling, blood and tears flowed down, he quickly turned and fled, unable to bear to look at the soldiers charging behind him. With two eternal rank powerhouses, this war will definitely not be won. The Aesir Protoss will definitely take the opportunity to add insult to injury. A wrong national policy once again pushed Jotunheim into the abyss of eternal doom. The giants on the battlefield uttered a high battle cry. Giants, never back down, never say never. The bone-chilling cold wind of Jotunheim did not defeat them, but forged a group of the most enthusiastic, loyal, and steadfast self-believers. The space-type ice giant elder cut open the palms of his hands with a knife, pressed the bleeding palms on the ice crystal portal, and shouted, "Giant, never back down." It was too late to fix it with conventional methods. In order to protect the king retreat, it's time to sacrifice your life for the community. The strong body of the elder of the ice giant of the space department quickly withered away, only a pair of eyes of firm belief were still bright. The light of the ice crystal portal was bright, and Lao Fei rushed to the ice crystal portal with blood and tears in his eyes. He couldn't help turning his head back, looking back deeply, and deeply remembered the faces of the soldiers who passed by him, as well as the elders shouting and charging to fight for him to escape. Nuos reflected in the bottom of my heart. Lao Fei gritted a tooth, blood flowed down his lips, and the emotions in his eyes were extremely complicated and sad. He turned his head and plunged into the prepared ice crystal portal. Some giant elders at the core layer quickly withdrew and looked at the rapidly aging ice giant elders. The ice giant elder shook his head slightly, signaling them to leave quickly without saying anything. 1,000 giant elders led the elite warriors away in pain, and rushed into the ice crystal portal. The giants began to retreat, retreating frantically and orderly. Even if they were retreating, they didn't feel that they had failed at all, and they still held firm beliefs. A failure is nothing, as long as the tribe is still there, as long as the civilization is still there, there is hope for everything. There is no difficulty to defeat the giant. Not before, not now, and never will be. The Dark Legion and the Aesir Protoss began to pursue, but the results were limited. After most of the army entered, the body of the ice giant elder with a shriveled body swayed slightly. He raised his hands with his last breath, and then slapped hard on the ice crystal transmission. Above the door, the ice crystal portal let out a mournful cry, and was completely closed by the spatial resonance. The space system ice giant elder closed his eyes in pain. His eyes were full of guilt and unwillingness, and his body slowly fell backwards. How he wished that he could support himself for a while longer. But he couldn't do it. The way back for all the remaining people has been cut off, and the enemy cannot reach Greater Jotunheim in a short time. And all the giants who stayed here became abandoned sons. And he personally ruined the lives of nearly 1 million giants. The body of the ice giant elder was respectfully caught by an ice giant warrior, and he laid it flat on the ground seriously. The surrounding giants gathered around, forming a defensive formation with firm eyes to protect the ice giant elders who sacrificed for civilization. A giant warrior raised his weapon, his eyes were calm and calm. "Giant, never back down. Fight, fight, fight." This is an army of giants who believe in invincibility, and this is a group of seeds of hope eager for revenge and rise. The giants who were abandoned in the mirror world were not discouraged, but with the belief of dying to show their ambitions, they changed from an orderly retreat to a charge formation, protecting important spiritual pillars at the core of the formation. However, even the surviving giant elders did not show the slightest timidity of greed for life and fear of death. Instead, they firmly held weapons and sang the songs of their hometown. Gradually, the voice of Jotunheim's ballad became louder, and more giants participated in it, singing affectionately and intently, with tears in their eyes. The expressions of all the giants became more determined and passionate, the radiance of the fiery soul burst out in their eyes, and the aura on their bodies became more condensed. This Jotunheim ballad connects the hearts and destinies of all of them together, forming a shocking invisible force. Fang Quan was sitting on the dark throne. He couldn't understand this language, but he felt the passion from the heart and soul. Guardian Thor slowly flew to the side of the dark throne, with complicated eyes. This ballad was created after the mass extinction of Jotunheim. It expresses the yearning and admiration of the soldiers who gave their lives for civilization, and also infuses the inheritance belief of every Jotunheim citizen longing for the prosperity of the country, civilization and prosperity. Quote, "Once this ballad was sung, it has been sung like this for thousands of years, becoming the purest racial belief in the hearts of every giant. Because in their history, there really was such a group of giants who sacrificed their lives for the prosperity of their country and the prosperity of their civilization. Even though they suffered heavy revenge afterwards, the giants sang this ballad with tears in their eyes, called their relatives in the ruins, and rebuilt their homes." Thor couldn't help showing a wry smile of admiration. These giants are indeed not smart enough, but they are indeed pure enough. It is so pure that there are no twists and turns, and it is so pure that you can make a pros and cons judgment in an instant. Perhaps, it is this kind of purity that allowed the giants to build a brilliant giant civilization in the cold and windy Jotunheim, and gave birth to the leader of the soul of the king like Lao Fei. Fang Quan was deeply moved. This is really a wonderful story, but unfortunately, I think the best way to face the enemy is to eradicate them. Thor, yeah, so let's not let such an enemy rise. Such an enemy, if given the opportunity to rise up, will burst out with huge amounts of civilization potential and become a terrible threat after growing up. Fang Quan nodded, and said flatly, "Kill." Thor held up the Odin scepter, eyes majestic, "Kill." A magic circle lit up in front of Strange in the distance, "Kill." The most solemn torrent of war swept forward, and the remaining giant legions uttered the most determined battle cry, leading the clansmen and compatriots to charge. It's a pity that the giant army retreated, and the remaining ones were simply inferior to the two major legions in terms of numbers. After a wave of charge, the two sides exchanged positions, and the giant legion lost a full third of its fighters. Fang Quan sat on the dark throne in midair, Ancient One leaned against his side, and Thor solemnly watched the charge on the ground. The warriors of the giant legion were seriously damaged. The leading mountain giant elder raised the wild stone hammer in his hand, and his body was covered with blood. Giants, charge. The second round of charging began, and the huge amounts of war torrents collided again, making fierce battle sounds. Because of death and darkness, the strength of the Black Shadow Legion has been greatly improved. This time, the Black Shadow Legion has created an even more terrifying kill volume. The mountain giant elder stood in front of the legion, and the giant warriors beside him were seriously injured, and there were few warriors who could maintain their peak combat power. The mountain giant elder clenched his teeth. Giants, charge. The giant legion of remnants charged towards the intact and more powerful Dark Legion, and the Aesir Protoss Legion used all their strength to attack these remaining giants. This time, the huge amount of difference between the two sides caused fatal damage. The loss of the giant legion was even more severe than last time. A more terrifying dark aura erupted from the soldiers of the Black Shadow Legion. The third round is over. One arm of the mountain giant elder was broken, but there was no pain on his face, but he stood blankly among the corpses, looking at the empty battlefield around him. His people, compatriots, and descendants. At this moment, they were all lying quietly on the battlefield without making a sound. The silent piercing is spreading, in sorrow. Remaining number of giant legionnaires, 1. The bewilderment on the face of the elder of the mountain giant gradually dissipated, and he raised the wild stone hammer with a sad and firm expression, and let out the last battle cry again, the giants charge. On the battlefield, only the howling and whimpering wind accompanied him to send out battle roars. Dangadang. The mountain giant elder rushed to the boundless army of darkness and the army of Aesir. This time, the mountain giant elder was submerged in the culling of the dark army and disappeared without a trace. The two armies stopped charging and stood on the edge of the battlefield, quietly watching the sea of corpses. Fang Quan said flatly, "Bury these people well." Standing beside Thor was the personal guard, who reported the battle damage in a low voice. Thor sighed slightly. "Bring back your compatriots, let the corpses of these ice giants be buried too." Fang Quan glanced at the taskbar and saw that the progress bar had been increased, but the increase was not thorough enough. Fang Quan looked at Thor aside. Give me the space coordinates of Jotunheim. Thor surprised. You want to go to Jotunheim to fight? Isn't that too risky? If these giants were in Jotunheim, they would have a natural environmental bonus. When Laufey returns to Jotunheim, just like a shark returns to the ocean, he will gain even more terrifying combat abilities. It was the father and king back then who relied on the oppression of the overall situation to force Laufey to give up the fight, bow his head and plead guilty, and sign a peace treaty. Even so, Father King Odin paid the price of an eye. Fang Quan's tone was calm. Coordinates. Thor was at a loss for words, so he had to turn his head to give an order, and soon, a clerk came trotting over with a silver-white book. The clerk respectfully presented the book. My lord, here is the cosmic star map of Asgard God's domain, including most of the commonly used star paths, a small number of special paths, and some restricted areas. If you want to go to Jotunheim, you just use the spatial coordinates on this page. Quote. Fang Quan glanced at it, and found that this part was the map mark of Jotunheim. He saw the coordinates where part of it was classified as a red restricted area, which is the area of the Jotunheim capital, as this part unusable. The clerk hesitated for a moment, then replied, It's not that it can't be used, but unless the eternal level powerhouse guards it, the superpowers hidden in Jotunheim will definitely smash the portal. Moreover, an eternal level powerhouse may not be able to guard it. Once the portal is broken, it can easily become a dangerous area. Quote. It's not that Asgard God's domain didn't think about fighting back after the strength of the original war was restored. However, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. Jotunheim has just declined a bit, the deepest and most precious wealth of those strong people still exists. Fang Quan was slightly surprised. An eternal class can't keep it, so mysterious. What is their Jotunheim history? Thor remained silent, and explained, the giant race has a long history. During its glory days, it once accumulated the corpses of many eternal level powerhouses. When the clan is exterminated, these eternal level powerhouses will be summoned by them clans fight. Once this thing is activated, even if Jotunheim is exterminated, most of the Aesir Protoss will also perish. When Fang Quan heard it, he understood what this operation was. Oh, understood. To put it mildly, the Qing ancestors fought for race. To put it bluntly, the unworthy descendants turned the ancestors into undead zombies, and summoned them out when necessary, as a sigh of relief for the ethnic group. However, these are not important. Fang Quan looked forward, stretched out CBBH, a hand, and a torrent of magic light poured out, directly bombarding the distant space node. The two shadow leaders immediately followed up, releasing dark magic power to assist the Dark King to build the dark portal. In just 2 breaths, a huge dark portal was built. Fang Quan said flatly, kill to less than 700 million. On the ground, the 2 dark legions turned into torrents and rushed towards the dark portal. The moment they approached the dark portal, they were teleported to Jotunheim. Thor felt that his brain was not enough. Such a huge amount of space calculation, you can complete it with your bare hands, just relying on your brain. With Jotunheim's ability, it took several months to establish a cross-boundary portal. The time for preparing materials alone was very long and costly. Is the strength of King Mephisto of the space-time system so terrifying? One thought is the start of the Forbidden Curse level. Fang Quan gave a heish and stretched his waist. I want to see what kind of tricks Lao Fei can play. Lao Fei returned to the war zone on the outskirts of the capital. With deep sadness on his face, he turned his head and watched the giant army retreat. Every second, Lao Fei was praying that the people of the clan would come back a little more. But 8 minutes later, the ice crystal portal let out a mournful cry, and the entire portal turned into pieces of shattered cold crystals and fell on the magic circle, making crisp crackling sounds, smashing the frosty ground. Lao Fei's face turned pale, and he already knew how many tribesmen would never be able to return to their hometown. The giant elders around were also silent in grief. Silent howls of grief spread throughout the suburbs. A giant knelt down on one knee in grief, clenched his fists, and prayed for blessings to the tribe who died in a foreign country. One by one, giants knelt down and prayed in the direction of the ice crystal portal. Pray that the souls of the tribe can return to the giant plateau and return to the protection of their ancestors. Unknowingly, Lao Fei also knelt down on one knee, his eyes full of sorrow, it's all my fault, I didn't know that there would be two eternal powerhouses in Midgard. The Aesir Protoss only has one strong man in the eternal level, who is known as the King of the Nine Realms, and the Megatron has shaken an era. As for the broken place of Midgard, there is a Mephisto king of the space-time system, and an eternal level magician with the most violent output. Pull out anyone at random, and Odin has to stay away. And on Midgard, a rotten planet, there are actually two top-matched eternal level powerhouses. The giant elders on the side were even more sad, but they couldn't blame the king bandits. Lao Fei is the backbone and pillar of their ethnic group, and his contributions over the past few thousand years are obvious to all. As long as Lao Fei is still there, after 1,000 years, he can still pull up hundreds of millions of giant warriors. Lao Fei stood up with a sad expression, hold a memorial ceremony for the ethnic group, and at the same time raise our vigilance to prevent the Aesir Protoss or the Dark Army from raiding us. For a short time, neither of these two large groups could come to Jotunheim to fight. Midgard, those two are okay, and it shouldn't be worth traveling thousands of miles to hunt them down. The guys from Asgard may not be so. If they didn't use Bifrost's excess energy to teleport the army this time, they wouldn't be able to teleport many times in a short period of time. Laufey had no doubts that Thor, the acting God King, would stop at nothing to clean up Jotunheim. The sky suddenly darkened. Lao Fei's expression changed, and he hurried to the sky. Above the war zone, dark clouds were rapidly gathering in the sky, completely covering the starlight, and red and black thunders roared. Laufey's pupils shrank sharply. Time and space Mephisto. He actually wanted to kill them all. That's right, with his ability, it's not difficult to create a portal if it doesn't cost anything. Just in a breath, a huge dark divine gate piercing the heavens and the earth was formed in the distance. The gate was facing the sky, the gate pillars were as big as mountains and rivers, and the gate frame suppressed the ground. Lao Fei's hands and feet are cold. This portal is formed. No matter whether the Dark Army will come to kill us, the Aesir Protoss will definitely not let us go. The giant elders looked at Lao Fei nervously. The corner of Lao Fei's mouth moved slightly. Prepare for the ceremony of summoning the ancestors, and be on call at any time. A skeleton giant elder of the undead department quickly escaped with undead magic to prepare for the magic ritual of summoning the ancestors. While they were talking, two huge dark legions quickly flew out from the dark god gate, covering the sky and covering the sky, covering the sky and the sun, endlessly. Lao Fei's lips were slightly dry, and his eyes trembled slightly. Get ready to fight. This huge number cannot be compared with the number of the two dark legions on the Midgard battlefield at all. It's like two sky-high dark tsunamis slanting across Jotunheim. The two huge dark legions stopped in unison, and the two shadow leaders stood in midair. Absorber David walked through the dark god gate, walked between the two shadow leaders, and connected his own strength with all the shadow soldiers present. Nearly infinite dark energy was injected into the Absorber David's body, raising his strength to an unimaginable level. Absorbed behind David, a red-black dark demon soul giant was formed, watching the capital of Jotunheim. The King of Darkness has ordered that the number of giants must match the number of days, and the population must be kept below 700 million. King Lof, you take orders. Quote, Lao Fei smiled wryly, knowing that he could not be Fang Quan's opponent, but he still raised the ice-breaking hammer and shouted, let your mother's Aesir family go. Simple bad breath, ultimate enjoyment. Anyway, the Dark Lord couldn't let Jotunheim go. The giants showed disdainful smiles and bad breath loudly. The giant family has no gonger. If you die, you have to die standing up. Absorber David withdrew the coercion. With a calm expression, kill it, the number must be less than 700 million. For a full month, this war lasted for a full month. From Jotunheim's fierce counterattack at the beginning, to being overwhelmed and defeated by the endless Dark Army, and then to the fall of the king's capital, the whole people fled from the center of civilization, went to the wilderness, and went to places where civilization is rare to survive. The overall strength of the Dark Legion has also been greatly improved, and the immortal Black Shadow soldiers have become Jotunheim's nightmare. It has become a nightmare for the powerhouses of the Nine Realms who are concerned about this war. During this month, Fang Quan stayed on the throne of darkness, eating apples while watching the scene of extinction in another world. Mission completed. Start lottery draw. Congratulations to the host for gaining control of the Thornblade Legion. Fang Quan was slightly surprised, then smiled. The bayonet soldier, a very unique melee unit, has sharp steel blades in both hands, and is extremely agile in action. But these are not the best characteristics of the bayonet soldier. The most outstanding feature of the Thornblade soldiers is that they have excellent energy resistance, and ordinary magic attacks or energy attacks cannot kill them. The Jablade leader stepped out of the darkness, knelt down in front of Fang Quan, and bowed his head loyally. Ancient One glanced curiously at the leader of the Thornblade, and instantly understood its essence. What a unique original characteristic. This is simply a professional magic weapon killer, a profession that can animate those magicians to death. Absorber David flew over in a hurry from a distance and knelt in midair. Your Majesty, I don't want to see you. Fang Quan waved his hand. Let him come over. Absorber David gave orders to the shadow soldiers beside him. Soon, Lao Fei with a haggard face was escorted by a group of shadow soldiers holding the icebreaker hammer. A flat ground quickly formed in front of the dark throne for everyone to step on. Lao Fei knelt on the flat ground, lowered his proud head, and raised the ice-breaking hammer. I lost, the Dark King. There are only more than 600 million giants left. I surrender. Fang Quan waved his hand, causing the shadow soldiers around to retreat, and looked at Lao Fei calmly. My goal has been achieved, and the shadow army will naturally stop. Lao Fei raised his head, his face full of bitterness. You are really a devil. The pain bit his heart and made him fall into hell every moment. During this month, no matter how hard he tried, he could only watch the whole group decline and die out little by little. This is the worst torture. Fang Quan stood up. Everyone's position is different. You go back, I won't kill you, and I don't bother to make you sign any treaty. I never believe in treaties, I only believe in my pair of fists that can kill all enemies. This is the best treaty. Quote, after the benefits disappeared, Fang Quan had no interest in killing Lao Fei. It is better for such an interesting king to be alive, the world will be more interesting. Lao Fei opened his mouth, and finally stood up slowly, holding the ice-breaking hammer and moving towards the dark god door bit by bit. His back is extraordinarily old, extraordinarily lonely, and extraordinarily painful. The foundation of thousands of years turned into fly ash in a short moment. Fang Quan gave a lazy waste. Okay, the show is over, let's go home. Ancient One looked at the dimming dark gate in the distance, and the three shadow leaders were transferring it to the shadow universe. Curious, how did you master the way of darkness without being affected by your temperament? Quote, every strong person will rarely be affected by the proficient ability. For example, being good at Chenkin refers to the ability to kill more than 1,000 enemies at the same time. And the strong man who uses this ability must be calm, cold and precise in his heart. Locking up 1,000 people in an instant requires extreme calmness. When 1,000 people are locked, these 1,000 people have become dead man in the heart of this strong man, which is icy cold. Moreover, it is necessary to allocate and release the energy well. One more point will cause insignificant trouble, and one less point will not kill the enemy. This is precision. In the long run, the character of this strong man will be affected to some extent. But in Fang Quan's body, Ancient One couldn't detect this sign. Ancient One was even very sure that no matter what kind of power Fang Quan possessed, his personality was just like this, and it would not change if he was killed. This is a Mephistic king who really likes to have fun. Fang Quan shrugged. You guess. Ancient One rolled his eyes, too lazy to ask. Fang Quan turned his head, the force of time and space flashed in his eyes, and he saw the scene of Jotunheim. It is already in dilapidated condition, and will not become a threat to Blue Star in a short time. Well, that's enough. Fang Quan traveled through the mirror world and returned to the Dark Palace. A large number of troops and agent groups are stationed near the Dark Palace. Nick Fury leaned on the hood of the car, drinking coffee to warm his hands. What do you think we are here for? General Ross's eyes were calm. Look at the power of the Dark King, the immortality of the Dark Legion, and the surprise that we are still alive. For a while, Nick Fury even had an opposing position with Fang Quan. And Ross became even more fierce, directly declaring war with Fang Quan. After seeing another kind of strength of the Dark King again today, they were shocked again where they had the courage to do those things in the first place. Phil Coulson hurried over with a report. Director, there is a special report. Nick Fury looked calm. What? Aliens have invaded Blue Star again. Just tell me now that there is a superhuman in New York who can single-handedly challenge the whole world, and I am not at all surprised. Phil Coulson surprised. You already know. Nick Fury squirted the coffee out of his mouth. It really happened. Can't this broken world be peaceful for a while? Why do you always focus on this crisis and that crisis? Phil Coulson hastily put down the coffee in his hand, looked through the information. Superman. What is this? In the data, a person in a red cloak and tights is flying between buildings at high speed, hugging a beautiful woman who has fallen from a high altitude. Phil Coulson smiled wryly. Director, this guy is indestructible. Even when there was a problem with the nuclear power plant, he cooled the entire nuclear reactor in one breath. He even resisted the Hellfire missile in an accident without getting hurt. Nick Fury has an urge to curse. Where did this guy come from? What about the hazard assessment? Phil Coulson said quickly. I don't know the origin. But according to the evaluation, Superman's current combat ability is second only to the Dark King. I fear that if the government or some idiot group gets involved with Superman, it will have catastrophic consequences for us. Nick Fury handed the information to General Ross beside him. Is there anything you can do? General Ross looked calm and didn't even answer. A way. If I have a way, David can still stay in the Dark Palace. Nick Fury's scalp was tight, so he had no choice but to hold the information and walk towards the Dark Palace. Why are there so many ridiculously strong guys in this world? It's okay to have someone like the Dark King who likes to have fun. Why is there an extra justice envoy Superman? From a partial point of view, this matter is a good thing, but from the overall point of view, it may be good or bad. Just as Fang Quan sat down, he saw Nick Fury walking in with a heavy face. Fang Quan laughed and said, Why, have you found a way to kill me? Nick Fury smiled wryly. Don't laugh at me. My lord, please read this document. The Black Shadow soldier took the documents and handed them to Fang Quan. Fang Quan glanced at it unexpectedly. Superman. Boy, what a surprise. Nick Fury said seriously. Since your deeds spread all over the world, some mutants have become active, and this Superman is one of them. But it seems that he should be biased towards order. However, Superman's power is too strong, and we are afraid that his power will be uncontrollable and something catastrophic will happen. Quote. After such a month of observation, Nick Fury has some understanding of Fang Quan's temper, and knows that speaking frankly is the best. Fang Quan smiled and put down the information. Instead of expecting him to become a bad guy, you might as well expect your shield to become a nine-headed game. Nick Fury's face was extremely embarrassing. The nine-headed game was his eternal pain. Ancient One also came out of the portal, glanced at Nick Fury, and sat aside curiously. Fang Quan smiled, and for the sake of being an acquaintance, he was willing to say a few more words. This Superman is named Clark Kent, and he is an alien who grew up in a certain state of Eagle Country. His biological father is from Krypton, the chief scientist. Clark's adoptive father is a very honest and kind-hearted farmer. From childhood to adulthood, Clark was most deeply influenced by the simple and down-to-earth farm culture of Eagle Country. His character can be called a perfect kind personality, and even possesses a sublime divinity to a certain extent. If he insists on absorbing the power of the sun, he can even reverse time, or easily destroy a planet. Nick Fury is as pale as he needs to be. Reverse time. Destroy planets easily. Fang Quan was in a good mood and waved his hand. Don't worry, on this planet, there are more than 100 people and things that can easily destroy the planet. Why are you panicking? Nick Fury's face turned even paler. Then, respected King of Darkness, can you give me some pointers? Regret, very regret. After asking, I feel that the psychological pressure has increased by more than 10 times. Fang Quan turned on the TV comfortably. Advice. No. Hey, what's going on? On the LCD large screen TV, a sentence is constantly looping. You are not alone. In the next second, the screen was switched to a snowflake screen, and a blurred figure emerged. I am General Zod of Krypton. One of my people is hiding in your world. Now, hand him over, or I will declare war on Blue Star. Clark, stand up, or I will destroy the human world. Quote. Fang Quan finished watching the video with a blank face, and couldn't help complaining. Why didn't these people investigate Blue Star before declaring war? Where did these people learn their bad habits? None of them have long eyes. I just sat down, and you told me that you want to destroy the human world. Are you sick or am I sick? Why do you always destroy the human world? Has the human world provoked you? To be fair, this is one of the few actions that Fang Quan feels outrageous. Nick Fury was also dumbfounded. Why do so many aliens always declare war on us recently? 0. What happened? Just finished beating the ice giant, why did a Kryptonian general appear again? Instead, Ancient One laughed out loud. How about it, do you feel the tiredness of being an Asgardian in the world? If a crisis is resolved in the east, one will pop up in the west immediately. Fang Quan couldn't complain, and cut the screen. I want to watch the World Cup now, as long as it doesn't affect my watching the game. Challenge mission. Conquer Superman with force, surrender General Krypton. Germany, the state in the form of the Yellow Sun, conquers and rebuilds the Kryptonian civilization. Task reward. Number of draws +1. Fang Quan raised his eyebrows slightly. Interesting. Rebuild Kryptonian civilization. That being said, I did remember something. There is a race code in Superman's body. If the data of the race code of the Kryptonian civilization is extracted, a group of super Kryptonian legions can be formed. Hey, this is a good fun. ***. Blue star in outer space, on a spaceship. General Zod was putting his hands on the console. His eyes were slightly excited. We have been trapped in the Phantom Zone for hundreds of years, and finally found the way of Eli in almost 400 years. Son. 3 years ago, when they received the signal from the outpost on Blue Star, they were so excited that they wept. After the extinction of Krypton, this is the first time they have received a signal from their own kind. General Zod led the remnants of the same clan, regardless of the long journey to the stars, unswervingly flew towards here, and finally arrived here this year, on the planet Zhou Zuwei. Minister. After signal analysis, it turned out to be the son of Eli, the child with the racial code hidden in his body. The racial code is the original code of life that records the genetic codes of all Kryptonians. As long as there is a race code, all kinds of Kryptonians can be bred. General Zod's face flushed slightly with excitement. As long as we find him, we can rebuild Krypton, and we can have our people again. After the destruction of Krypton, it has been hundreds of years, and this is the most successful distance from protecting his people. With just a little distance, he can rebuild the race and protect the Kryptonian civilization once again. Last time, I failed, and I only hated myself for not being cruel enough and not strong enough. However, after hundreds of years of training, I have become a more powerful Ammonia Star General. People of Krypton, this time, I will definitely protect you. No matter what the price is, I will always be the patron saint in front of you. I will once again defend your life and interests with my life. During these hundreds of years, Zod regretted every night that he was not strong enough and cruel enough to save his homeland back then. Hundreds of years of pain, hundreds of years of waiting, hundreds of years of despair, hundreds of years of torment. Now, finally see hope. The racial code is in the Blue Star, in the spaceship of Eli's son. General Zod's eyes were full of tears and longing. Hope, I finally found the hope scarf again. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.